So I want to go over some of the themes that we're gonna focus on today, and that you're gonna hear about in talks both on this stage later today and throughout the day, and also on the stage just one level up, which, as Mark said, is gonna start right after my talk here. One of them is international cooperation and climate change. And so we are hugely grateful, as I said, to have Alex and Gaj here from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is the UN body tasked with international cooperation around climate change. The IPCC just came out with their AR6 synthesis report, which just made this really clear, right? So the IPCC has been talking for a long time about the increasing scientific consensus around human-caused climate change. And this time they just put it in this big, like, orange box, right? Human activities, principally through emissions of greenhouse gases, have unequivocally caused global warming with about a 1.1 degree temperature increase. So, you know, this just serves to focus us all on sort of the urgency there. And we also have Colette, who's a physicist at both Tufts and CERN, who's gonna be talking about climate change from a physical perspective. So I also wanna highlight how we're working with academia. So like I said, that SBS needs to be both a Web3 conference and a sustainability conference, there is a depth of understanding about the climate crisis and what we can do to counter it in all sorts of different perspectives, right? And this is one of the places where Web3 can make a huge difference in allowing money to go directly to people on the ground in exchange for information about what actions they are taking in order to protect the natural world, or in exchange for just data about, say, forests. And people are gonna be effective. We're gonna have both a panel on that, and we're going to have a workshop talking about what people are doing and where we need to go, what directions that we should pursue, both to decarbonize blockchains using renewable energy, and also to use blockchains to manage data associated with things like 24/7 renewable energy. We're gonna talk a lot about how ESG can drive Web3 and how Web3 can underpin ESG. So environmental, social, and governance has been a huge factor in investment world, driving money into things like carbon offsets and projects that protect the natural world. And so if this is the source of a lot of the investment that goes into the sorts of projects that we're interested in, we want to bring people from the ESG community, right? They have their own conferences just devoted to ESG. They tend not to go to Web3 conferences. So we want to really bring them into the fold and talk about where can the tools that we are building solve problems in ESG, and where can we apply really high quality ESG standards to claims that we make having to do with, say, the sustainability of blockchains. So we're gonna have a bunch of different talks that focus on that. We're gonna have a panel, we're gonna have a fireside chat, and really get into the weeds of, you know, what's the latest and what's going on with ESG, and how can we make a difference. We're gonna talk about how Web3 can help carbon markets to evolve in the right direction. There's a ton of projects here that are active in carbon offsets and carbon market space. Obviously, like I said, a lot of headlines coming out about where we can go in carbon offsets. There's been, over the past few months, there's been a ton of drama, which I will not get into now, about how good the additionality claims are underlying carbon offsets. So if you purchase a, say, carbon rainforest offset, did that purchase actually result in the protection of a forest, which presumably is a requirement for you to be able to count it against emissions that you made somewhere else? Or are those additionality claims not as sound as people have assumed them to be? And so we're gonna talk a lot about different tools that we can use in Web3 in order to establish those claims better and really direct capital and direct resources toward projects that are making a difference in protecting the natural world. We're also gonna talk about plugging refi into the financial system. So I've mentioned ESG, right? The financial system is how we allocate capital in the modern world, right? This is how we allocate resources toward some projects and not toward other projects. And so we're gonna talk about both DeFi, right, which is sort of a bridge between Web3 carbon offset projects and the financial system generally, and how we can essentially plug DeFi into refi, right? How can we build better tools in order to allocate resources toward those types of projects that we care about? We're also going to talk about land and refi. So I think this is another really overlooked topic often in the discussion around regenerative finance. Many of the projects that we work on, many of the projects that we care about, have to do with land use, right? Land use is tied to carbon emissions. It's also tied clearly to biodiversity, right? There is a biodiversity crisis going on that if you look at how people measure the biodiversity crisis, right? There's this framework called the planetary boundaries framework, where they look at different variables that we can measure about the natural world, and they rate the safe zone for those variables. And we're not safe when it comes to carbon emissions, but we're really not safe when it comes to biodiversity loss, right? And that threatens our food systems, that threatens, people come up with these estimates that, 40% of global GDP depends on the natural world, but it should be pretty obvious that 100% of global GDP depends 100% on the natural world, right? So biodiversity loss is a huge challenge, and land use is central to that. So we're gonna explicitly talk about land use today. We're also going to have the finale for the SBS Hackathon that has been happening over the past 6 weeks. We are super excited about this. There's going to be more than $40,000 in bounties given out to hackathon participants. People have been working on this hackathon virtually over, as I said, the past month and a half or so. It's going to be on the stage at 3:40 later today. We're going to have folks from Climate Collective, HBAR Foundation, and Protocol Labs that put these bounties up. People have done all sorts of really, really amazing work. We tried to build this hackathon in order to let people get really deep into both sustainability and Web3, right? This theme I've been touching on multiple times today. So we structured this with initially a ideation phase where people could meet up with other people who, as I said, had those blind spots that they could fill, right? And come up with really deep substantive projects for these hackathon bounties. So stick around for that. The last thing I wanted to talk about is bringing it back to the title, the newer normal. So the concept of the new normal was an investment thesis in 2009 that a major macroeconomic problem at that point was that capital lacked conviction, and people didn't know what to invest in, they didn't know what to put their money into, and as a result, a lot of money piled up into things like bank accounts, things like money market funds, things that didn't have a huge effect on innovation, things that didn't have a huge effect on what we wanted to see in the real economy, in the real world. And what central banks had to do as a result of that was tilt the playing field in favor of risk, right? And there was this long period called the new normal, right, of a bit more than 10 years, where central banks did that more and more. That had the effect of washing out distinctions between risky projects that are doing something really useful and risky projects that are just risky and could generate returns, right? We've tilted the playing field back macroeconomically, right? And what that means is that there needs to be a premium for investing in projects that have a lot of conviction, right? So we are moving into a time where there is more uncertainty in general, and the way to succeed in that time period is to give people an option of where to put their money and capital that they can see how you're going to do something good with that, right? So conviction needs to come back to markets. Let's show people that investing in the natural world is the right place to put their resources, right? So let's make the next bull market ecologically regenerative. What can we build now that is going to set up future macroeconomic cycles, and especially ones in crypto, to regenerate the world rather than degrade the world? So let's think more about that. One of the things that we're going to be doing over the next few months in order to try to put money into projects that are active in refi space, we're calling SBS.vc. So this is going to be a virtual demo day where projects that are working in the refi space are going to be pitching to investors who are able to, who are interested in investing in this space, right? So if you are interested in participating, if you are either an investor or if you are a project that's looking to raise money sometime during this year, please go to sbs.vc. You can fill out forms there, get more information about the demo day. We're really excited to do this virtual demo day where we're going to just try to drive as much capital as we can into projects that are setting us up to regenerate the world in the next crypto bull run. So as I said, we've had a year of SBS. Thank you all for coming. We've gone to 4 amazing cities on 3 different continents. You might ask, where next? So where are we going in the next SBS? And the answer is everywhere. So it is with great pleasure that I announce SBS Earth, which is going to be a global festival of refi. So the next SBS is going to be a fully virtual event. We want to bring people out of the cities that we have had these events in typically, and bring them to the actual projects that are having a real effect on the world. So we want to film in these locations where refi projects are happening. We want to have conversations across international boundaries. And please stay tuned and go to sbs.tech if you would like more information about that coming soon. Thank you so much, and welcome to SBS Boston.
Thank you, Alan. That was awesome. Super excited for SBS Earth. A few quick things. As I mentioned earlier, upstairs is kicking off right now is track 2, the Greenway. Ned Harvey's kicking off that agenda. Also, another item, if you came in and came right up here to this stage, didn't go by registration and get one of these wristbands, make sure you do so you can move throughout the venue a little bit easier. And while you're down there, get some of this sweet swag. These are the SBS socks. We got some hoodie or some beanies, all that good stuff. So anyway, next to talk about incorporating local stakeholders into digital MRV systems, we have Nirvan from Climate Collective. Nirvan. No.
Thank you, Mark and Alan, for kicking us off. Let us wait for a moment. Well, good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here pleasure to be here with everyone on this warm, sunny Boston morning. So the title of my talk has shifted a little bit, but it will become clear very shortly why I did that. So I'm calling this Participatory Design in Digital MRV Systems. Now, jumping straight into it, just as an overview or recap to make sure all of us are on the same page, what is MRV? So it's this 3-step process. Well, actually, let me start with what does participatory mean? I think that's the trickier word here. Just providing the opportunity for individual participation, essentially creating a crowdsourced data system or a system of great data contributors who are all monitoring environmental assets and feeding back into a single system. So MRV is essentially a process, well, it's a 3-step process that we've outlined over here. Collecting data, making sure it's in the correct format, and then, well, making sure that students aren't grading their own homework, so in a sense giving it to someone else to verify that, hey, this is indeed the correct result that we're looking for. Now, a lot of this has historically been quite manual, but now we have a lot of new technologies in play that allow us to do what we call digital MRV solutions. I think that's something that most of us in the room, in the building, are quite excited about, representing digital environmental data sets on CO2.storage, collaborating on analysis, processing of this data in a trustless, decentralized computation environment. All of this sourced from cutting-edge tech, smart sensors, satellites, drones, LiDARs, all of that fancy stuff. But a couple weeks back, I gave a talk about some of these interesting DMRV solutions to project developers, primarily in India and South America, and I got a very insightful reaction that I would like to share with everyone. So, these are 2 images generated by AI, which is essentially capturing this question of, are you just installing robots in our forest, or are you giving our community jobs, training, infrastructure, prosperity? I thought this was extremely insightful. It's not the first, it looks like a very friendly robot, it's plugged into the roots of the forest. Even so, the second picture, I think, is what most of us would agree is what we were trying to get to. So that was the inspiration for this talk, absolutely. That's why I provisionally titled it Incorporating Local Stakeholders, but more broadly, I'm not advocating for any individual solutions, but rather surveying a range of solutions that have this equitable, inclusive MRV format. So, starting with the basics, MRV and digital tools don't have to be all that complicated. You can get a lot done through WhatsApp and through very simple tools. And oftentimes using tools that people already know leads to the highest response rate. As soon as you try to get someone to download a separate app, even if it writes to blockchain directly, that's great, but ultimately using the tools that people are already familiar with often leads to the most results. So for instance, well, the screenshot I've put on the right is from Qualtrics, one of the renowned kind of survey software that's used by a lot of universities and institutions. So I know a project developer, for instance, manages a cook stove project, and is connected to about 500,000 beneficiaries on WhatsApp and asks them for questions such as, hey, has the usage of the cook stove decreased your coughing in the household? This is very important, qualitative but very important data to baseline the project and some of the methodologies, but also corroborate some of the SDG claims that the project developer is offering to the market. So these sort of field surveys are extremely useful. They're definitely qualitative data, which means that people are maybe less likely to pay for it. Even so, it leads to a very high response rate. So now moving from qualitative data to quantitative data, quantitative monetizable DMRV. First, briefly looking at the capital sequence in some of these carbon projects. So external verifiers are already compensated upfront for verifying the credit before it is sold to anybody. So it's already kind of part of the budget within the project itself. Whereas the contributors to the carbon project are compensated after after the carbon offset is eventually bought by someone. So it's regardless of who does or doesn't buy this credit, the MRV is compensated for and is already budgeted. And as we see again on this nice AI-generated image on the right, ultimately, it's a job like any other. It's a job that requires training, equipment, specialized, some specialized knowledge, but ultimately it's a job. How can we, so the two questions that this leads me to is, how can we incorporate communities near these projects to equitably participate in these DMRV systems, both tracking and compensating them for their work? But when you're expanding the circle like this, how do you maintain kind of integrity and quality control in the data that you're consolidating for an environmental asset? There's a lot of different companies that are thinking quite deeply about this. Most of these are in some way associated with Climate Collective, either through membership or grants or just general collaborations. And I haven't spoken much about Climate Collective yet, which is a company that I am a part of. We are an innovation network of Web3 builders, foundations, scientists, just general collaborators, all together working to unlock verifiable climate action at scale. So in the next couple slides, I'm going to give an overview of how some of these companies are approaching this problem and how they're thinking about participatory DMRV that provides opportunities for individual contribution into these systems. And I'll actually rephrase that, not provides opportunities, but are entirely dependent on contributions from individuals. So the first one I'll start with, which I won't go too deep into because you'll hear from them directly in a couple hours, is Gainforest. So this screenshot that you see over here is the result of a pilot that I believe Alan briefly alluded to by Gainforest, Cello, Protocol Labs, Climate Collective recently in the Philippines. It was a campaign called Measure to Earn, which I think is indicative of the angle or the perspective with which the Gainforest team was trying to approach this to make it very sustainable for the local community. Essentially, it's a system that is able to track and incentivize the collection of data about environmental assets, in this case, trees and mangroves. Like I said, you'll hear directly from them a lot more about this later today, but let's assume that we have a system where we can track and compensate DMRV through the phone pictures. Now the question is, can we extend this to something more physical, something that's very tangible that we can take from the environment? Which brings me to another very promising project that I was working with Climate Collective called Simplex DNA. And the proof of life protocol that they're building for biodiversity MRV. So remember our AI-generated family up there who's collecting samples in a rainforest. What do you do with those samples then? So this is where the Simplex DNA proof of life protocol takes off. You have this water sample or air sample, you send it to the nearest lab. That from there extracts the DNA. I'm not a geneticist, but it looks, I saw the words PCR over there. It's not dissimilar to a COVID test, essentially how initially the analysis and extraction is done. After that, you sequence the DNA and are able to actually detect, hey, on an empirical level, the species and organisms that are residing in this vicinity. This is something that has not quite happened so far where we have some tools to be able to quantify carbon and soil carbon, carbon that is sequestered in various methodologies, less so for biodiversity. This is really doing it from the DNA, which is ultimately the blueprint of everything that's living there. So this is, assuming now we have this scientific system where you're able to from an air or water sample, quantify what organisms live in this vicinity and, in a way, quantify the biodiversity state at a given time. Now, how do you build a protocol around this that incentivizes the collection of these data samples, but also maintains a high level of integrity in the system? Slide's a little bit more dense, but this is what we're talking about of a reputational system. So the first bullet point is the goal over here, but I'll illustrate it through the second. Reputation systems, and this is from quotes from an A16Z article, but platform to recognize and incentivize participants' high-quality contributions. So think about Waze. If I join the app Waze, I can report, hey, there's a stop sign ahead or a police officer or whatever it is, and then I get rewarded through an internal reputation system on Waze. And it feels great. They've gamified it very well. I think you start as a baby Wazer and then you work your way up like that. But as I contribute more to the system, it realizes that, hey, this guy provides high-quality data. Let's value his contributions internally in the system and him vouching for other people in the system. So mapping this onto Web3, how might that work? So this is, I think, one of the key design choices, and to the title of this talk, participatory, six-syllable word, design. One of the key design choices is decoupling the reputation from the rewards. If you're rewarding people in a token that represents governance or represents your reputation, that they're eventually going to cash out, that doesn't really capture, well, both sides of it. You're only either incentivizing or tracking the reputation. So Andreessen, the writers there, proposed a two-token system. That gets quite complicated operationally, which I will get to shortly. But there's alternate design for this. A lot of us maybe are familiar with soul-bound tokens as a form of tracking reputation in a system. But the bottom line is, yes, you have two parallel tokens that are working within the same system. One that can incentivize and one that can track your reputation over time. So for example, what are the type of on Waze? It's contributions to accurate traffic data. But in this case, it's a track record of taking authentic samples, not trying to fool the system at any point, facilitating other participants on the system, bringing them in, maybe helping with some of the technical challenges that they might have in either collecting the sample or sending it back or using these tokens. There's a number of things that you can attribute into someone's reputation here. So this is one of the key design choices for such reputation systems and participatory design. But at the end of all of this, you have this token system that represents verification that, okay, between 2023 and 2025, the biodiversity state in this region has improved. But that doesn't necessarily capture the credits or the efforts associated with creating that change, which is where the next project that I will talk about, Qualitative and Astro Protocol, two of the kind of founding members of Climate Collective, who are directly monetizing these ecological data tokens. You'll hear more about this in the hackathon as well later today about the Geo-NFT and what I like to call geospatially aware financial instruments, or money that knows where it is, through using a lot of great tooling from Astro Protocol. I don't see John X in the room, but otherwise would have given him a shout out. So all to say, Qualitative it's essentially Geo-NFTs. You can see it on the right-hand side, kind of how it works high level. You have an NFT that is geographically bound and is tracking an ecological index that accounts for multiple parameters, like part of its carbon, biodiversity, water regeneration, soil, like broader ecosystem services, all layered into an individual plot of land. I think I'm running a little bit on time, so I'm going to skip some of the staking pieces over here. But the idea is that you're able to essentially have a perpetual representation of the ecological state of a certain area, and being able to use funds from staking these data tokens to fund MRV activities and kind of create that closed loop system for each locality here. So, as I mentioned earlier, there were certainly some challenges in some of the real-world pilots that we've been doing, whether it's with Gainforest or with Qualitative or Good Dollar and a number of other Climate Collective partners. A lot of these you can guess, Web3 wallet UX, off-ramps, complexity of some of the protocols. Like I said, two-token systems aren't very easy to understand for most folks. I think two of the key questions that I would like to highlight here are, one's about identity. This is where Cello has come up with excellent solutions for integrating your mobile number with the wallet. But even so, once you start operating on the ground, you start seeing that certain families share phones, employees share phones, groups share phones. It's not a perfect one-to-one mapping between a phone number and an identity. So the second piece there is attribution of data. So I think the sub-bullet point illustrates the question of, so there's one, pricing of the carbon offset is high-level influenced by how important was the carbon from this offset. Versus when you start decentralizing the system and all contributing data, it becomes how important is the data that I contributed to verify this offset? Are all these data contributions fungible? Is one contribution more important or more timely or more hard to obtain than others? I don't have an answer there, but I think there's a lot of smart folks thinking about how to design this sort of system, and would be happy to chat about whoever's interested on that respect. And the second piece is about, limited to crypto-friendly jurisdictions at the moment, Curacao, Philippines, some other places like that. But what happens when that's not an issue, when it's an international effort that doesn't have this limitation? So this, early warnings for all, note this is not a company and this is not necessarily associated with Climate Collective yet. I hope we can all converge at a later date. But the focus here is on adaptation instead of mitigation. Climate change is already here. This is arguably the largest such participatory DMRV system that we have today. So the goal here is to send alerts to the local population at risk of climate events ahead of time. This is done through a collaboration between many different international government agencies who are combining data. In America, that's NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, and a lot of other comparable government agencies who are using weather stations and other observation centers. And also, funding new infrastructure to be able to monitor blind spots. So this, I think, is a very exciting initiative. Firstly, being able to alert people ahead of time if there is an adverse climate-related event that's going to happen and be able to save lives. But the part that I wanted to highlight here is, again, about the trainings and incorporating. So you have establishing these great centers, and then training of employees to process and apply the information in the local context. And I think that is absolutely crucial here. You can build the robot on the left-hand side, but also give the trainings to people on the right-hand side to know how to use it. And again, similar in the second piece, training to equip people to respond on the ground very quickly based on these early warning systems that they're already trained about. So as I said, this might be just outside the bounds of what some of us work on today, but I do think we're all building very valuable solutions that will converge in the not-so-distant future. So with that, I'll start wrapping up. I think the key takeaways here is DMRV systems of varying complexity. I think that's quite an important piece. They don't have to be super complicated. Some of them do, some of them don't. But DMRV systems of varying complexity will increase the transparency and participation in markets for environmental assets, both on the supply side and on the demand side. Once things are a lot more transparent, it gives buyers a lot more conviction of this is indeed happening. The second piece is that DMRV systems can support the scalable decentralization of data collection, processing, validation, compensation as well. I think we'll hear a lot more about CO2 storage and the interesting use cases that a lot of different companies have done to illustrate the scalable decentralization of the collection and processing particularly. Then the third piece is that participatory design, providing opportunities for individuals to contribute to systems, also presents opportunities for jobs, training, infrastructure, and as Cello calls it, prosperity for all. So with that, I'll wrap up. If there's any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you, Nirvan. That was really, really amazing. I really love the framing of the participatory design approach, and those mid-journey images are amazing.
They really are.
We do have time, while we set up for a panel, we do have time for one question. So if anybody has a quick one, we can take that now. Yeah? Please.
I'm curious if any projects are working with local indigenous communities.
Certainly, and I think you'll hear a bit about from Gainforest later. They certainly are, and there's some operational challenges there. I mean, some of it's not even, for example, there might be no cell phone signal in a certain part, so you have to figure out how to deal with that. But all to say, that is definitely trying to go like a ground-up approach.
Wonderful. One more hand for Navon here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And next up on this stage, we have a panel, Land in Refi. But also upstairs, we have a great talk kicking off in just the next few minutes. Maxwell Cantor of Gitcoin upstairs is talking about deploying capital for impact in Web3. But here we have a great panel moderated by my colleague, Caitlin Moore. But also we have Akshay, Isha, and Aaron joining us. And then I believe Gloria is going to be attending virtually. So should be an awesome panel. Caitlin?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Hello, everybody. Very excited for this panel today. Come on up. We got Aaron Murphy from TOEFL, Isha from Cello, Akshay from Ostrom, and hopefully Gloria joining us virtually. All right. I must say, I have been very, very excited for this for a long time. Caitlin, Filecoin Green Team, my background is in social impact, so as much as I love the technology that a lot of this refi stuff enables and like the technology behind it, the logic behind it, I really care about on-the-ground impacts. And so that's what we're going to talk about today with this panel. Okay. I guess to get us started, while we're waiting for Gloria to pull up, we'll have our, there she is. Hello, Gloria. We will have everybody introduce themselves, introduce your projects. I really would love to hear from you all how you're thinking about refi in the work that you're doing, and specifically, what does it mean to have like real world impacts? What does that mean to you in the work that you're doing? So I guess let's start with you, Gloria. Good morning, good afternoon. I believe it is where you are.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm in Zuzalo here in Montenegro, building a full network stake, leading public goods week for a supermodular. But I was able to step away and talk a little bit more about refi DRC and that project. Just a little bit of my background. My bachelor's degree is in environmental studies. My master's degree is in computer science, and so I have this love for both like environment and for computers and solutions I can provide. But with refi DRC, my whole family comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I was the first person born outside of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I was born in Orange County. So this project is something that one day my mom had asked me specifically like what we could do in order to like benefit our family back in the DRC, and simultaneously there was a discussion in a Discord about refi and like refi in the DRC that spawned a whole like redemption DAO, and so I was part of that, and I feel like it's a good bridge for me to put my love for blockchain and all the work that I do there, but also be able to like benefit my family and those that are actually on the ground in the Congo, in the jungles of the Congo, and have them like have longevity. So it gets to be the best of both worlds for me.
Amazing. It's so glad to have you virtually. Pass it to you now, Aaron.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Murphy. I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Topple. Topple's a public permissionless layer 0 or modular chain. Been around for about 6 years and really focused on, answering this question: how can we build a blockchain specifically for sustainability and impact use cases? If you want to hear us shill a little bit more, that'll be in about 40 minutes for our talk. But my background is also mostly in social impact. So I work in development finance and in international development and economic development aid. Was mostly based in Eastern Europe and South Asia, so Ukraine, Russia, Moldova, India, and Nepal. And I worked a lot on designing micro-enterprise development programs, and worked on a lot of infrastructure financing, agriculture projects, and I kind of just had this aha moment. I was working in Nepal in 2015 during the earthquakes, and I just was like, this industry is so broken, it's so fractured, billions of dollars pouring into, for the purposes of ostensibly of humanitarian aid. No one knows where it's going. It's being distributed inequitably. And I just kind of was like, this is really not how, I don't want to fight this battle for the rest of my career. So I started a small fair trade fashion business, actually, which is eventually what led me to Topple. I was really interested in supply chain traceability for my projects, for my products, sorry. And so I joined the Topple ecosystem essentially because I literally Googled like ESG blockchains and I found Topple and I was like, oh my God, I love what you're doing. I love the idea of being able to work on somewhat of a bigger scale. And so to your question of how does Topple think about refi, I think we kind of cut our teeth, so to speak, in the supply chain sector, really looking at, I mean, really across verticals, but you know, a lot of supply chains obviously originate in the global south. There's a severe shortage of data about practices, both environmental and social, going on the ground. And Topple was really trying to sort of close this gap. There's another talk, I think, later today with Ned, which I think will be really interesting because he'll kind of dig into this idea of we have to marry the real world economy with Web3. And I think that's something that Topple's also always believed, is that we won't really see mass adoption of Web3 until we can sort of get businesses, corporations on board, ever how long that might take. But so, you know, we kind of started focusing on supply chains. That kind of led us to like the broader sort of refi space, I would say, because essentially a lot of these communities are often really negatively impacted, but they're also sometimes positively impacted, right? We see a growth of, you know, fair trade or sort of eco-friendly, whatever that means, projects that are focusing on, you know, empowering communities. And for those people who are really kind of putting their money where their mouth is in their supply chains, we wanted to sort of understand, like, is there value that these companies can get out of this? Because if there is, like, we have to incentivize more of it. If there is no incentive, financial incentive for companies to do the right thing, we won't see it. It won't be sustainable. I mean, and we have like millennia of human history to prove that. So that's sort of what Topple's been working on.
Amazing. Isha, I will pass it to you, ask you the same question. How are you guys thinking about real world impacts at Cello?
Thank you. Just to quickly introduce Cello to some of you who may not be aware. Cello is a layer 1 blockchain. We're very refi focused, and that's been our mission from day one. And when I say refi focused, I think our first block was offsetting the carbon emissions that the chain was going to make. And so, like, clearly from day one, that's been a really big mission for the chain and for our founders. And I'm going to go a little bit of why I think I've joined Cello. So my background is I was in traditional finance and I did fintech, but I also grew up in like Africa, and I'm Indian, and I see like financial inequalities all through my life, And so for me, like a big part of like working in Web3 is like, I've seen this technology exists. It's very, very cool technology. We can bring this technology to places where financial infrastructure doesn't exist, right? And sometimes that's really great because there's no legacy systems to kind of break down, barriers to kind of, I mean, if you want to reinvent the financial infrastructure of the US or the developed world, that's really hard to do, right? But go put financial infrastructure or this kind of infrastructure in countries where this doesn't exist is easier to do. And so one of the reasons I'm at Cello is like, hey, how do we like bridge this gap of like, we have this really cool technology. That technology can do so much. It can bring up so much economic prosperity, financial inclusion, climate change, right? How do we kind of bring real world use cases and apply this technology in a way that kind of like, I don't want to say bottom of the pyramid because that's not kind, but I want to say places where this infrastructure doesn't exist and bring economic prosperity to those kind of places, right? Because when you talk about prosperity, there's economic clearly, but some places have natural prosperity. I come from Kenya. We used to have so much natural prosperity, and I keep talking about this. When I grew up, from the airport to the city, right, you could see zebra crossing. And like, I learned the concept of zebra crossing by a literal zebra crossing the road. And my mom telling me, oh, that's why it's called a zebra crossing, because it's like black and white, and like, look at the zebra crossing. And I can't see that anymore. It's like in one generation, right? Like we're like losing so much of this ecological, I don't want to say like ecological capital, in one generation, my kids will not see it, like, and the generations after it will not see it, and it's so sad. And so, like, why am I not, like, and the reason for me joining these kind of places is, like, I need to be contributing towards that, contributing towards giving back to that kind of, like, impact, right? I could be contributing to, like, a private equity fund, which is what I was doing a while back, right? But is that good for, like, the next generation? Am I building something for the next generation? Not really, right? And so, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm at Salo. And, like, at Salo, we really, really believe about real-world use cases, whether that's, like, UBI, a lot of the stuff, the climate collect, Nirvan just spoke about, like, a lot of the climate collect stuff is all built on Salo. Gainforest is here, another project on Salo. So, like, we really, really believe in, like, climate is one of the bigger use cases, but me specifically, because I'm head of DeFi at Salo, I also look at, like, financial inclusion, building out, like, financial inclusion at the local level, at the community level. Yeah, so that's a little bit about me.
Okay, thanks everyone. I'm Akshay from Ostrom. We're a natural capital valuation and ecosystem service valuation methodology. I guess just a little bit about me. I have a background in urban and environmental planning. Used to work as sort of a consultant for environmental consultancy groups back in the day, and sort of decided to transition to this. I think the way we started off really was we had a thought about how this thing could work, and we had a community that we wanted to work with. So I'll talk about both of those things. The community we wanted to work with is in Kamukunji in Nairobi, and they approached us at one point saying that, you know, we have this asset that we've been taking care of, this ecological asset, and we've been taking care of it for about 10, 20 years. And we want to figure out how we can continue doing that while not having to put in our own money for doing it. And that really kickstarted our thought process into how can this ecosystem's value and the services that this ecosystem provides, the value of those be used to compensate the people who are taking care of it, who are stewarding it, who are sort of spending their time for it. So just going back to sort of what Caitlin asked at the beginning, which is about what we are thinking about refi, and I think for me also it's like, if we can tie together these positive externalities with wealth creation, income generation for people who are contributing to those processes, we probably have achieved what we have set out to achieve at least. And that entire spectrum of all the questions, all the challenges associated with that sentence is probably what refi is at this point for us.
Amazing. It is so incredible I could literally sit here all day and talk about all the amazing work all of you guys are doing, but we only have 40 minutes, so I'll reel it in a little bit. Actually, I would actually love to start with you and ask you, this is for the panel, but starting with you, what does like Web3 technology and blockchain or what you guys are doing at Ostrom, like what is that unlocking for land specifically that you think is maybe missing in like the Web2 world or how things have been done up to this point?
So there's two questions here, I think,
yeah.
Which is there is the question of like what exists, and I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that at least in the global south, carbon projects or nature-based carbon projects will not be able to have the same kind of impact that they have in the West because most tenure is customary. People don't own land in the same way. There's not a lot of title deeds and things like that going around. So we need a method to detach ownership from impact. The fact that you're creating impact has to be valued separately, and the fact that you have ownership over land has to be valued separately. And if we're able to come to a point where we can do that, we might be able to sort of actually redirect the positives towards people who are making that impact. So from the perspective of land, it's like from my own context, the community that we're working with does not own the parcel of land that they're working on right now. They've just taken care of it because it's an asset that they have. It's something they've shared for a long time. For them, right now, Web3 means nothing. I'm sorry to say, but it just means nothing. It's just a tool. It's a means to an end for us. For them, it's as good as just internet on the phone. But what I have started to notice like very recently is that with the coming of other tools that allow them to utilize the benefits that they're able to generate from Web3, they've become more sort of open to it. And I mean, I see that as sort of a way forward because the more acceptance this gains, the more means I have to sort of communicate with the community better.
Yeah. Firstly, I think it's incredible that Web3 means nothing to your community because that's what we want. More distance from Web3 as yeah, it's great. But like from a seller perspective, I think we have some really cool ecosystem projects that are building interesting use cases for land. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. I know Nirvan spoke a little bit about Collectivo that does geo-NFTs. And then we also have this really cool project called Colors that is doing land restoration in Patagonia. And essentially what they're doing is you get an NFT for the land, parcel of land, and all the restoration is literally what you get the NFT for. And so it's like figuring out ways in which you could use land as an asset. And like he said, right, like land ownership and land rights, kind of separating the two, but also there's a lot of ecosystem projects that are using land, just like the right over the land and using that, bringing that to Web3 and preserving and conservation of that land. And then me sitting in Boston could like buy this NFT and like buy into the fact that like Colors will do restoration for this parcel of land in Patagonia, and apparently they do more carbon offsetting in Patagonia than they do even in the Amazon. So you could have really interesting uses for land and have like a lot more institutional capital kind of flowing in that doesn't really go to Patagonia to buy that parcel of land, or even retail capital, people like us who are passionate about conservation of land and conservation of the environment kind of participate. So it kind of opens up the participation. And then land again, right, is like he mentioned, like land is separate, land rights are separate to land conservation. And so Web3 also opens up the transparency of Web3 opens up the avenue for land rights. We have a few projects that are like, they do farming in Kenya, for instance, right? And the farmers on the ground have this random piece of paper that says that this land was allocated to them 100 years ago. Can they sell this land right now? Not really, because that paper, like there'll be somebody in the ministry who'll say this paper is not legal anymore, right? Can we then now use Web3 to have this ownership actually be owned by the landholders? Can we like, I'm not saying this can happen today, right? A lot of work needs to go from a political perspective, from like local jurisdiction, advocacy, but like Web3 has this really incredible opportunity to say, how do we bring land titles also in a clear, transparent way to like bottom of the pyramid in the global south, right? If, for instance, you have ownership or leasehold ownership, a lot of countries like India, for instance, you can lease land for 100 years, and you think that that's your land, right? 100 years is 3 generations, honestly. And after 100 years, if the king of that city-state comes back and says, hey, this land is ours, and you've built all your wealth based on a shop there or based on some commercial asset there, then what does that mean? But if we put this as like a token, right, on Web3, if you tokenize this land asset, there's like transparency. Oh, this token's going to expire in 100 years. Can we plan for it, right? Because if it's in a paper somewhere in some cupboard that nobody's looked at, like, it doesn't matter. But like, to think about like really interesting use cases of Web3 for land ownership as well as like land rights, I think is important.
I could not agree more, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because I feel like a lot of times in this space we have just in general, like a very carbon-focused, carbon credits, carbon offsets, all of that, but hearing about like these amazing, impactful other areas that people are doing work in is incredible.
Yeah, so I think to dovetail on what you were saying, Tupple's been really thinking about this issue of disputes and settlement, and there's obviously like big gaps, right? So the piece of paper that you're talking about, and this obviously gets very complicated, specifically across the global south. But I mean, even here in the States, right? It's like some brother has a house that is deed inherited with like 6 other siblings, and 2 want to sell, 3 don't, and right, who actually gets to make the call? But we don't have what we're sort of missing is this ability to kind of talk to private data and private databases. And what we're kind of excited about with the smart contract language we've chosen, which is DAML, digital asset modeling language, is that we feel like this does act as kind of a bridge, because ultimately, and this is sort of crass, but like land disputes literally, kind of often come down to like gunfights, right? So you're talking about, you can how can you enforce dispute settlements? Well, you can give people tools like Web3, or you can give them guns. In a lot of places, this is the reality on the ground. And I think that's the other part is what we see in a lot of communities is when you actually, and I think everyone up on the stage sort of mirrors this, but Topple really believes in having boots on the ground, and that's hard and it's not very scalable. It's taken us a long time to build our ecosystem. It's probably not like the most exciting thing for our investors, to be honest, right? But at the same time, I think we take a lot of pride in the fact that we do have real connections and real contacts with people in communities that they know better, right? How to take stewardship of their land. And I think when it comes to, as you mentioned, the carbon space, I mean, I think we work with a lot of really incredible carbon projects. Some of them are really focused on, I think what's interesting is they're all really niche, right? So instead of, they're really trying to answer to some of the larger, almost like hegemonic forces in the carbon space right now and say, no, we're actually just experts in like soil sequestration or grassland sequestration in like this part of West Africa or this part of South Texas. And, you know, as a Texas-born company, Topple, I think one like really big success is I think we've really been able to see that ranchers actually believe in climate change. And so there's a project we work with specifically that works with American ranchers and helping them to understand like how they can actually, we can financially incentivize them to take better stewardship practices. But I think two other projects that I think are worth mentioning that are actually not building on Topple, but I just love these projects and they're very much so in the SBS ecosystem are CocoDAO. So they were at the Twitter space. I think what Anna Maria is doing is absolutely incredible, right? So she has this sort of vision for incentivizing people in mostly indigenous communities in Southern Colombia. And but these people need to be rewarded for doing this, right? Like, so it's essentially like, how can they play a part in preventing deforestation? It's a lot easier and, you know, sort of more expedient for them to deforest and make money, especially as many of these people are living on less than $2 a day. So we really won't be able to see like true community involvement, in my opinion, until we can actually incentivize. And in a lot of ways, some of these incentives like bounties, which I think are really interesting, right? Where you can have community sort of buy-in, people who can say, look, like this person over here, this farmer is violating like our protocol, or this person over here has been acting, is like a malicious actor. But even that, right, there's like on-the-ground ramifications for that type of reporting, right? These are ultimately, a lot of them, like really small communities where it's going to be pretty easy to figure out who submitted that complaint or who reported that bounty. And so I think we just really, what we try to focus on at Topple is really trying to understand how you translate what happens in these pretty conference rooms into like what actual on-the-ground ramifications are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's actually a beautiful segue to you, Gloria. I'd love your take on this question of, you know, like what is Web3 unlocking for land specifically on the ground? What are some of the use cases that you find most interesting? I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yeah, for me it's a really interesting perspective because like I come from the technology background, but I'm like the one technical person in my family. So like anything technology doesn't mean like really much to like my mom and like the people who I know actually on the ground, other than like the actual technical needs for the day-to-day. So like having a phone, having a laptop, and having access for that. What runs the technology, what runs the underlying technology, they're like not really invested in. But it's been interesting to have, my mom is like the translator on my calls sometimes, and so she's translating all of these very technical discussions, and it's like the first time she's becoming aware of what can possibly be happening, and I tend to be like the bridge behind it. One of the things that is really fascinating for me is like because of my perspective in Web3, I've been able to like know that if we include builders, like they can build what needs to be happening, right, in general with builders. And then you can always put bounties out to like fund it. That's the Getcoin way, is to create like, you know, mechanisms to have public funding of it. So I know that like funding won't really be a hurdle, or like building something, making something exist is not really like an actual hurdle. Like if you build it, they can come. But what's the actual hurdle is like listening to the people on the grassroots and seeing what their actual needs are and letting them delegate like the way that we have to go. And so a lot of times when people are not understanding like, or don't have the connections to the grassroots people actually do have their connections. They just have to have like, be brought to the table and have that be brought into the discussion. And what's hard in Web3 is like Web3 has its own like culture of how like we move and how we speed and like how we raise funds and just go, go, go. And then sometimes grassroots runs on like, you know, at least in my case, it runs on Congolese time. And like there's been a very deep history of distress and like not really trusting other people to have the best intentions of the use of the land and the use of them, specifically like the economic incentives of it. And the people who are on the land, they themselves know the resources of the land the best, you know, and how to best use it. And so the one difficulty that constantly comes out for refi DRC was like when the land that is available, and just to back a little bit, the land that's available in the DRC is being up for auction, and there are like these, I think 26 big parcels of land. And so the Web3 community wanted to put a bid on the land in order to use it for regenerative purposes rather than to have like an oil company or someone else use it to extract the value of the land. And so the problem that we usually face is that the people who are on the ground, they do want regenerative uses of it, but they also have direct financial needs. And so it's trying to convey to people in something that's like not directly tangible that like, hey, there's a way to like aid in your long-term goal rather than to have this like short-term solution. And so sometimes that is difficult. But the people who I've interacted with grassroots-wise, they are much more impacted by like things of bounties or things to get in their hands, their immediate leads, things that will allow them to run their grassroots efforts a little bit more efficiently. And then secondary needs are like things that Web3 can come through and bring. But overall, I feel like the main thing that we can do is bring a lot more transparency into how things are going and things are being funded. And that's been like the most impactful for people. So yeah, if that makes sense. Like the raising of the funds and things of that nature, sometimes it's that part of it that seems difficult is actually much easier, but it's actually getting like people to lead, like having awareness of historical things that have happened and giving equity to the people who are on the grassroots for them to lead and them to say the direction that they want to go, recognizing that they are the leaders of the land rights.
Absolutely, and I mean, I feel like all of you kind of mentioned this in your response, but for me personally, I see land as so tied to the people that are a part of that land. And another question that I wanted to ask you all is, what are the ways that you are engaging with indigenous people, locals in like these processes and getting them involved in this? I mean, as great as it is to have like phenomenal technical knowledge and being able to like explain that, I think one of the things that is really important and that can oftentimes be undervalued sometimes, not just in like the Web3 ecosystem, but just generally is like indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge. So I would love to hear about the ways that you guys are all thinking of and working with local communities and engaging them in these like real world impacts, moving beyond the digital world to like actual real world. I don't know if anybody particularly would like to take the lead on that. Maybe, yeah?
Yeah, so admittedly, I think our work with actual indigenous populations is pretty small. There's a project in Indonesia and one in Colombia that do work with, but that's only 2 projects that I can think of that are, I mean, a lot of the rest of our projects obviously are working with local communities, but they're not really classified specifically as indigenous. The project in Indonesia, I think, is really interesting because this is a nutmeg project, a nutmeg traceability project, right? Huge legacies of Dutch colonialism in Indonesia, extracting massive amounts of nutmeg and other sort of natural resources for years. And now I think it's interesting that this is a Dutch company that's kind of rolled out this project. And essentially what they're doing is working with nutmeg farmers in really rural parts of Indonesia to really understand regenerative farming practices and actually be able to reward through basically a green premium for these products. So as I mentioned earlier, Topple does a lot of traceability when it comes to the sourcing of nutmeg and other spices. If you can actually sort of tell and prove to your buyers that, hey, this nutmeg was actually grown in a regenerative fashion, and here's the data, right? So they actually we were able to roll this out on a feature phone, which I thought was really exciting because like smartphone penetration is still pretty low in rural Indonesia. So where farmers can actually attest to, oh, I was actually paid like X amount on this day. I turned over this amount of nutmeg, and like didn't use pesticides or, if you actually go and look, and I'm happy to send the link to anyone who's interested, you can actually see where farmers were not paid, right? And so whenever people kind of ask the question, well, like blockchain can't fix everything. I mean, of course, like I think most people in this room would be the first to tell you that. But what it can do is it is this ledger of what did and did not happen, right? So when there are bad practices, it is recorded and it is immutable, right? So in the case of a farmer who wasn't paid the $10 a kilogram that he was supposed to or she was supposed to get paid, that data is available. And so, of course, that action and that negative externality is still present, but there's an account of it, and that can be taken into the price calculation, right? And so I think that's kind of one of the communities that I think we work sort of most closely with. And then just because we have so much focus on agriculture, you don't have to tell people in Tanzania and Kenya that climate change is a thing, right? Like they get it. It's pretty obvious. And so for a lot of them, the projects that we work with a lot in coffee, we're really trying to incentivize agroforestry practices, for example, in coffee. And I think for anyone who was at SBS Colombia or Bogota, we saw a lot of projects working on this exact topic. And I think that in general, again, it kind of comes back to this green premium, which maybe isn't that sustainable in the long run, because at the end of the day, coffee really is a commodity. But as we do see a sort of uptick in coffee trading and specialty coffee trading specifically, and buyers focusing on supply chains, we do see this more sort of buy-in for these types of increased traceability projects.
Yeah, I think I can go next.
Yeah.
Hopefully I won't have a coughing fit again. I'm sorry about that. So there's like a lot of really cool projects in the Zello ecosystem that actually work with local communities, and I'm gonna like kind of bucket them into a couple of. So we have a few projects that do community currencies, right? We clearly have a lack of credit and lack of capital in a lot of these like global south, bottom of the pyramid communities. And so like instead of getting external capital, how do we generate like a method of community currency where you don't need an external capital provider to kind of come in and like say, hey, this is money. How do we kind of just, because essentially money is just like ledger entries, right? At the end of the day, we learned that in Economics 101. And so why can't we do that on our own? We have this really cool technology. Why can't we do that? And so we have Qualitative, who's doing this in Carousel. We have Resource Network. They have a bunch of like community currency projects. They started with one in the US, and now they've kind of gone all over Kenya, Uganda, South Africa. And so there's a lot of like community currency projects. So you don't even really need external capital. You can buy and trade using this community currency, and you settle with this community currency. And so essentially it's like, hey, community, this is like something that you can like build and grow whatever you want. And the community gets to decide what is incentivized, right? If the incentivization is regeneration of land, then you get more currency towards that. The community gets to decide what the price of that is, right? Collectivo does a really good job of this. And so like you get to decide the community, like what are your main priorities, right? And then also, like, you can do a lot of interesting things like peer-to-peer lending with these community currencies, right? You can do, so you're like completely taking out the external capital element from this, right? You're just giving the community like a way for them to be completely independent of like all externalities, which I think should be the way forward. That's just my radical view. But yeah, we should be like one of the way forwards, right? And then also like listening to the community is really important. We did a pilot in Kenya for like farmers there. And we went there and we were like, oh, we're taking this really incredible solution there. And it's all like feature phone enabled, right? And you're like, oh, we've even thought of it like that. Like they will not have like a smartphone, it's features phone enabled. You go there and you're like, can you just use this USSD code to access this loan, right? Simple, right? The community over there didn't even have enough money to send this one text message. And for all of us sitting in like wherever we're sitting now here, right? You don't think of these things, right? And so like building solutions that are like grassroots, bottom, and like listening to communities of what they need. It's easy for me to go there and give like a workshop of this is how you access a loan, right? But like thinking of it like, no, this needs to be coming from the community because trust is built from within the community. I can't go there and say, take this money and you can repay me in 3 months, right? Me saying that, whereas some like a leader in their own community saying that is extremely different, right? And so like at Cello, we kind of think about like, and it's not the Cello, it's like our ecosystem projects are so incredible. They always are thinking about like, what is really new, interesting ways of like engaging the community. Gain Forest, for instance, kind of like gave back to the community through MRV and things like that. So it's always like thinking of like, how do you give back to the community that you're pulling from, right? In like new, interesting, unique fashion, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think what Isha just said makes a lot of sense to me as well, because we've been doing this for like some time now, and one of the rules that we've developed over time is that no tool will be built until that tool has been discussed with the community first. So, because when we started out, we were kind of, like, I'll just give you an example. We started out, we wanted to collect data about all the ecosystem assets, so trees, plants, whatever. And we built out this really cool GIS-based application where you could tap and you could sort of could drop the coordinates, image, everything will come in very nicely. It'll show up on a map in the backend very quickly. The community didn't get it. They didn't want to use it. It was too data heavy. Internet was slow, so it didn't help in sort of just doing anything with it. We built a Excel sheet Google form kind of thing, and they were cool with that. But because it's a light page, they get it. It has translation, which is an important thing. We could sort of add the coordinates. Someone else on our team would add the coordinates in, drop a point, and then add a reference number and add the coordinates at a later point. Increases our workload, but just it gives you perspective into the fact that there is a you need to know what will serve the end community best, and then you can sort of model these things later. Sorry, I got lost in the story and I forgot what we were talking about.
Just like how you're working with, you're nailing it, how you're working with local indigenous communities, like how crucial that is for the work that you guys are doing and having that traditional knowledge.
Oh yeah, thanks. So I think we start off by building like, this might be a bad example, but I think 10 hours spent with community equals 1 unit of trust. You need 5 units of trust to start operating. You need 10 units of trust to start operating with money. And you need 15 units of trust for them to trust you with their money, or even more probably. So we've spent some time with them. So we're at 10 units of trust right now, I think. And that means that we can work with them pretty easily. There is still like a gap in terms of how our tools are built versus how communication happens locally. I think, for example, like again, I'll go into these stories a little bit. We were sort of trying to understand their local governance and how they do it. And we asked them, where does the council meet? And they were like, last time we met at the market when we all went to shop. And the time before that, we met at the soccer field. And the time before that, we met. And this is just like all over the place. So to translate this into a governance model is really difficult. And I can't really take a governance model that exists and apply it there, because it will never work. So I mean, I'm just throwing the questions that we're dealing with out there. We don't have any answers yet. Yeah. We will discover them as we go along this process, like everyone in the ecosystem will. But I feel like it's an interesting sort of set of problems that we're solving for right now with these sort of governance issues and financial issues. As much as possible, if we can do it, like Isha said, bottom up, it helps like towards the end.
Absolutely. Well, I literally could talk about this all day with all of you guys. You are phenomenal. I want to close us out and kind of bring us home here and leave room for some questions as well from the audience. I would love to ask each of you in 60 seconds to tell me, where would you like to see this refi space in a year from now? And again, specifically focusing on like real world impacts. What real world impacts would you like to see 1 year from now? I'm sure we can like dream and imagine 5 years from now and 10 years from now, this beautiful world that we're living in. But I really want to focus in on like 1 year from now, where would you like to see this space? And then also call to action. Let us know where we can get connected with each of you and your projects, how people can get involved. And the challenge is to do that in 60 seconds. Just give me your best elevator pitch.
I think for us, I think it's about setting realistic goals for where each network or each project sees themselves, right? And for us, we really want to see 3 million people across the global south interacting with the Topple blockchain in 18 months' time. We're a lot earlier stage, obviously, than Celo and some other networks. And we really want to see 5,000 projects across the global south interacting with the Topple blockchain. To make that possible, what I'd really like to see sort of take root in refi, and to earlier points that were made, is the community doesn't care about Web3. Well, like most people don't care about Web3. And one of the biggest problems that we have is the user experience is just absolutely clunky and terrible. So we spend a lot of time on the products that we design for these communities. Again, it's painstaking, right? Like what are the levels of literacy? What are the levels of numeracy? This needs to be a very sort of image-heavy application, or it needs to be, something that someone in a rural area who's never finished, school can use. And I think that that's hard, and blockchain people tend to be like feature crazy. And we kind of need to just simplify and focus on what's important. And I think that we're figuring that out, but I think that's a trend that I'd really love to see come to fruition. It's just like simplification of user experience.
1 year from today, I don't want to go on any calls defining what refi is. I would love that. I want just everybody to know what refi is. And Web3, non-Web3, refi should just be a thing. 1 year from today, I shouldn't be sitting here. I should just have a bunch of Celo builders and non-Celo builders talking about this. And they should be talking about like real world use cases that have like really grown exponentially. And when I say real world use cases in like the global south, where they've had like impact for like the kind of like move the economies and those communities like by today. And then I know you said, where can you kind of learn more about Celo? Please go to celo.org. We have a really incredible community of builders and developers and investors too, that kind of like all are very
more alternative models apart from carbon credits are around, and some of them are accepted widely for us to sort of do more things, and we can go from there.
All right. We're going to roll right along. Thank you all. Ecosystem, from sustainable finance to DMRV, under the sun. So without further ado, Wes.
Thanks, Mark. So I want to kick off by just saying thank you to the Filecoin Green team, Protocol Labs team for throwing a great event and having us here to speak. It's exciting to be here. This is my second SBS following the one we did in Paris last year. And we're excited to follow up on that conversation on not just an ecosystem that we're building, not just a grant fund, but what the promise and potential to solve the biggest challenges we have of the day. And can we go to the next slide? Is there a clicker? Clicker, okay, cool. So the problems that they're solving. we generally don't use tools that are both strategic in terms of the 1.5 and 2 degree goals and pathways, but also tactically, those challenges need to be addressed point by point, data point by data point, community by community, financial flow by financial flow. And we've broken that down into a lack of auditability from a financial system, understanding audit and verification and project data, looking at things like estimates as potentially being part of the problem where we need to have more direct monitoring. And part of the issue is those estimates are based on analog systems because we don't have systems today that enable digital pathways for us to actually understand primary data versus indirect data. And when we have those digital pathways, of course, we can make better decisions based on pricing for data, pricing for those assets, and we can ultimately build markets that we understand the context of an action to a payment, assets, data points, and ultimately, oftentimes tokens on a public ledger. The data needs to be auditable, financial systems need to be auditable, information needs to be discoverable. It can't just be data. We have to be able to read it, with our own 2 eyes and understand what that information is going to look like. And ultimately, where liquidity makes sense, and not every asset needs liquidity, sometimes it's investment in our communities, but in things like carbon credits, we need to be able to invest and trade to get to net zero outcomes. And so from an HBAR Foundation perspective, we're thinking about this in 5 key goals in terms of bringing the balance sheet of the planet to the public ledger. We think making climate finance auditable, digitizing and open sourcing methodologies, scaling validation and verification, discovering a global carbon and climate asset price, and making ESG reporting credible are those key goals. It means we need to improve the systems we have today. We do not need to destroy them. We need to take those systems, evolve them to their next versions, and make sure we use tools like protocols to evolve the platforms that we have today. And we think about this in the type of a market infrastructure. Oftentimes in carbon credits, we have a supply and demand. And it's pretty easy for folks to understand that if I'm going to be an emitter, I need to do something to offset that. They understand that there's different companies, corporations, countries who are going to have specific goals, whether they're local to their footprint or national, which is an aggregation of footprints. And of course, this goes down to a project level. You need project level accounting following a specific series of rules or sets of rules that rolls up into national accounting strategies. But in every project, you have actors, you have data that they're producing, and you have different project types or rule sets that they're following, tied to a unit of outcome. On Hedera, that ultimately at the lowest level, or that technical level, means you need an audit log where those actors are reporting information tied to an identifier. That doesn't necessarily need to be an account, that doesn't need to necessarily be tied to their personally identifiable information or a device's ID, but oftentimes it is. And we can selectively disclose that information following those different rule sets to get to a tokenized outcome that can ultimately be traded. Of course, the Guardian, which is kind of our keystone tool, allows you to digitize rule sets that allows those roles to be mapped, actors to plug into those roles, and when data is produced following those series of roles to link to something like a metric ton or a megaliter of water. And those could be emissions, those could be offsets, or it could be a biodiversity unit. It doesn't always have to be a metric ton. And those methodologies, they're built in JSON, they're not built in Solidity, they're not built in complex programming languages. And as evidenced by this great hackathon that Filecoin Green methodology background. And they're starting from scratch and able to take the environmental rule sets of today and build them out to be able to issue example credits in the case of our hackathon, but in the real world, we're seeing folks issue credits of being able to be sold for high prices because they have better transparency, better links of data to the attributes that are being derived from them, and better sourcing of those roles and actors who are fulfilling them, so we can show financial transparency going back to farmers, we just heard about land use in the previous panel, going back to different participants in the value chain, so that we can not just see financial transparency, but data transparency to that unit of value. And of course, that matters not just to companies who are buying credits or in terms of our accounting structures. It matters to auditors to be able to see that information. It matters to the entire market's confidence, right? If we can understand these different relationships, we can have better confidence in our markets. And so the way that we've invested, because we're a grant fund ultimately, the Sustainable Impact Fund at the HBAR Foundation, we've invested across the different areas in this value chain, across these supply and demand markets. And so we've invested in areas like project funding. You'll see projects here like EverCity, who received a grant. They focus on green bonds, carbon forwards, and even carbon forward attached green bonds, so we can improve the rate of return, but also have financial auditability in that project funding phase. We have the market supply that we showed on the previous slide, those methodologies, those digitized and open source methodologies. We invest in different projects and portfolios of projects so we can have the largest methodology library in the world of those digitized and open source methodologies. And that's the largest today that we're aware of. That all uses the Guardian. That means anyone can take a methodology off the shelf, create a project, and when they create that project, they can compare the rules, whether they're using Vera's rules, gold standards rules, CDM's rules, or different emissions accounting systems to each other, line by line, and understand the answers line by line, and see the percentage difference, and understand the attributes. That's something that we don't think has been done before. We've showed that recently in an example where we compared Vera's VM0017 to VM0042, which is an Afalu methodology to an Afalu methodology, 1-to-1, and we could show the difference. We're now going to go ahead and show that again, Vera to gold standard this coming month, just to give an illustrative example of what could be. And those are the types of things we think about in the market supply. Now that we can compare, can we get to better pricing for specific roles and actors in a methodology, not just methodology to methodology, metric ton to metric ton, but attribute to attribute. Of course, we need better visualization for that. We invest across data management and tooling to be able to better visualize these systems. We invest in new types of market mechanisms, and I think this is really important. New types of market mechanisms that actually understand the attributes. They don't just understand a methodology and a metric ton. We can actually put pricing on financial attributes. Who is getting paid? What percentage are they getting paid out of a carbon project? What percentage are they getting paid out of a biodiversity project? Are they doing payments for ecosystem services, or are they just doing payment to a financier? You know, those are the types of things we're thinking about in our market mechanisms and putting context on the markets that exist. Of course, that makes it easier for buyers, whether they're buying country by country, emission type by emission type, to be able to better match their impact on the planet. And ultimately, what we want to see is when we have these contextual assets in the climate markets, like offsets, like biodiversity assets, and we have contextual liabilities, like emissions, because we can use those same measurement, reporting, and verification systems on emissions or any other type of consumptive activity or extractive activity. We can actually automate all this information from an ESG reporting perspective to say, well, if I want to go and submit a CDP in the future, could I take a token and use it as a data automation mechanism so I don't have to do complex work because I already have gotten it off of reports and sensors that are tied to these assets on this balance sheet. And ultimately we see that as the balance sheet of our planet. And that should be used from a reporting perspective to make life easier for enterprises and companies and make it a logical business solution that I would use tokens that have audit trails tied to every role and actor to do my reporting. And this is mapped in the ecosystem on Hedera. So what you see here is the entire flow, all the way from forwards or green bonds into measurement, reporting, and verification tied to project developers, projects, VVBs, registries, some with examples of companies in our ecosystem that go through the Guardian to create different accounts on Hedera and wallets where tokens are going to be held, but they're not just token wallets, they're identity wallets as well. One thing I do want to highlight, those identity wallets have credentials built in where you can selectively disclose information that considers privacy of users, which today isn't necessarily considered in the carbon markets. The registries, they post a PDF and say it's incumbent on folks to withhold information to follow GDPR, but if you go look at those PDFs that are in the different registries, I don't know if that's something that is happening today. And that's an opportunity we have as a Web3 marketplace to enable protecting of user identities and privacy in the context of creating these assets. Of course, that can go into liquidity pools if it's a forward. It can go into complex contextual markets like Tollum Earth, who are running this tool called the ARM, the Automated Regression Market Maker, which I believe is the first open source, fully open source marketplace of its type in the Web3 ecosystem for an AMM for NFTs. Anyone can take it, fork it, or run a managed service of it today. And they could go into other, more asset-by-asset marketplaces like Dobu. They can go into bridges. They can go into derivatives platforms, synthetics, or even just be bought for ESG reporting, all on Hedera today. And so I want to talk about a couple examples, and I mentioned EverCity earlier at the start of that flow. So EverCity is a Berlin-based company. Alexi's in the room here today. And EverCity has been building sustainable debt solutions, but actually going back, they were the first company in Web3 to issue a carbon credit in a previous organization on, they issued on Ethereum blockchain in 2017, first carbon credit transaction. And the lessons they learned have brought them into the sustainable debt market, where they're now making it easier to actually issue those credits. And the ease of issuing the credits is because they start with the requirements of the carbon markets. They start with a project idea note, going into a project description or design document, so that we can actually issue a forward based on the credibility of the audit trail of when I came up with the idea, understanding the project developers, understanding who the VVB is, following a methodology that they help the project select. And that helps them issue forwards in a way where we can actually not just understand the structuring, the issuance, the monitoring, reporting, but understand the roles and actors involved, how the payment goes back to those different participants, and issues assets that are contextual both in data, but as well as financing. That can be deposited into different financial flows and structures. I'm not going to explain this slide in full detail, but it could be done in a bond or a forward, and that could go into a liquidity pool where investors can actually see this information. They can actually see where their financial flow is going to go to, back to the communities, back to investors, back to consultants, and you can see the steps they're taking to make the project data more transparent in the process. The idea that you can not just have on-chain verification of a project, but you can have on-chain financial verification, data descriptions that you can check yourself for the first time and understand every single role and actor involved. You know, we have Tollum Earth, who I referenced earlier, is building this open source marketplace. You know, if we look at going beyond forwards and sustainable debt, Tollum Earth has created a market called an automated regression market maker. It's a new type of market mechanism that a company named Block Science came up with in partnership with HBAR Foundation and Hedera. And the ARM allows you to price things based on attributes. Now, historically, most carbon markets pricing is based on environmental attributes. And there's a subjective view on things like co-benefits that enable higher or lower pricing. There's also, questions of the confidence of that environmental data, which also influences the pricing. What Tollum's able to do is take a smart contract that is powered by a machine learning model to understand the context of the information that machine learning model has and put predictive pricing based on that attribute. And what they've gone ahead and said, and as part of a published piece of work with Block Science, is we're going to start with the predictive model, go into paper trading, then go into back trading, and ultimately enable an automated market where that smart contract can actually transact based on the predicted value of the credit to be able to buy or resell that credit within the market maker to other market makers, other market participants, and ultimately enable buyers to use their service to be able to search based on attributes. You can query, buy from hundreds of projects, tens of projects, whatever number of projects that meet your attribute-based requirements, meaning your due diligence could rely on Guardian-based assets with those audit trails, that financial information of the financial flows, the data on the environmental information, and make decisions based on queries, based on what the actual market supply is in real time. And that's a pretty cool project for us because we can change how the market works. We can meet the new types of requirements that are coming out of the Paris Agreement based on these types of mechanisms, these new technologies that value different contexts that they operate in. The last one, I'm going to switch over to the emission side and talk about Fortune 500 companies. So we've talked about two companies who are startups in the Web3 space, but I think it's important to think about institutions. The Hedera Governing Council is a group of companies that run the nodes of the Hedera network. So they're generally the leaders in their industry. If you think of Avery Dennison is the world's largest RFID manufacturer. You have companies like Google, DLA Piper, Tata Communications, Standard Bank, FPOS, Shinhan Bank. You go around the world and you see this selection of companies that have decided to be Web3 leaders, Web3 innovators, and participate in the governance and ownership of Hedera for up to a 6-year, 2-3-year terms or a 6-year term, if they fulfill both terms consecutively. And these innovators are building in sustainability. They're not necessarily all the companies you first think of when you say refi, but I would argue that they may be the biggest companies in sustainability. And Avery Dennison has gone ahead as the world's largest RFID manufacturer, and they're tracking goods on Hedera. And so their digital IDs that they're tracking, and this is part of a feature that's live in production. If you were to go buy Atma Cloud today, or Atma IO, you would be able to connect your products and devices to track digital birth certificates, things like digital product passports, as well as carbon emissions tokens on Hedera. And the idea behind Atma is that every product has a soul. And as part of that soul, not just tracking, but being able to understand your footprint, and ultimately being able to buy carbon reduction tokens so that you can actually prove not just where's my product from, what's my product footprint, but can I offset? And I want to kind of let everyone think about this. So we have our emissions tracking platform in this very specific example, and this is not the only one on Hedera. There's quite a few. This is just the one that I think is illustrative of the full opportunity for the context of this conversation. You have folks like Tolum, where you can buy credits. You have folks like Evercity, who are helping issue credits. And you can look at the entire life cycle of this market from sustainable debt through issuance, trading, and ultimately emissions tracking and retirement. Those are all things you can do on Hedera today, all based on open source code with the world's largest library of digital methodologies that you can take off the shelf and use yourself, or augment to build new methodologies. And so if you go through this life cycle and you say, I want to show the sources of my emissions, I want to display all my emissions, make them discoverable to all my supply chain stakeholders. And if you think about the context of scope 1, 2, and 3, imagine your scope 3 or scope 2 emissions tokens are referencing scope 1 emissions. I can show every regulator exactly where the source of my upstream and downstream emissions are. I can show the improvements and reductions that I'm making in my supply chain. I can show where I can't reduce in my supply chain. I can go buy reductions tokens or offset tokens on Hedera through contextual markets based on where those emissions are happening. And I can show that I'm actually achieving net zero. And by the way, I can take those assets and automatically report them. And that's really what we want to get to. That's our view on infrastructure. That's how we want to bring the balance sheet of the planet to the public ledger. And I'd encourage you to think about that, and feel free to come find us, talk to us, both myself, Jonathan Rakoff are here today, and many members of our ecosystem. And we'd love to help bring that balance sheet of the public planet to the public ledger together with you. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, Wes. It's always a pleasure to hear from you, all the great activity that's taking place in the Hedera ecosystem and everything that you guys are doing to drive that activity. We are moving right along. We are coming up on lunch. Quick plug for that. That'll be downstairs after the next two talks. So next on stage, we have Sam Flanagan to give you a presentation on what we are building, how to talk to non-tech audiences about what we are building, and why the fate of the world depends on it. Very spicy title, so here you go.
All right. Hello everyone. So my name is Sam. Thank you for the introduction. I'm one of the co-founders of Web3 for Good, and we are a media community that talks about all the ways that Web3 technology could be used to make the world a better place. And I think one of the things that makes us unique in the media landscape is that a significant portion of our audience is actually what we would consider like non-technical people, or we call them like traditional, nonprofit, social impact crowd, people that are otherwise pretty skeptical of what we're building. And we have a lot of them that subscribe to our newsletter, which is primarily on Substack right now. So today I want to share some of the practical things that we've learned in the last year of communicating with these people about how to reach them, about what we're building, and get them excited about it. So I know that a lot of people that are here today are probably more on the product technical side, and communications might not be the thing that you're spending all your time on. I totally get that when you're building and you have limited resources, limited funding, limited time, it's not always the first thing that comes to mind. It's not always the first thing that you really can afford to spend time on. So, totally understand that. Please don't forget about it. I know that everyone here is working on some pretty incredible technology that can change the world, really big stuff. And part of that is it's not just doing it in isolation. We really need to bring everyone along if we want to lead and get people excited about it. So, I'm sure everyone's heard, if a tree falls in the woods, is anyone there to hear it, right? We need to be talking about this stuff now. And from my experience, and I think a lot of people here will have this similar experience, because I've heard a lot of people mention in talks today that the community doesn't care about Web3. Well, and I think if we go outside right now and talk to some random person on the street, they're going to have no idea what we're talking about, or they're going to be familiar with things like this. And these are some of the recent crypto scary blockchain headlines that I pulled. And you might be looking at this and thinking, well, this isn't what we're doing. It's totally different. But this is what the average person is seeing. They don't know what refi is and what we're doing with carbon markets and eliminating poverty. And if they're not hearing it from anyone else, this is the stuff that they're seeing all the time. And so it loops in their head, especially if you're working in an industry like policy or a nonprofit or social impact, where there's so much due diligence and attention paid to really wanting to get it right. You don't want to wade into this really sketchy, scammy looking stuff. So this is what we don't want people to think of when they think of this industry. So, why does that actually matter? I know that a lot of people look at that and they say, well, forget it, we're just going to be quiet, we're going to build, we're going to focus on what we're doing. That's actually really dangerous, because when it comes to societal level innovation, you cannot do that in a vacuum. A big component of innovation is actually diversity of thinking and connectivity with the community that we're trying to innovate for. So that means that we need to be reaching out to people that are working on these problems already in different ways, even from a non-technical perspective. And we really do not want to risk alienating them even further, where they look at this industry and they say, I'm not going to touch it, I'm not going to talk to people, I don't want anything to do with it. So this is why I think it's so important that you think about communication. So how do we actually reach the people? So a common misconception with communication is that you get your fancy mission statement, you tell everyone what you're doing, you inspire them, and that's it. They'll get it. Actually, how you communicate with them is so much more important than what you are communicating. So I'm going to share the tips that we have learned at Web3 for Good about how you can actually do that. These are very high level, easy to implement generalization tips, but things that you can do right now in altering your vocabulary, the tools that you use, how you reach out to people. So, a big one, this probably isn't news to anyone, but speaking the language is really big. That's the number one thing that we hear feedback on, is that people don't understand what, refi, you don't know what that means if you're not in the space. We use a lot of jargon in this space. And sometimes it's fun, it's cool, it's a way to kind of be part of an in-group. I was thinking the other day, someone was talking about coordination. We love talking about coordinating, but a lot of times it's just kind of a fancy way of saying organizing, or getting together and working on solving problems. So it's not that you can never use these phrases, right? There's a time and a place, but think about who you're talking to and how you can say it in a much simpler way. So one example that I that I saw recently was Change DAO, which is an organization that they sell social impact NFTs. They rebranded to Change Gallery because they realized that by calling themselves Change DAO, people were so focused on what is a DAO, what is this technology, and this helped them to, really focus on what they're actually trying to do instead. So simple is better all the time. Less shilling and more trust is another big thing that we come across. And I think there's a tendency of you want to say, we're going to change the world, we're going to the moon, we're going to make a huge difference. And that's awesome. You should absolutely celebrate yourself and hype up what you're doing, because you're going to do that better than anyone else. I'm not saying that you have to downplay yourself, but think about when you're having a conversation, how you can meet people where they're at and listen to their concerns and actually give them a realistic answer, because people aren't stupid. There's no magic wand solution. If there was, we would be doing it by now. I think with Web3 for Good, one thing that we've done really well is, so we hype up what we're doing. We talk about all the ways Web3 can be used for good, but we're not against sharing things that might have a negative take, or could this work out if it doesn't happen this way? We try to create more of a balanced approach. And then what you aren't seeing is a lot of times behind the scenes, we're having one-on-one conversations with different social impact leaders that reach out to us because they see that we're not just shilling everything. And we'll tell them, this might not work out. It definitely won't work out if you don't help us with it. So please, think about that when you're communicating, how you can incorporate trust into the conversation. Tools is a very big one. I like to talk about the example of GivePact. They're a crypto fundraising platform for nonprofits. And at first, they were kind of doing what everyone else does and making a Discord. But no one knows how to use Discord, especially if you're not in this space. And so they ended up making a Slack channel instead. Just, I think for a lot of us, like Slack, email, it's not like the sexiest, coolest, newest tools, right? But like people know how to use them and they feel comfortable using them, so they're more likely to use them. So think about that like with your tools. We distinguish between, we call them like passive tools versus participatory tools. So in Web3, refi, this whole space, we really encourage participation, and that's why these tools like Discord and Mirror are awesome. But for someone who's like really new to the space, they don't necessarily want to jump in and participate right away. It might be scary, they don't know how. They want to find a way where they can kind of passively consume to learn. So you want to give them as many opportunities as they can to figure out what they're doing without having to like dive right in. And maybe they will dive in later, but first you need to reach them, where they're at. Newsletters is like how we do it at Web3 for Good. I saw some statistics the other day about how with nonprofit communication, email is still the preferred method from donors. So that's like also an interesting, unexpected conclusion. Conferences, I think, is a big one. Like everyone here right now, or I shouldn't say everyone, but I bet most people are kind of familiar, like already in the refi space. But going out to other conferences where like some people might think you're a wacko, like that's a good feeling to have, or maybe not a good feeling, but it's a good situation to be in because you're going to reach other people. I know that the MIT Energy Conference is happening right now too, and a lot of people have probably gone back and forth there. Like that's great if you're going to that event and talking about what you're building there. Definitely highly encourage that as well. Relationships is a really important thing. I have actually worked as a freelance journalist, so I'm speaking a lot from like the journalist perspective. But this goes for journalists, you could say policymakers, like whatever skeptical person you're trying to reach. These are like real people. There tends to be this narrative that like the media wants to make Web3 look evil. It's probably not true. My experience is that good journalists, good policymakers, good leaders, they're working off the information that they have to make decisions that they think are the best for their community. So like they only know as much as they're able to learn. And right now they're learning a lot of things from like the bad headlines or the people who are really vocal about why this is bad. This is why we need to be really vocal about what the good potential is. Now, you should not barrage people. There's a way to do this. Like, don't slide into DMs of journalists and tell them, like, we're going to the moon, we're going to change the world. That's a bad idea. Because again, like I was saying, trust is really important. So that's where the slow build of the relationship is really important. And these are some like very simple things that they're not going to have an immediate return, but following people on social media or just reaching out on LinkedIn, whatever your means of communication is, to just, I'm here, I can answer these questions. This also works if there's a negative story and you just want to say, hey, I have a different perspective. Don't try to sell people too hard on it. Just make it clear that you're a resource. And I think you'll be surprised. People will keep you in mind. They'll reach out later. Don't be afraid, I think, is a big thing. A lot of people are really afraid of the bad coverage. They're afraid to put themselves out there. It seems easier to hide. You don't really want to be in that spotlight. You can do this very passively. The Harrow tool that I have here, some of you might be familiar with, that's an easy website where reporters will put, if they're writing a story and they need a perspective. So that's a great way to just jump in and be like, hey, I can share my perspective on this. But giving your time really is what makes a strong, good, healthy relationship. Existing networks is my final point here. I'm not telling you that you have to build a whole communications department from scratch and drop everything that you're doing and focus entirely on communications. I know that that is not realistic. You do not have to do this because there's a lot of people that are already doing this. There's a lot of ways that you can tap into this pretty easily, I think. So for people that do have a little bit more time or do want to be more hands-on, you can pitch and you can write for a lot of different publications. You can reach out, then a lot of times the editors will be listed on the website. You can tell them, I have this idea, this is why I think it's relevant to your audience. Don't pitch people on things that are not relevant to their audience. But I think you can kind of see if there's an opportunity there to communicate. Some of these examples too, like Apolitical is a media organization that works with government employees, and a lot of people are going to like learn about different tools and different resources there. So like, and they accept outside contribution posts. So like, that's a great opportunity to kind of get in front of policymakers in the earlier stages. Forbes has like a well-known contributor program. Industry organizations, less sexy right now, like less cool, but still pretty important. TECNA stands for Technology Councils of North America. I think most states have one. In Massachusetts, we have Mass TLC. These are groups that are like, you pay for a membership. If you're a startup or like even just like a single founder, the fees to join these are really low. And what a lot of people don't realize is they have built-in communication teams. I actually used to work for Mass TLC, so that's kind of like my bias coming in, but like my job at Mass TLC was to promote the work of our members, and a lot of members like didn't even realize that. So you can come in as like a small startup and these organizations will write blogs for you, you'll have speaking opportunities, and you're getting in front of like, yes, other technology organizations, but also a lot of members are local universities, nonprofits, like people who just want to get in front of other technology groups. And the people who work at these organizations are really close with policymakers. So it's just kind of a good way, an easy way to get in and get your message out there by giving back to the community. LinkedIn groups, I think that's pretty obvious, but you know, join them, participate, don't shill, be a resource. I really like Reconsidering Business. They also have a newsletter that I think is really great to just connect with social impact leaders. And then let Web3 for Good help. That's kind of my pitch for what we're doing. We send out a weekly newsletter of things that are going on in the space. And like I said, our audience is mostly traditional, nonprofit, social impact leaders. So we're reaching people who are like really curious to see what's going on. And it's like a safe, easy way. You can send us links. I'll get into that at the end, but you can send us if you have existing content or any press releases, news, that kind of stuff. We also do original content, and we're building out an editorial calendar, so we can interview you, we can profile you. We're going to be doing a lot more of that lately, so yeah, reach out to us. That's something that we want to help with too. So just to conclude, again, why I think this is so important. And I don't know, like, for those of you who, if you want to think back to like 2009, 2010, like what I think of as kind of this Web 2, you know, the birth of Web 2, if we want to call it that, social media, that was like right when I was starting my career. So I remember like being a college student and being super excited about social media is going to change the world and all of these new ways that we're going to communicate. And outside of the tech world, the people building, people kind of thought I was crazy and that I didn't have a real job and like this is going to blow over. And then on the other extreme, there was a lot of headlines about how social media was going to destroy like the media as we know it, all of this stuff, right? So here's what happened. We kind of just, we were quiet, we kept building, these tech companies grew, we were right, people came, used social media, but a lot of people didn't participate until fast forward 10 years, and now there's a lot of bad things with social media where teenagers have depression and democracy is collapsing, if you want to be dramatic, right? Like, there's a lot of things that I think that if we had had more people involved earlier, we could have avoided, or at least we could have made it not as bad, right? So with what we're doing now with Web3, refi, whatever terminology you want to use for this space, we have an opportunity to actually bring people in from the beginning and avoid doing that stuff. And that's why I think that the fate of the world really does depend on how we communicate this stuff now. And I think as builders, we have to remember that the strength of our tools is only going to be as good as the ability that we have to bring other people on board and get excited about them too. So for anyone that's interested in our newsletter, You can scan this QR code to subscribe. Super simple right now. We've just been on Substack for the last year, but we're really excited that we are in the process of finalizing a grant from the Climate Collective. So we're going to have a lot more time and resources to build out our editorial calendar. So we are actively looking for people that we can help tell your story. We're looking to form more partnerships with different organizations to share content. If there's any other creative idea that you have, reach out. That's my DM on Twitter. That's our general email address. You can find me afterwards. I can give you my personal contact information. And yeah, also our design, we have a really exciting new brand identity that's coming out in a couple weeks. So you won't see this much longer. This is our Canva logo, but lots of exciting things happening for us, and we would love to have you on board. So thank you. Sweating under the light.
Yeah, it's hot.
I know.
The Sustainable Blockchain Summit is being supported by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change because they see the value in bringing these new Web3 solutions. We're excited to partner with them in order to bring sustainability professionals into the fold in order to understand what Web3 can contribute. We're hoping to reignite people's passion for building new solutions in order to solve the climate and biodiversity crises.
All right. We have one more amazing panel to go right before we break for lunch. We have joining live virtually, we have Christine Harris and Killian from Energy Tag, and I'd like to invite up, if they're in the room, Doug Miller to join us, and he will be moderating, and also Jason from Web3 Renewables should be joining us as well. Yes, in just a moment. Wonderful. So Doug, take it away.
Sure. Thanks so much, Mark. Hey everyone, Doug Miller. I'm a director at the Clean Energy Buyers Institute and also a co-founder of the Web3 clean tech startup Zero Labs. So I'm going to start today by essentially going to a couple of things about, one, why clean energy markets matter, how they work, where they're going, and then pivot to what's the role of digital solutions, including Web3. And so we have an exciting panel where my goal for today is really to paint a picture of how these markets work, and then have the three panelists who are here, Killian, Kirstine, and Jason, go into their role within this broader picture that I'll try to paint today for you all. So just to start, I'll provide about 5 minutes of context before going into the panel discussion. Point one is, why do clean energy markets matter? So when you're thinking about the different sources of greenhouse gas emissions that we're polluting into the atmosphere, the general way of thinking about it is that there are three scopes of carbon emissions. One, there's scope 1 emissions, which are you polluting on site? Do you have a smokestack sending pollutants into the air? Scope 2 is your electricity use. What are the carbon emissions associated with your electricity consumption? Scope 3 is everything else. It's a huge umbrella term, meaning everything from your supply chains to how your employees get to work, to flying to conferences, and so on and so forth. And so to set the context for today, we're focusing on Scope 2, and the electricity slice of Scope 3, because if you think about it, your suppliers and your customers are also using electricity associated with your organization's products. And so now why do clean energy markets matter? So if we know our grids are not green enough, they're still polluting too much carbon into the atmosphere, what we have is an inputs problem. We have polluting resources sending electricity to the grid. And so the goal of clean energy markets is let's get as much clean energy onto the grid as possible and power down the polluting resources. And so about 10 or 15 years ago, clean energy markets started forming, where the whole concept was our policymakers are failing us. We're not moving fast enough. So the private sector came in and said, okay, how do we take our voluntary buying power as energy customers and get more investment in clean energy? And so you might see how lots of companies around the world are setting 100% clean energy goals, meaning they're buying clean energy 100% matching their annual electricity consumption. What that does is, on one end, it actually provides direct revenues to solar, wind, hydro, geothermal facilities, and so on. Because there's this thing called a renewable energy certificate, where or in other countries they're called international RECs, or guarantees of origin in Europe, where these instruments essentially provide additional revenue to a clean energy sale. meaning if you're a solar producer, you sell electricity to the grid, you get paid for that. You also can sell these RECs on top of that, and that becomes critical revenue. One, so you can grow your business. Two, you can get better capital and helps you reduce your investment risk. And so a quick status check on this market. The past year or so, there's over 1.2 billion renewable energy certificates sold. So that means over 1.2 billion megawatt hours of clean electricity that's being transacted in markets globally. So it's big. It's not big enough yet, though. So one of the goals of these markets is how do we get more buyers in? How do we grow demand to get more revenue and reduce investment risk in clean energy? And the monetary value of this has surpassed 10 billion, and folks expect it's going to keep growing year on year. And why this matters is it means we get more investment in clean energy faster. Case in point, since 2014, major corporate clean energy buyers in the United States have supported the deployment of over 60 gigawatts of clean energy capacity to the grid. In other words, companies have helped add a tremendous amount of wind and solar and storage to the US grid, just as one example. So this is kind of why these markets matter. Now, where are they going? So if you take a pulse check of the progress we've made, yes, we've gotten a whole bunch more wind and solar and other resources onto the grid, but we're starting to reach a point where in some places, sometimes the day are relatively carbon-free. But it turns out then there are certain times of day or certain periods of the year where it's still too dirty, it's still too carbon intensive. And so there's this general movement around how do we actually deploy clean energy in a more almost like pinpoint or with a dart way to get those times, locations that are not yet carbon-free enough. And so the initiative I oversee at the Clean Energy Buyers Institute, it's called the Next Generation Carbon-Free Initiative. What we've looked at is putting ourselves in the shoes of customers and in the shoes of all the stakeholders who are overseeing these markets. Where do these markets need to go? And last year we identified a handful of things that companies really care about in terms of new clean energy products they want to buy, where some of those include buying clean energy when the grid is most carbon intensive or in the locations that are most carbon intensive, buying clean energy, matching their hourly electricity usage, this idea of 24/7 procurement. It's buying clean energy, covering their value chains, meaning buying clean energy or helping your suppliers buy clean energy so you can reduce your upstream scope 3 emissions, or helping customers, your own users or customers downstream reduce their emissions by buying clean energy on their behalf or helping them buy clean energy. Some of the others include how do we deploy investments in storage so that when it's windy at night, when we're all asleep, we can have that ready in the morning when we're turning on our coffee machines. And there's other efforts too around how do we better tap into the private sector to engage policymakers to push the needle with driving better, say, permitting reform or addressing the backlog of all the clean energy projects in the pipeline. How do we create incentives for that? And so where we think the market needs to go, and I'll start to pivot to the panel discussion in a second, there's a couple of evolutions we know need to happen in the market to bring forward solutions that do these types of things. And there are four main types of evolutions we need. One is we need, on these instruments, the Renewable Energy Certificate, which is the tradable instrument in this sector, we know we need more data fields. We need more attributes to provide more dimensions to the products. In other words, how do we make it so you can actually discover renewable energy that is deployed at a certain time or is deployed at a more carbon-intensive location or time? How do you capture certain social and community credentials on these certificates? So that's one area of evolution that a lot of folks like Killian are working on, and so I'll have him talk about that in a bit. Another area is we need better data to actually fill in those new attributes that we want to capture. 3, we need new incentive programs or leadership programs. Right now, the only incentive companies have, or the main goalpost they have, is setting a 100% clean energy goal, where it's kind of very broad. And so how do we create incentives for these more targeted strategies and getting those times and locations that are still not carbon-free? And the last area is how do we improve carbon accounting? How do we add other dimensions where we provide a reflection and incentive for companies to buy clean energy so that we get this revenue into the system and drive investments, but we also better reflect those who are actually pinpointing these times and locations that need more clean energy investment. And just to close, in terms of thinking about all of you and the work you're doing and what's the role of digital technologies in Web3, I see the two sides of the Web3 coin. On one side is the Web3 sector uses a lot of electricity, just like every other sector. And there's a big opportunity for this sector to actually start buying clean energy en masse. And for example, this past year, Filecoin Green and Protocol Labs have been helping to deploy this for the Filecoin network in partnership with Zero Labs. That's a really exciting example of making this happen in the sector. This is the role of things like the Crypto Climate Accord, which I launched. And this will also be part of the content of one of the workshop sessions later today. The second dimension, or second side of the coin, is there's a role of Web3 technologies in actually supporting digital solutions to make transactions easier and faster, the verification and carbon accounting easier. And so that's also part of the workshop later today, which is after lunch. So now to open up to the panel discussion, we have some of the leaders in this space. And as I kind of see, just to tee it up, I'm going to ask each of you essentially about how do you see your role in this sector, where the way I think what would be helpful for the group is if there are all these things, if there are these next generation goals that companies have. As I kind of see it, Jason, for you, you're looking at buying clean energy the most carbon intensive times and locations, like thinking about the carbon dimension of procurement. Versus Killian, you're thinking about the hourly angle. We know we need hourly data so that companies can achieve a 24/7 goal, so we can actually deploy storage solutions, so that we can actually make sure clean hydrogen is doing what it's supposed to do with all the investments we're deploying. And then for Kirstine, you're looking at kind of the Wild West, which is scope 3. How do we look at your crypto holdings and buying clean energy on behalf of the holdings and the transactions which are outside of your control? So with that, Jason, just love to hear more. Introduce yourself, the work you're doing, but this role of the carbon impact in procurement, and then I'll open it up to Kirstine and Killian from Scotland and Brussels, where I have to call it Kirstine. She made it halfway here, and her plane turned her around. So I was happy she could join us, at least in this form. So made it home about, what, 20 minutes ago?
I literally got out my front door 20 minutes ago, so I'm delighted to be here, even virtually.
I'm glad you didn't get stranded in Iceland for another day. But Jason, do you want to start? Then I'll open it up to Kirstine and Killian.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Happy to be here, really pleased, and excited to be on the panels today. So my work in Minnesota is to build solar. I was an installer for a little bit. Now I'm a developer with a local construction company, electrical contractor. So we take projects from initial point of contact, design to commission system on grid. That's been my work for a little while. And in the last year or so, I worked with Filecoin Green team and Killian as well at Energy Tag. The project was that to take the data from those systems, a customer-owned system, and bring it online in a formatted, market-ready approach. And it was addressing what I saw as a barrier to the system. So where I really connected to the topics that Doug's bringing up here is layering in emissions avoidance data, for example, into the energy. So we can get a clear sense of how many pounds of CO2 were avoided because they consume solar today at this time in this place, based on an insight from local grid fuel mix. Because solar in one part of the country may be more impactful at a certain time of day than solar elsewhere in the world, based on what kind of grid fuels are being used. You don't want to necessarily put a bunch of solar in where it's already wind powered or there's already a bunch of solar on the grid, because that's not necessarily improving our emissions state. But so that tying of energy to emissions with some of these time and location based factors is a very curious part of directing growth that way.
Thanks so much. Maybe Killian, let's go to you next to maybe bring in the dimension of hourly accounting and data, the work you're doing to make sure that we have the right types of RECs and GEOs and IRECs available out there.
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks a million, Doug, and everyone for having me along. So yeah, basically at Energy Tag, we develop a global standard, an industry standard for hourly RECs, or time-stamped RECs. That's the key piece of information that we think should be added to these renewable energy attribute certificates, is to make sure that consumers can know the time at which their energy is produced. Because this will create, obviously, new forms of incentives that are not necessarily always there in today's markets, particularly around flexibility and storage, so that we, do the whole job that needs to be done to decarbonize the grid. In terms of, that hourly matching dimension, it's kind of how power markets work anyway today, right? Like all power markets have to match electricity on an hourly or sub-hourly basis. And so should clean energy markets, and that's kind of one of the guiding lines of our vision, is to make sure that ultimately we can have clean energy markets that get to that end goal of every hour of the year matching clean supply with demand. and that's what we need to get decarbonized grids. One, interesting example you touched on already, Doug, that I think has drawn a lot of attention for these, let's say, next generation carbon accounting methodologies is clean hydrogen. Hydrogen is obviously a very electro-intensive product, and it's only clean if the electricity is clean. If the electricity is dirty, then it's just dirty hydrogen. So it's really important to think about, really robust rules, especially as Europe and the United States and other countries around the world are going to put a lot of subsidies into hydrogen production. And like research from the likes of Princeton has shown that, probably the best method for ensuring the hydrogen is clean is hourly matching with local new supply. So that's a topic we work on quite a bit at Energy Tag as well, to kind of raise awareness and drive guidance in the right direction there from regulators.
Thanks, Killian. Kirsty, I'd love to hear more about how Zumo is thinking about Scope 3, which I think all know is kind of the Wild West of clean energy procurement.
I think Scope 3 is the Wild West of everything, and actually within the blockchain and digital asset space, it is perhaps a bit easier than in most other sectors because we have one data source or just a few data sources, and it is relatively easy to measure, albeit with big assumptions and caveats around it. So just by way of introduction, I work for a company called Zumo. We're a blockchain technology company based in the UK, and we've got a consumer crypto app, and we also have an enterprise side to the business too. So we work with banks, fintechs, asset managers, etc., who are getting into the crypto space. And we have been looking at decarbonisation for a number of years. Renewable energy procurement is a big part of that for us because primarily the cryptocurrencies that we deal with are Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now, Ethereum, as we know, moved to proof of stake recently and isn't such a big electricity consumer now, but Bitcoin still is. So we've been doing a lot of work on the apportionment of that. So how do you measure the electricity consumption? How do you apportion it fairly to individuals within the ecosystem? But more importantly, for the subject of this panel, how do you impactfully procure renewable electricity to account for the electricity which is apportioned to you in those calculations? So we deal really only at the moment in Scope 3 emissions, whether that be Zumo's own accountability for the cryptocurrencies and blockchains that we work with, or whether that be our clients' crypto holdings. And so we're doing a lot of work at the moment on how we devise strategies around impactful procurement decisions. So we're dealing primarily with unbundled RECs because we're not the ultimate users of the electricity. We don't have oversight of the time matching, etc., for Bitcoin miners, and obviously Bitcoin's fungible, so we're dealing with all Bitcoin in the system rather than that created by certain miners. So we are on a really interesting journey at the moment as to how we do this in the most impactful way possible, but also how we do it in line with guidance where possible, and where the guidance isn't where we need it to be yet, how we put our own boundaries in place and our own kind of transparency to show exactly what we're doing and why.
Thanks so much. So we're here in a room with lots of folks who are doing cutting edge work on a range of digital technologies. Here, the main focus is Web3, but of course folks are looking more broadly. Would love to hear just how all of you think about the opportunities at the nexus of digital technology and clean energy. How is it helpful? What problems is it helping you solve? And I know for each of you, you're coming at this from a different lens. So just if anybody wants to go first, we can keep this kind of open. Yeah. Do you want to start?
I don't mind jumping in. So one of the things that drives my world is building assets, right? So I work with customers, business owners, residents who want to put solar at their home. They want to maybe put storage or an EV charger. And a lot of that decision, because it has a sizable upfront cost, you could finance it too, but there's a big choice there is how quickly will it return? Where's the value going to come through? So energy markets, in terms of selling the actual electricity, is a place of value over time. Federal incentives, local incentives. And something that I'm really interested in into the future, and this is something that Energy Tag has done work on, is with their granular certificate standard, is how do you store energy and then deploy it later in a way that I'm really excited about it to show emissions reduction. So, you know, if you could take and charge your car overnight or charge a battery overnight at a low carbon intensity time on the grid and then deploy it later in the day, will you get credit for taking a low emissions kilowatt hour and putting it on the grid during a dirtier time? And, you know, is there going to be policy in place to reward that? Is there going to be a premium placed on energy to support it? You know, there's a whole trend in AI as well that'll help with decision making to make that more automated and effective. So, you know, a lot of things changing in the space that will help build more renewable and distributed generation assets.
Thanks so much. Killian or Christine?
Yeah, I can jump in. I think it's a really interesting point around storage. So yeah, we have done quite a bit of thinking about that. And definitely more to be done as well, because, you know, I think ultimately if these clean energy markets can't properly incentivize more build out of storage, then they haven't, you know, done everything they should be doing, right? Like, so we do need to get this right. In Europe at the moment, we're actually considering a redesign of the electricity markets, and it's actually a topic that is really coming up now. It's how do we track storage? So how do we provide incentives for storage? Whether that be through short-term markets or long-term contracts like PPAs, where the attributes, the RECs, are tracked properly. So this is going to pop up all over the world, and I think it's a really exciting time to be involved in this space as we set these standards now. And as Jason said, to make sure that, you know, we can properly reward those who are shifting clean energy from times of abundance to times of scarcity. It's really one of the killer applications of these granular certificates or hourly RECs. And yeah, really excited to work on growing the volumes and deploying.
Christine? Anything else?
And then I guess from my perspective, Doug, because we are dealing primarily with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, we are looking at procuring RECs in a situation where we're not exactly sure where the use of that electricity has been. And so how do we build out a way of doing that transparently and in a way that can be reproduced and that we can explain to others exactly what we're doing? So the approach we're taking at the moment is to work with the Cambridge Bitcoin mining map to look at the geographical locations of Bitcoin mining and then procure RECs kind of to represent those locations. But there's obviously other ways of doing this too, and what we want to do is develop various REC purchasing strategies that reflect the most impactful buying decisions that we can have. So the next step is to look at emissionality in countries that perhaps have the dirtiest grids, and how can we, again, transparently with our clients, work towards procuring RECs in those areas. But I do think that with Bitcoin in particular, it provides both a challenge and an opportunity in terms of REC procurement, because when you look at REC procurement in terms of supply chains, or not RECs, but renewable electricity in general in terms of supply chains, you're generally talking about big multinational companies that are procuring on behalf of their suppliers who they know, have relationships with, spend money with directly and can engage with. And we are not in that situation. So I think the big difference with the work that we're doing at Zumo in terms of renewable energy procurement in Bitcoin is that the Bitcoin miners don't know that we're procuring electricity on their behalf. We are doing it because we realize there's a gap in the data, and we know we need to shift Bitcoin mining more to renewables. So we are not doing this at the moment in partnership with our, I say, supply chain in inverted commas, the Bitcoin miners. We are doing it to make sure that we are doing our bit as part of our own net zero strategy and can enable our clients and our app users to do the same, which I do think is fundamentally different to renewable energy procurement in practically any other sector. So it comes with both its challenges and its opportunities for sure.
That's great points. So I'm in town from DC, so top of mind for me always is, even though I don't work directly in policy, is policy and regulation. I think this year is going to be a big year on a number of fronts. We have the IRA being deployed. We have similar the Green Industrial Strategy out of the EU, similar developments in other countries around the globe. We have forthcoming requirements for public companies to disclose their carbon emissions from the Security and Exchange Commission. We have regional and state policies that are emerging. What's top of mind for you? What are you thinking about? What do you think folks in the room should know about who maybe don't follow all these regulatory conversations day to day? And anybody who wants to go first, please jump in.
I'm happy to take that first, Doug. I think I think it's going to surprise a lot of people over the coming months and years how quickly regulation and policy is coming in that requires not only reporting of this, but reporting at a very high level. So I don't only work in the crypto space, I work in a number of other sectors too, and I do a lot of CDP reporting. And what we're beginning to see for companies, and sorry, I didn't explain what CDP is, but CDP is the global platform where companies, regions, cities can report on their carbon footprint. And it's extremely comprehensive. It isn't just asking for carbon footprint data, it's a very big chunky report to do. And companies that previously had not been asked to report on that are now being asked by their supply chain to report. So I think from my perspective, we're going to get this from multiple angles in the digital asset space. I think we're getting it very heavily from institutional investors. And I think that there is no one source of pressure that is coming our way. You know, there is a lot. And I think we're in a very interesting space because a lot of companies are not fully aware of what's coming down the tracks at them yet. So the pace of change is going to have to be very, very fast.
Killian or Jason?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Policy really drives our market. You know, so the federal tax credit was supposed to go down. It went back up to 30%. You know, from 22 to 30%. You know, that's a lot for a bigger project. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has a fantastic opportunity for rural small businesses, farmers, small businesses of all sorts. They can get a massive amount of money to build their projects. And that layers on top of whatever utility-based incentives or local incentives are there. And so these are very impactful to help get projects built. They really change the numbers. So I think, you know, those are really useful. The IRA also has a lot of broad support for economic justice adders and other impact zones and things like that. So you can see more equitable development happening in places where it might not otherwise take place. In the work that you're doing, Doug, to organize the voluntary market and the demand side of things, I mean, Zero Labs connected a massive amount of rec purchases last year. I just really want to say congratulations for that. But, you know, so taking the demand side, informing them, getting clear on the standards and the problem and the measurements that we're using to say that we were solving it, and then connecting it to suppliers, not just the typical utility scale actors, the big corporations, but starting to aggregate and reward the demand side of the market, the smaller people, the small businesses or individuals who can support that. I think that's going to be an exciting part of the next couple of years, is where we see that activate quickly.
Killian, anything reporting from Brussels?
Yeah. Sure. I think like it's almost a general thing that we're seeing now. I think we're at this kind of perhaps an inflection point in clean energy markets, and in actually what it even means to be clean, what it means to consume clean electricity, that fundamental question. I think it has meant something for the last, let's say, 2 decades. With the initial phase of clean energy markets, it's driven a lot of wind and solar. But now I think we're at a point where regulators in particular are looking to refine their definitions and to harp back again to hydrogen, because it's something we've worked a lot on, and I think something that could actually, you know, to an extent, single-handedly shape the future of clean energy markets. They are looking for more granular information and definitions of clean energy, you know, in the same hour, in the same grid. These are the types of regulations we've seen being published in Europe, in the UK, that are being considered in the United States for the very large tax credit in the Inflation Reduction Act for hydrogen. The US government obviously has a, you know, 2021 executive order for 50% hourly matching of electricity by the federal government by 2030. So there's kind of this common approach to emerging and a kind of a new definition of what it means to be clean. And I think this probably will cascade across all sectors and will become, you know, let's say the gold standard for any sector, whether that be Bitcoin miners to steel production to, you know, standard data centers. I fully expect that to over time become, you know, the next generation type of definition, and I find, you know, I find that to be really exciting. just to like give an idea of the numbers for hydrogen in Europe, the targets will require approximately a France of electricity if they're to be met by 2030, hourly matched. The United States, it's about the same, right? It's approximately 500 terawatt hours. These are enormous volumes. And, that's why I say could single-handedly kind of drag the market in a certain direction. So, we obviously find that super exciting and are really, pretty pumped to be part of developing these solutions.
Thanks so much, everyone. 2 more questions for the group, and I don't know if we'll have time for questions from the audience. We will. Okay, cool. So this next question is, and maybe we can keep these brief since we have about 10 minutes left total. What's keeping you up right now? What's the biggest challenge you're facing on any of the topics we've been talking about today? What's that one thing that's just like, it's driving me, if this thing was solved, if I could point a magic wand at this, that would be the thing that helps you move forward.
I'd really be excited to see what is a fair and competitive and perhaps even generous valuation of a voluntary SREC. What could we really expect to see funnel down to people to help them make that choice to move forward, and how confident could they be in set income for 10 years down the road based on their generation? That number, as it gets more clear and easier to participate in, will really bring a lot of capacity online quickly, I think.
I think for me, Doug, it's I always struggle with myself in terms of finding the right balance between doing what we do well and always thinking, but it's not good enough, we need to be doing more. Because wherever we are all getting to in terms of our net zero targets and sustainability, it is not good enough. And we need to be thinking 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line in terms of how things will have evolved, how client needs will have evolved, how demand policy will have evolved. And so it's this not being able to sit still, reaching what might seem like a position of comfort at the time, and then thinking, okay, I've got to this point, now on to the next thing. And always maintaining that vision of what the future might look like and what the needs of the future are. And I think that's a skill we all need to continue to develop, because that is only going to become more necessary.
For me, I think obviously we all have a common vision of fully decarbonized grids, and I think some of the definitions of how we need clean energy markets to act are becoming clearer. As we've discussed already, perhaps through the hydrogen debates, for example. So yeah, the thing that's really keeping me up at night now is let's get the mechanics in place. And that is obviously emerging already, but we need the tooling, we need the plumbing, we need the infrastructure to get this done. Otherwise, we just have a vision and a design for the market, and we don't have the implementation. I think a really good example is one of our close partners, Emirates. So it's a wreck tracking system in the Midwest of the US. It's actually the biggest tracking platform in the world now.
In Minnesota.
Doing most of the West. Yeah, in Minnesota, exactly. All good things come from Minnesota. So yeah, they have been, I think, really at the forefront of just showing they're actually quite a small non-profit, and they already have, I think, last time I've heard, 170 million hourly RECs sitting in their system, ready to be traded. And that's really quite inspiring, and I think a great example for all REC registries around the world that we can make this happen, and I hope that other registries can kind of go as quickly and show the same leadership. And we are seeing others, of course. There's IREC has been mentioned, EnergyNet, PJM in the US. There's much movement now on the next generation of attributes, but I think it's super key. If we don't have the attributes, if we don't have the data, then the markets can't function. So that's what's keeping me up at night, Doug. It's really on blocking all of that, right? And making sure that everywhere in the world that we have the same situation as we do in places like PJM.
Well, I can't help but jump in. I mean, for me, just to add to the conversation, it's making sure that we not only maintain incentives for the private sector to engage in these markets, but expand those incentives and make sure the incentives drive toward where we need the grids to go. There's concern that some of these incentives could be eliminated, so there's a lot of work to make sure that doesn't happen. Just to maybe wrap up the panel conversation piece, maybe in a word or two, when you're thinking about 2023, what's the thing you're tracking? What's the big thing you think is coming this year? Anything we haven't, last comments that we haven't hit today?
I think just building on what Killian was saying, so in the last year, I implemented a grant that I received from Filecoin Green to build like a data automation layer. And just the accessing these systems and partners and tracking registries and finding standardization is challenging. It's hard. And then a lot of these partners out in the world, they have no idea what Web3 is. They don't know how it works. And they're developing institutional requirements for different reporting needs, for different things, and they're all kind of their own solution. And so I think a lot now about like what's going to be the common thread through it, so that we can start showing labor hours and apprentice hours tied to projects, tied to generation. And Web3 has some tools for that, but they're not really well understood yet. So I think the systems themselves are going to have to transform and mature.
Awesome. Anything, Kirstine or Killian?
I think for me, what I would love to see in 2023 is more collaboration in our sector in terms of knowledge sharing, learning from each other, piggybacking on each other's successes, learning from each other's failures. I've been involved in some of that over the last couple of years, various working groups, the WEF working group, we had the Global Digital Finance working group that also produced guidance in this area, but they haven't looked specifically at renewable energy or renewable energy procurement. And it's an area that I would really, really love to see more activity on. If there was other people that were interested in doing that, I would be very interested in talking to you about it.
I have two things, maybe on both sides of the Atlantic. In the US, 45V, which is the name of the tax credit for hydrogen, if that comes out as we hope, I think, with hourly matching involved, that's going to be an enormous driver of change in the United States, and an enormous help to produce truly clean hydrogen in the US, which I think is definitely the thing we're watching very closely for Treasury guidance, which is coming out in the next couple of months on that. In the EU, it's more around the guarantee of origin and the evolutions that are about to happen in that system through the Renewable Energy Directive in Europe. So that is going to be, well, it's been agreed and going to be published soon, and we expect movement there to enable more granular timestamp GOs, and looking forward to just having more and more of them available in Europe this year.
That's great. Thanks so much. Maybe just to draw a couple of closing points, and we'll open up for maybe we have time for a little bit of questions. Just to take away on one end, clean energy markets are important. They're evolving. And in terms of the role of digital technologies, there's a couple of areas. One is, how do we capture these new types of data? How do we make it easier for folks to better understand what they're buying and better communicate the evidence and verify that they did, in fact, buy the particular type of clean energy solution they thought they did, to map toward helping the grid get greener? And so there's the transaction side. Then there's also on the transaction side. Then there's the underlying tracking system side. So how do we? There are standard instruments out there. How do we get the data there? How do we build on these existing systems and standards rather than recreate the wheel in the energy sector? And there's probably a lot of opportunities to find, for financing projects and so on. So I'll stop there and open up the floor. Any questions from the audience? All right, I see two, so maybe we can do both. And if we have time for a third one. You first? Oh.
Thanks for the insights, really interesting. I'm curious if you see structure emerging in the renewable energy market. You mentioned time stamping, but to what extent do you see this becoming a global market, or do you think that the regional aspect is inherent to the nature of the asset?
Okay. So the first question was about just the geographic nature of certificate markets. Is there an opportunity for global markets? And I'll answer that after the, what was your question?
I wonder if you could, kind of all maybe just take a moment to take us 10 years forward. To take us like 10 years forward, and like where do you see this all going? Like, You know, I know it's obviously I'm asking you to predict the future of it, but like, what is your real vision for how all of this works together? And in a, you know, we have probably less than 10 years to really get a lot of this stuff pulled together and make a significant impact. So
cool. And there was one other question, then we only have 2 minutes to answer them. So what was yours?
And the last question is about interconnects. We're hearing a lot of stories of that, you know, people are finding out it's a big cost to keep the projects online.
Yeah.
That would be something that I think would have a big impact. I'd love for us to get demand generation, but I hear there's a lot of capacity.
Yep.
Like tribes that say they are going to get a wind farm, but then find out the interconnect
Yep.
is out of control. So that would be really helpful.
The last question was about the long queues and interconnection reform and permitting reform. So just the first question on the geographic one, there's essentially 3 markets. There's the US market, the European market, and then the rest of world market, which is IREX. I don't necessarily see there being a convergence per se, but maybe over time there could be at least more transparency on the pricing of these instruments. I think in part because the US recs are baked into so many individual states or regions' laws, and same for the EU. So I don't see that necessarily changing, but hopefully more transparency on a lot of fronts. On the question of, and then I'll open up, maybe I'll answer this one first. I mean, it's a policy question. There's a lot of work right now to improve permitting in the United States. Hopefully the permitting doesn't also allow for oil and gas exploration, and so on. Ideally would only be for clean energy projects. And then maybe open up to the group. My 10-year prediction, or whatever it might be, is I hope that we can just deploy clean energy as fast as possible and focus on the other sectors. We figured out what we need. We know what we have to do in the energy sector. Let's get this done and move on to the next thing. And hopefully by 10 years from now, we have to have done that, or else we're in trouble. Anything else that folks want to add from the panel?
Well, I'd just say for global market, local market, if you have a global company and you have operations in a certain area, you may want to put green energy into there or somewhere else where the emissions are dirty to manage your net global emissions score. So things like that will change, I think, around how projects are located. Money is in IRA to support infrastructure development, so that should help with some of those things, but utilities are very slow sometimes and drag their feet, so it's hard, but they do their best.
Anything else, Killian or Christine?
Sure. Yeah, just very quickly, I think we should definitely strive to have more global standardization. I think that will just make it easier for everyone. Whether there's a global market, I think that will be up to consumer choice, whether consumers want to, really focus on local supply of clean energy, or look to offset their local emissions with energy from elsewhere. The other around permitting, huge issue, a huge issue. Everything that we're doing is not going to come to any good if projects can't get permitted and built. So in Europe as well, it's been, a major issue, and the EU has proposed emergency legislation to speed up permitting. 10-year prediction. Well, kind of reflecting or to echo what Doug said. A decarbonized grid, electricity grid is the tool we need to decarbonize the global energy system at large, transport, industry, etc. So I just hope we're a very long way there in 10 years. Otherwise, it's just going to be much harder to get everything else done.
Final word, Kirstine.
Just to confirm that, and I wouldn't respond to all 3, but the 10-year vision, honestly, this will be good housekeeping in 10 years. This will not be innovation in 10 years, because electricity is one of the easier things to do. And there are plenty of sectors out there that we need to decarbonise, and we don't yet have the technology to do. We do with renewables. And I know what we've been talking about today is the innovations in doing that, but fundamentally, we do know how to do this. In 10 years' time, it should literally just be good housekeeping that all companies that have 100% renewable electricity as standard, that's implemented across grids too.
Great point. Great way to close the conversation. Thanks so much. And now you are free to go to lunch.
Just to echo that, thank you for a fascinating conversation. Christine, Killian, Jason, and Doug, awesome insights there. As Doug mentioned, that concludes the content for this morning. We got about a 45-minute lunch served right downstairs. And of course, for those tuning in online, we will be back in about 45 minutes at 1:30 p.m. East Coast time. So please tune back in then. Thanks all.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Bye.
back. I hope you had a lovely lunch.
And what those bring to the table, but also the pain points, the perspectives of some people in that that niche area, and really how we can leverage these tools, whether they're traditional DeFi protocol, whether they're refi assets, or whether they're real world assets, to unlock opportunities to drive deep decarbonization and, of course, enhance global climate action. So very excited to have you three up here on stage doing your amazing work in this space. Let's kick it off with a round of intros. Who you are, what you do, and why you're really excited about this area. What you're doing in this refi, DeFi space, / how you see real-world assets really playing an instrumental role.
Well, thanks for having me. Really appreciate it. I'm Ryan Thomas from Symbiotica Finance. I'm based here in Boston, so if you're local, please see me after. Let's convene and have more conversations. We love what's happening here today. A little bit about what we do is we are an impact asset aggregating platform that looks at the analytics, both market and impact-driven analytics of all digital assets that have the intrinsic properties of revenue models for linking impact to people in the planet on chain. Right? So if you are an asset that is producing carbon credits, by default, you're doing something good for the planet, and that is on chain. If possible, it's on our index. And so you can look at all of our work that way, but we're moving well beyond carbon to social impact credits, nature-based solutions, other methods of decentralized science, and different scalable governance technologies. We're looking at all of them and trying to rate them based on their efficacy as a digital asset. So that's our kind of premier focus. And lots of companies are doing great things. To be able to have provenance of showing those great things on chain, regardless of what chain it's on, is where we see a real approachable opportunity.
So as miners more intelligently to use renewable energy to have a positive impact on the grid, they will be able to attract cheaper capital. And so that logic led us to starting the first transactions with miners mostly here in the US, mostly miners that have a very strong link to energy production, so whether they're using stranded energy, flare gas, renewable energy.
Yeah, I'm Mook. I'm currently first employed, so we do kind of insurance and risk management for DeFi lending, which, as you can imagine, with the collateral kinds that we use or collateral types is not easy. So specifically interested in insuring or covering both on-chain and off-chain assets when they're brought onto DeFi, hence why I'm here. Also leading the Harvard Blockchain Club and the conference, if any of you guys went 2 weeks ago. And published the real-world asset primer, the Unreal primer on real-world assets, I think we called it. But yeah, I think that's
in past several months, several years, specifically looking at this. As you mentioned, you're one of the primary authors of that report, the Unreal primer on real-world assets. You also have done a lot with the RWA.xyz dashboard, this dashboard to take stake or to keep stock of all the things that are happening in the DeFi and the real-world asset space. You mentioned to me in a recent conversation that we had, you said something along the lines of, regardless of the use case, refi or anything else, the whole crypto space, DeFi space, is really, really hindered at, institute a little bit more info of where we stand with, the context of real-world assets in this whole budding space. What are some of the blockers that are causing institutional adoption to be so hampered? And honestly, why should we even care about this? What are the perceived benefits of real-world assets and bringing them on chain?
Yeah, a lot of questions there. I think I'm going to tread carefully because otherwise I'll get booed off the stage. Right now, I think real-world assets in crypto are not even close to where they need to be, and I think actually the space is not doing a great job in many ways. And so I guess I'm not treading carefully. I'm just going to jump into it.
No, don't hold back. Don't hold back.
But let's kind of jump in. I was just talking to Sebastian about this as well. Couple things I think are worth pointing out. Was recently writing a piece about real-world asset lending called Down the Rabbit Hole. I'm great at these names. But basically found that these lenders are actually a lot more centralized than even their TradFi counterparts. Which is kind of disappointing, right? And the reality is, especially at the underwriting stage, it's very hard to decentralize underwriting. So what does this mean? It means that you end up with these great protocols or very interesting protocols that are going after these niche, long-tail borrowers. I think what you're touching on is this idea that we described in the primer of birth versus rebirth of assets. And the rebirth assets that have been brought on chain, I think have not been doing a good job. That's my point, right? The birth of like hash-powered loans, big, like very natively digital assets, it makes a lot of sense to go after them right away. But yeah, anyways, just wanted to jump in and say that.
No, it's a great distinction.
That's right. And what that might
along that chain of events that needs to occur, where do you think some projects are doing much activity taking?
Be voted in, right? Inclusionary finance for the renew.
In getting green hash rate, if you will, so that they reap, some of the benefits when that miner wins the block reward, correct?
Exactly. So they buy cash flow. They know that on average they will be paid a certain amount of Bitcoin for the hash rate that they acquired. Here you can think about an ETP that needs to buy, regularly a certain amount of Bitcoin to keep the treasury. They want to certify that the Bitcoin that are in the ETP come from a certain grade of energy consumption, a month 10, 20, 50 Bitcoin that comes from a set of miners. They can then, show truly that the Bitcoin that they have in their ETP is actually coming from 4 miners, which have been, rated according to our agreements. They know the energy sources. They know the operation that is behind the Bitcoin that they buy. And so that creates kind of a market dynamic where demand for such Bitcoin can also, on the one hand,
itself green, right? Because that Bitcoin is, the collection of the network's hash rate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're right. It's just providing capital to agents which are, mining according to a certain set of rules.
Absolutely. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah. Institutional adoption perspective. We talked about this unique approach here with Block Green. Peel back another layer of the onion. Tell us more about, what.
I think we've already talked about a little bit about how tokenization is different than security. If you look at like the 80s with the adoption of, that was a bumpy process. It was not easy, and it took like the better part of like 5 to 10 years. The amount of innovation that we've seen in this so far in the last like 2 to 3 years. Things that I see going well, I think that like disclosure of legal agreements, like the 4 flow documents, they show how their SPVs are structured. Like that is really fundamentally important work, especially for like the big guys, right? I'm talking like Maple. I'm talking like all these kind of protocols. Progress there. I think there's a couple protocols. It's a competitive space right now, and I don't know how to answer the question of like how to balance your competitive advantage versus the transparency that this space needs to grow in a sustainable, healthy, fast way. So I don't really know the answer there. Beyond that, I think it's interesting to hear both of your guys' both of their perspectives because Ryan is kind of building out this infrastructure index that applies to any kind of projects within reason in the space. And the space is not mature enough. There's no liquidity. I could go on. But I think what does make, and that should work for on-chain assets and put money in with the real-world assets, right? I think the birth assets are the only real exception that not exception, but like only exception, but the main exception I see in that like they are fundamentally well suited for this digitally native infrastructure. And so it makes sense to start there now. Like in terms of, do I want to finance like a bridge construction project?
Forgotten in most cases in its risk. And I think understanding risk, understanding counterparty risk, and software is part of that kind of risk, has been completely underpriced. So I think also for institutions that I've seen, the crashes that we saw the last years, there's a big question mark around, what exactly is that software layer providing? What is the use case? And this is for me a big component that whether you're building on any chain, any kind of infrastructure layer, you'll have to address in order to really bring this institutional money to the table.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I'm pretty sure half the industry learned for the first time what the word rehypothecation meant, like, this year. Yeah. That should not be like that, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Which works in a complete retail environment because, well, nobody asks those questions, but, that's also one of the problems of this industry.
Yeah.
I think one other thing that's important to think about is don't neglect geopolitics at the global and local scale. Just pay attention to that stuff. You're not in a bubble working on your own dev project, whatever it may look like. And I say that because, to the earlier point, like, do you want DeFi to help fund building a bridge? Well, maybe you don't, but like the countries do, right? And they're looking for those routes. Like countries are looking at environmental impact bonds, debt to nature swaps. They're finding ways to fund impactful solutions on the ground. And they're going to TradFi first, and they're trying to find ways to render illiquid capital further liquid. And for us, I think there's so much value in providing a digital asset forward solution that does that hard work better than TradFi can do it. So if we provide that infrastructure to do that, then it's merely just a matter of connecting dots, right? Saying you're doing something impactful on the ground, this person wants to fund you. Here's the avenue to do that. That's the seamless, most effective way possible, and everything in that receipt process is actually going back onto something you can put in your quarterly report and make good on your promises.
Absolutely, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And I mean, I guess you heard it here first, right? Like DeFi and real world assets, there's a great promise that by putting these assets on chain and enhancing or increasing the transparency and the verifiability of these loan structures, of this financing, that will drive mass adoption and bring in capital, institutional capital from the TradFi space and really help us scale to reach that next billion, 2 billion users in the Web3 space. But it's not going to be easy. We got our work cut out for us. It's going to be a bumpy road, but there's a lot of amazing stuff happening. So thank you all for being here and partaking in this conversation, and looking forward to seeing what you'll do next.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
SBS Boston is going to be right after the MIT Energy Conference. It's our first time that we're tying the Sustainable Blockchain Summit to an event in Sustainable Web3, and we're really using this to bridge those communities in a deep and substantive way. We're gonna have policymakers, academics, sustainability leads at large companies all come to SBS and develop a better understanding of what Web3 is able to offer their industry. We're hoping to connect people with passion, interests, and expertise in wildly different areas in order to come together to build new solutions to solve these problems.
Hi everyone, a very warm welcome back. For those of you who are excited to attend the Renewable Energy Workshop hosted by the inimitable Doug Miller, that's taking place upstairs in the Greenway track. Also a big shout out to our live stream viewers. Thank you for joining us from across the world today. We're sorry you can't be here in person, but yeah, you can check out all of the videos of all of the sessions online over the next couple of days. Okay, moving on to our next panel, carbon offsetting and the role of blockchain. Please give a very warm welcome to Jay from Salem Resources. Jay. To Alexei from Evercity. Welcome, Alexei. Joining us remotely, we've got Benoit. Almost. And finally, the wonderful Joshua from EthicStream. And today's moderator is Kalani from Imperial College. Welcome, Kalani.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here and to network with so many of your professionals in blockchain space. So today's topic is going to be on carbon offsetting and role of blockchain. As we all know, the carbon offsetting can help in curbing climate change. However, given the it is evident that it requires a more robust framework, but underlying challenges such as transparency and verification remain a key areas of focus. So while blockchain is a good proposed solution to more core problems, can it actually help to regain the trust? So we have esteemed panelists and two of us joining from the remotely. So to start off with the first question, how does the blockchain can help in bringing more transparency, or how do you define the transparency, parameters for the transparency, Jay, to start off?
I get to go first.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We're based in Africa. I just came back. Talk about transparency. There's very little over there, yet their assets are what are sustaining the climate, right? From minerals to carbon. So we're actually putting in blockchain, and we've been over there 8 years, to provide transparency at the country level, because there are a lot of registries, there are a lot of players in this all over the first world, but in the developing world, they have no clue what's going on. So we're providing.
So Alexei, what is your take on defining parameters for the transparency in blockchain?
Yeah, so transparent technologies out there, right? And we need this transparency in carbon markets because there's been many issues regarding that. And we need transparency, I guess, at every step. So we need to know all the stakeholders. We need to know what they did along the value chain and when, because it's sometimes is very important for carbon and other financial instruments. And I guess I'm more of a radical person here. I think the more transparency we can get and the more traceability along the value chain we can get, we can bring trust, and we can eventually connect the originators of carbon credits and the end users. Because for many years, the trust issue has been a problem that actually avoided the contact between the producers and the end users. And blockchain is one of the technologies to enable that long-awaited interaction.
Thanks for that, Alexei. Josh, what is your take on how blockchain can help in bringing more transparency? I know you're developing a project within carbon offsetting, so yeah.
Yes, I am, and as you know, and we've discussed, we believe in going beyond basic requirements, right? But in terms of leveraging blockchain to address these issues, it's really interesting that this is probably the best use case for is a perfect sort of hand in glove fit for the problems in this space. Not going to say that it's a panacea for everything, but it certainly offers unique ability to bring the much needed transparency and accountability to address the issue.
Be able to have lots of good stuff, and it kind of makes, more conservative voices louder. So it's a challenging obstacle to overcome. I see that as being one of the obstacles when we think about adoption, and then also regulatory concerns. The space is evolving very quickly, and we're seeing all kinds of news headlines that are heading in. It's going to be curious to see how the space evolves, and I think this is also going to be potentially another barrier to adoption is, these regulatory concerns.
Thanks for that, Benoit. Appreciate it. So since these voluntary carbon markets are unregulated, can we actually expect more challenges in carbon offsetting disclosures? I mean, there's so many players out there. And there is a bit little harmony. I mean, there's literally no harmony, actually. How do we see this? Jay, to start off with you. Yeah.
So we're masters at breaking down data silos. This is what we've done. We've done it for the last 8 years throughout Africa, pulling together government data in 8, 10 different ministries. So when we look at the climate in one country we're working in right now, there's 22 ministries that have a little bit of something to do with the climate. So to us, chaos is no big deal. Data is data. We pull together these disparate data sets. When you need blockchain, we'll use it. But again, it has a high carbon footprint too. Don't forget about that. So what we try to do is we don't care where the data comes from. We don't care where the chaos is and the unregulation, because to us it's data. We pull it in as needed, whether it's structured or unstructured. We use AI. We use data visualization for complete transparency and traceability, from the very bottom to the communities, all the way to the very top to the buyers. And I think you can't say there's going to be a framework and we're all going to get behind it in adoption. You have to build it. It has to be flexible, because we're never going to be on the same framework. That's
Kalyani, but I think about the bond market, right? And I look at that and I say, with the rating agencies, people over time, we took these completely different sets of assets, right? I mean, you could take a bond from, a Ford, and you pair, and that gets one rating versus something versus, let's say a bond. Certainly not what's required to get a project credited, but it's something that is an ethos that the project developer has to hold itself to. Similarly, buyers need to be careful and need to be thoughtful about the rigor they're putting on the project developers or the sellers of their credits. So I think it's incumbent on the entire ecosystem to work together to develop a flexible yet comprehensive framework to the greatest extent possible. Maybe a pipe dream, but what can I say? I'm an optimist. And secondly, I think it's incumbent on the buyers, the sellers, and the intermediaries, and the project developers themselves to really work together to bring greater data transparency. And lastly, you can't hide behind the registries and say it's all on the registries, or you can't just kick the registries and say, oh, they're not doing a good enough job. We all need to do this. We're at the beginning of a very long road, and we all need to do our part to elevate the standards.
Thanks for that, Josh. Benva, what is your take on this particular point?
Well, yeah, just to echo Josh's sentiment, this is the beginning of a very long road. When I think about, I frankly feel that standardization is important. I see that ICVCM and the ratings agencies and these initiatives are pooling together to try and develop a standard to create a greater ease for market demand to be able to participate in VCM. There's just a lot of entities that don't want to engage when they don't have an internationally accepted standard on what it means to have quality or what is an acceptable carbon credit. There's a lot of reputational risk, these concerns about finding themselves in a situation where they buy a carbon credit that's good today and next year it's invalidated or downgraded, and then they get a whole bunch of media frenzy around that, and that creates a lot of discomfort, and it just pushes buyers away from engaging in this kind of area. So if there was, I feel like if we really want to see market scale, you need to be able to look at creating standardization. I sense that, focusing on the sort of topic of this conference in general, I think there's opportunities where the integrity of the information and the auditability of it can play a role that helps serve as one of the vehicles to get us to some level of standardization. It requires being able to have things be readily and rapidly comparable, to be able to draw common denominators and develop those kinds of standardizations. But if we continue to see fragmented markets, more and more registries coming into the system every other week, it feels like I don't think this is going to build any kind of buyer confidence when there's just way too many things on the menu, and they feel like they can be at risk of receiving flack for going with any of those choices. So I'm hopeful for the roles that these technologies can play. I hope that players in this space continue to play the long game and choose benefits over short-term rewards. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of potential and opportunity here, and it's going to require some significant collaboration and patience.
So Benva, you mentioned a very good point. So many registries cropping up every other day. I've mapped around 21 registries globally, and I'm actually looking into their questions and the due diligence procedures. That's actually my next question. So we know that each country is coming out with their own registry, national registries, then we have a standard registries, and then there is a substandard registries coming up. Then there is a classified registries which have different classifications for biochar, then for renewable energy. So we all know that they're not that transparent enough. I mean, there's no science backup for most of the registries, and they clearly lack harmony. So for example, the due diligence work I'm doing with a project developer in Kenya right now, it's such a Herculean task to understand which one shall I go for. But there is no such thing as monopoly. I mean, everyone seems to be like, they're the best, but because it's not regulated, one thing. Number two, there's lack of harmony. Do you think there should be something should be done to create a harmony and, to decrease, to reduce that pressure, for the project developers to come out who are seeking a genuine solutions, and who want to trade like a realistic carbon credits. How do we see this, Jay? You being a project developer, I'm sure you must have gone through this kind of procedure before.
Yeah, we actually wear both hats, both the technology side and then also project development, because we just saw a lot of weaknesses in that space, and there's quite a lot of demand, right? And not a lot of supply. So what we're seeing, we're not seeing national registries. We actually have talked governments out of that. We think that's redundant. More registration, so that you can say, I have a Vera project, I have a gold standard project, I have American Carbon Registry. Wherever everybody already has their frameworks and registry, why create more paperwork, more consulting fees, more expense? Just a registration, a simple registration that said, in this country, we have 17 projects going on across 5 different registries, so the countries have transparency into what is going on in their country with their assets. They have a right to know. I can go to every president, and I have, this is why I'm in this space now, because I only work at the president level, and I will ask them, have you sold a carbon asset? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, sir, on this registry, you sold this forest for 30 years. He goes, no, I did not. Yes, you did. But they don't understand it. So we've talked everyone out, at least in Africa, of national registries, national registration, because that is more important for them to get the transparency. Again, we don't want to recreate more and more frameworks and more paperwork. So that's what we're doing on the African continent. I can't talk about other ones.
Alexi, what is your take on this creating a harmony?
Yeah, I think a lot has already been mentioned, right? Maybe some of the topics we have not mentioned is that we will have multiple registries. Let's face it, right? And maybe it's good because it provides like competition. And the carbon space used to be a bit more like oligopolistic before, and now it's changing. And I think it's for the good because all of the members are trying now to innovate. I guess, you know, going forward with the integration initiatives, there could be like apart from joint principles, there could be like some interoperability mechanism where we can, you know, ideally connect all of the registries and establish like joint rules how we, you know, exchange data among those registries. And here we also have the technical issue because, you know, not all of the blockchains are interoperable, and there are also non-blockchain registries. So I think this is, should be a very big focus of the community. And also, you know, I want to touch base on the blockchain native, you know, carbon credits and registries and standards. So I think innovation has a lot to do here, and maybe we would be seeing, you know, new initiatives popping up that would be like more credible, supported by many stakeholders. And I truly think that there is a room for such kinds of innovations. And I think today at this conference, we've heard some of the attempts to do so. And it's great that we're here together, you know, discussing that. So that's already a good step towards, you know, a more efficient carbon market and registries.
So do you think it's good to have more registries coming up? That's what you think it's?
I guess it's a healthy thing for every market. You know, innovation has to come and has to prove that it's you know, more beneficial. If you know, if users will find it beneficial, if you know, countries will step in, if we'll have a consensus around, you know, new ways to track this data, and it will make sense also with other components of the ecosystem, then why not? You know, but also again, we need like to establish interoperability, and for that we need to talk. For that we need to integrate and push this topic forward.
Josh, do you agree with the point? It's more number of registries or less, or do you think it should be more number of registries but more harmony?
Well, if you could have more registries and more harmony, I don't know how you accomplish that. I mean, I think Jay made some really great points, and as far as the African continent is concerned, and I think that's instructive broadly, because obviously it's the developing nations to a large extent that have to be considered. I mean, that's obviously written into the Paris Agreement pretty pointedly. It's a basic tenet. But I think, look, I'm old enough to remember smoking sections on airplanes. It doesn't work, right? You can't necessarily, this is a global problem, you can't contain it. So these silos, these regulatory silos of one country defining its own rules are not really going to address the issue. It just exacerbates the issue. And frankly, the work being done internationally to address this issue requires some consistency. You need, well, developers need to be able to operate in different countries and different locations and bring best practices that, without being overly bogged down in a completely unpredictable and inconsistent regulatory or qualification framework. It just doesn't work. So I think as far as one versus many registries, going back to that question in particular, I think or verification bodies, I think the buyers will often dictate that. I think that, whether it's Disney, Lavazza, Gucci, whoever that are participants in this market and have been burned by bad credits, right? By bad offsets, rather. Their level of confidence in the registries is what's going to drive the number of registries that actually make a go of it and in this industry, right? Just as you don't have an innumerable number of ratings agencies in the bond market, right? Surely in the early days there were more, and there are certainly many analyst shops, but there's only the stamp of S&P, the stamp of Fitch, et cetera, are the ones that carry weight with the institutional buyers. And institutional buyers are probably, and we see it, frankly, in our business. People ask for registered credits. If that can always be the case, I don't know, but that stories that are coming out, like the Guardian articles or what have you, haven't necessarily, there's no better solution that has been put forth per se that gives an institution a better starting point that I've seen. Whether that's, it's almost a necessary versus sufficient argument, right? It's a starting point. It gives them a stamp of approval that they can at least hang their hat on as institutional buyers.
So Benoit, how do you see that? I mean, Vera being a very leading, registry, do you think it's going to be more competition to Vera with so many names cropping up every other day?
I think there's lots of different ways to deliver greater value to customers, and I appreciate that benefit to Alexi's point. But I don't think coming up with new registries is the only way to create better value for customers for the voluntary carbon market. I think that might be one of the ways, but I don't think it's the only way. I like to sometimes think in terms of analogies, and I think about how, here in California, if you want to drive a vehicle, you have to pass a smog check. That's set by an authority that determines what are the acceptable criteria for that. Now, if we had, let's say, 15 or 100 different ways that you could conduct a smog check, well, maybe some of them work pretty well and maybe some of them really don't. And so you would find yourself with very differing results of car performance that would be out there on the roads. You'd have some that were, really not polluting in comparison to others that would be blowing out, lots of terrible pollutants. So it's, again, like thinking about, we're talking about the balance sheet of natural capital on this planet, which is, at least as important as like a car polluting, perhaps a lot more important than that. So I think like long term, it'd be great to see a consortium where you've got all parties that are helping construct the methodologies, that are constructing the processes, that are all participating in the governance. But I think when you start fragmenting all of those bits and pieces together, I think it generally just makes it more difficult for new entrants to come into the market and participate.
Thanks for that, Benoit. Appreciate that. So I often hear, even from my current project developer in Kenya I'm working with, that the carbon registries lack, there's a lot of, difference between the country level reconciliation and project level, especially when it comes to GHG inventories. I think it's a very pressing problem that most of the project developers they face, especially being given, they're asking for baselines in most of this GHG. It's a very big challenge. So how do we actually reconcile carbon registries with country reports in annual GHG inventories, especially when you don't have the required figures, that registries ask for, for the pre-due diligence questionnaires. How do you start with that, Jay? I mean, you as a developer, where do you see you should be the best? How do you want to put the best foot forward on that?
So we don't do forest, so that's where that comes in. So this won't be relevant to me, but we have 20 years of data of that. There's a lot of data out there. They've been doing it a long, long time, so it's not hard to get a baseline. We do more actual see it, feel it, touch it, carbon generating, sequestration, carbon capture projects. So I'm not the right person to ask about that.
Okay, sure. So Alexei, what is your take?
Yeah, I also doubt that I'm the right person.
Okay.
We have some people from the UN here. Maybe, Gach, you want to say something, or Alexander?
Yeah. Do you want to say something about how do you reconcile? Or maybe I could take, yeah.
Yeah, what can I say? That's a trend and a need to reconcile national inventories, GHG inventories from countries, and align them with their NDCs, with their national plans, and the trends, and also the long-term emissions development strategies. So all this documentation, they need to be somehow coming together. And one way of doing that is the current way, which is self-report from countries. But what we are looking into are also new technologies to do that. So the alignment could be done also with direct measurements from satellites and things that are coming online. So for example, initiatives like Climate Trace, I think they are very promising. Yeah. So at the last COP27, Al Gore was presenting that initiative together with some country representatives discussing the transparency, the enhanced transparency framework. So that's one way of aligning. Yeah, my name is Alex Paris, and I'm with the UNFCCC Secretariat.
So Ben, how does Vera looks into this when it comes to reconciliation? Yeah.
Could the question be repeated, please?
Sorry? Can you hear us? Hello?
Could we have the question be repeated,
Oh, sure,
please?
yeah. So how do we reconcile the carbon registries with the country reports in annual GHG inventories? It's one of the most pressing challenges right now with the majority of the project developers in afforestation and reforestation projects.
Yeah, not a lot of my time at Vera is spent on that particular focus. I mean, I imagine there's going to be components of Article 6 that are going to help address this because it's largely focused on accounting. I don't have more comment that I can make on that at this time.
Josh, do you have any comments on this question? I mean, you as a project developer, how do you see? I mean, is the GHG reconciliation is a very big challenge for you when you do a registration?
Yeah, it's not really part of my role, I would say, so it's hard for me to comment on that either. I think, sorry, everybody's passing the buck on this one. This is a tougher one for me to comment on.
So going forward, we only have like last 10 minutes to go now. So going forward, what do you think the best practices in carbon disclosures and also with the baseline data in general, especially when it comes to blockchain? And where do you think the blockchain can play a massive role in the best practices? Doesn't matter whichever project it is, it could be afforestation, it could be cooking stoves, or it could be biochar overall. Yeah.
I mean, it's complete
You can talk about from your hemp
so it doesn't
project.
have to be blockchain, right? Yeah. It's for the end buyer to see what the project did and what the communities benefit and the whole transparency all the way down. From I'm Volkswagen, I bought carbon credits, and this local community received the benefits it was supposed to get as I drew a line around their forest. It truly is that transparent traceability all the way from beginning to end. And it doesn't have to be blockchain, but it can be, because that brings together disparate data sets. So that's where we use blockchain, is when you need to pull in data sets that are disparate, and you want that same group of people to share in that data. So that's what I see as the future and what we're working on.
Alexei.
Yeah, it's a great question. So first of all, the first thing to align with the existing and reputable standard, or if you're innovating, then stand on the shoulders of giants and don't try to reinvent the wheel. That's a very important one. Then next, of course, you know, transparency, traceability, immutability. If you can use blockchain to show the chain of trust and all the actions of all the stakeholders, this brings, of course, additional trust and transparency. That's great. On the issuance side, you know, again, innovations are possible now. There are new ways to, like, you know, provide early stage financing for carbon projects, which to me brings like more value to those carbon credits, because it's kind of ex ante financing with ex post, and projects can do more with carbon forward financing, for example, or if you mix debt instruments and carbon, that's the best practice. That's something really, really interesting, something that we are experimenting with. And finally, of course, on the MRV, there are all sorts of monitoring tools and opportunities right now, and also AI. It's still very unclear how to make it profitable, but it's very exciting and brings a lot of opportunities. So I guess here I would encourage everyone to innovate, provide various ways of monitoring for various project categories, you know, and share that. And that's what will contribute to our joint future, a more sustainable future, of course. And the best practice, I think one of the outcomes of today's discussion is that we need to talk, we need to self-organize, we need maybe more meaningful consortiums where we actually do things rather than talk, you know. We integrate our registries, we develop common rules, we showcase MRV practices, you know, and include them into kind of the best practice expertise. And of course, conversations with every stakeholder. Either these are corporates, NGOs, national states, and of course, UN. And I think UN has to play an important role here, sharing the experience and leading the way forward.
Josh, what is your point of view? Yeah.
My point of, well, for me, I think the MRV is key. I mean, it comes down to data again. I keep saying that, but that's the key, right? We all have to really, we really have to drive towards MRV methodologies and technologies that provide, that really attack the issue of data granularity and transparency, right? Because, so that's why you look at carbon ethic, which obviously I'm partnering, and we apply a lot, we built our own tech stack to say, okay, we're gonna go beyond the basic crediting standard requirements of the applicable registry. We're going to really strive towards some sub-centimeter accuracy in the forest that we're in our projects, right? We're looking to get far beyond what is the base level to get a credit. We're looking to go to the real issue of how do we address the problem of our forests dying? How do we address the issue of the current state of affairs where we have 50% of the forests we used to have on this planet? That's a real problem, because we believe that rehabilitating those habitats from a biodiversity perspective and from a forest health perspective will have the intended effect of carbon removal, right? Obviously it will. So we really look at it, we don't look at it and say, okay, this is just our baseline, great, we got our project credited. We look at what's next? How are we going to improve the health of that forest that we're sequestering even more carbon? And I think, and of course, then we're developing our own technology to be able to, really we're building, as Kalyani, as we've discussed, as I've discussed with Kalyani, we're building a suite of solutions to better support more broadly this industry, right? And that comes back to what Alexei said, frankly, about us all coming together to bring our best practices and actually do something, put them into real practice. That's why at Carbon Ethic we're looking to do things at a large scale, so we can drive adoption of our approaches and at a broader scale across the market, and offer that support out to other project developers, be it financing support in what we're building at EthicStream, where I'm focused, or whether it's really refining and rolling out, applying in our own project, our Woodlands.ai product, and then offering that out to the broader market of project developers so that we can see better support them and bring better quality projects forward, right? I think most people in this industry are not setting out with a fraudulent intent. I think this industry is generally defined of people, or comprised of people who are intentful about wanting to address the climate change problem and bring forward good projects. We just need to harmonize our approaches, share, and elevate the entire industry.
Thank you, Josh.
I just wanted to add like a short thing, but which is really a best practice that helped us to move on forward, you know, and collaborate with all the stakeholders around the globe. That's open source. And open source can really bring trust and can really help people to, you know, build on top what has already been built, and don't waste resources on recreating all over and all over again the essential parts that we need for the ecosystem. And that's also the answer, how we can collaborate with the UN, with corporations and everyone else, and also bringing transparency and trust, because everyone could see and review the code.
So Benoit, what is your take on the best practices? Sorry, Josh, you're sharing something.
No, please. Yeah, just along the lines of what Alexi said. I think some of that comes down to the larger institutions and governments too. I know the Biden administration and discussions I've had has been very frank and direct about its intent to accelerate, frankly, any advantage it can offer to companies involved with the climate economy, as it's termed it. Whether that be fast track to patents from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, whether it's greater sharing of data from NOAA. There's a lot there that they're trying to push forward, and they're looking for engagement from our industry. And then others, you know, there's a lot of latent technology to some extent within a number of the larger companies, as we all know. And I think engaging with those companies to unleash some of that technology into the market and open source it to an extent. We've had some promising discussions in my work on the American Bar Association's Climate Change Committee, Clean Tech and Climate Change Committee, where they're looking to really bring forth some of these technologies. I know HP has approached us on that, and there are a few others. And I think these are the kind of initiatives that can really advance what Alexi's point.
So Benoit, what is your take on the best practices on behalf of Vera?
Yeah, if we're focused on the sort of data and blockchain angle of this, I think interoperability and creating standardization, whether it's schemas, processes, I mean, it's, again, to try to move away from fragmented efforts that cannot communicate with one another is going to be, I think, the most effective way of turning a snowball into an avalanche. If we want to reach scale, we got to be approaching this in a collaborative manner. On the project development side, it's been my experience that dmrv is absolutely critical. MRV is one of the most biggest pieces of criteria when buyers are looking at making purchasing decisions. Co-benefits also along those lines as well is a super important criteria for buyers to engage with this market. And when you look at the opportunities there, the more co-benefits you can stack into a project, the greater resilience, the more different revenue streams. And if you can couple that with, other co-benefits like clean water and biodiversity, et cetera, you're building a more robust web to support that project. And you're not putting all your eggs in one basket, you're diversifying your risk across multiple different revenue streams and creating greater social and environmental resiliency. I think it's generally a best practice to try and move away from silver bullet isolated solutions and to work more towards complex systems for those resilience opportunities. At the same time, it's important when you're engaging in those kinds of complexities to think about how the
So it's time to wrap up, but any questions from audience?
Thank you. My name is Gajanan Hegde from UNFCCC Secretariat. I just wanted to address that question on reconciling with the country inventory. Right now, there are two terms being discussed under Article 6 of the carbon markets. One is the ITMOs, internationally transferred mitigation outcomes. So that is when the countries choose to generate credits within their own jurisdiction and then transfer outside. But there is also mitigation contribution units. So the second one, they are not going to transfer outside of the country. So they are not going to make any entry in their inventory for the mitigation contribution units. So the big discussion now ongoing is whether the voluntary market should also get involved with the ITMOs, where countries take on the responsibility of transferring, which means when they transfer the credits out, they will have a negative entry in their system. So they will be fully responsible. It's no longer the case where they only have the win-win situation by transferring the credits. So they will have to acquire if they fall short of the their own target. So it's a big question to the countries. What is the cost of generating certain unit, and then whether they should keep it for themselves or should they give it out? So that's an ongoing debate, and also there is a lot of dilemma to the countries. But we believe going forward with some experience gained this issue will get a clearer picture. Thank you.
Any questions? Any more questions? Or I think we can wrap it up. Thank you so much, Benoit and Josh, Alex, Jay. Thanks a lot. See you soon.
Thank you all for having us.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. If you can grab a seat, we're going to get rolling forwards. All right, now for something completely different. Our next speaker is a senior lecturer at the MIT Sloan School for Management and is the director of the Sustainability Initiative at MIT Sloan. He's also the co-author of Breaking Through Gridlock. Please put your hands together for Jason J.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see some friendly faces and some new ones. So what we're gonna do is they've given me 45 minutes in which to solve climate change. Are you guys ready for that? Let's go. All right, let's do it. So let's start with what problem are we trying to solve? This graph familiar to everybody? If it's not, this comes from the IPCC. This shows us the level of risk that increases as we warm up the planet. You are here. We've warmed up the planet about 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. As a result of that, we have detectable impacts and risks across a variety of different categories, from wildfires in California and Australia to food supply instabilities, creating the conflict in Syria, to water scarcity in India and South Africa. So you can read the headlines. And business as usual projections take us up here into this zone of very high risks of severe irreversible impacts with limited ability to adapt. Whew. Scientists don't like to use words like catastrophe, but that's about as close as they come. Now, this shows us the problem we have to solve, right? The current state, the goal state. This is the future we're living into versus, you can see why the global goals are often to try to stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius, because that keeps us in a zone where we have to adapt, but where we actually can adapt. Now, this is the last PowerPoint slide that I'm going to show you with graphs on it, because as our friend and colleague John Sturman is fond of saying, the research shows that showing people research doesn't work. If I blind you with PowerPoints for the afternoon, you're not going to walk out here with any greater understanding of how the system works or any greater sense of hope or possibility or willingness to take action. So what we're going to do is that we're going to just dive in and work to try to solve climate change. And we're going to do that together in an interactive workshop style. We had a little bit of tech issues, so I don't have all my tips, all my cool tricks available. But what we are going to be able to do is if I can get the mouse over to this screen. Well, even if I can't, there we go. So what we're going to be able to do is use, hello? Sorry. This is not my machine. My machine wasn't speaking nicely wasn't playing nice with friends on the AV systems. There we go. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay, and we're going to just, you know what we're going to do? We're going to just mirror, and let's see. Sorry about this. I think this is like a version of the OS that I'm not used to. There we go. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to use an interactive simulation tool called En-ROADS. This is freely available, open source, fully documented. Runs through a regular web browser, but behaves the same as the big supercomputer models. So it's parameterized to all of the best available IPCC science. We can look at how it's calibrated in terms of the temperature history over the past couple of decades, to the history of things like solar electricity prices. You see the various different data from the International Energy Agency. The baseline of the model sort of tracks that quite nicely. The primary demand of wind and solar, kind of the growth that we've seen in those two sectors, mimics the reality quite closely. Under the hood here, there's 14,000 equations that are modeling the relationships between all of these sort of techno-economic variables and what's going on in the climate system. So what that's going to allow us to do is to play with that in real time and run some experiments and see what is actually going to get us from this world of 3.3 degrees Celsius to a safer world of 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees. Now, the previous PowerPoint slide I showed you gave you a little bit of a warning about what it means to kind of get the temperature up to this level. We can also explore and experiment with those a little bit directly inside En-ROADS. So we can look at impacts on, for example, sea level rise goes up pretty substantially in this future. If we want to look at that in a more local kind of way, we pipe in maps from Climate Central, which allow us to kind of zoom in on particular parts of the world and look at sea level rise in those areas. This is the Nile Delta in the north of Egypt. We could look at, for example, New Orleans in Louisiana. Some of you may have been around during Hurricane Katrina, and we can see kind of what that part of the world looks like under this amount of sea level rise. If you add, anybody know what the storm surge during Katrina was in meters? Come on, isn't that just obvious common knowledge? So if we say it's 21st, so the reality is it was about a 4-meter storm surge. So with a 4-meter storm surge on top of that baseline level of sea level rise, which is what you'd expect with increasingly frequent storms, you have very significant inundation of the entire oil and gas sector, which is a lot of the refining capacity of the United States is right along here. We can look at other consequences of this kind of warming. So additional deaths from extreme heat in a variety of different geographies where we expect to see much higher temperatures, much higher frequency of high degree days. The effects not just on human health, but on other life, so the species that are losing some of their climatic range due to the shifts in the climate and their ability to adapt will be limited at the pace that it's happening. We lose crop yield very substantially in this future, meaning that even though the population is growing and we'll have about 10 billion people by the end of the century, we'll have less productivity of our crops to be able to feed them. So again, this is not a gloom and doom talk, but just to sort of show you a little bit about what the model can help us see so that we understand, again, the problem that we're trying to solve. So what should we do? What actions do you think will help us solve global climate change? Let's just throw some ideas out here and we'll start trying them out in the model. Okay, electrification of transport. Teslas for all. So let's see what that does. So what we're going to do is when I pull, to kind of maximize the learning and experience here, anytime we pull a lever, I want you to form in your mind a hypothesis of what's going to happen when I make a change. How big of a change in the future temperature? So are we going to get, you know, 1/10 of a degree, 1/2 of a degree, 1 degree of avoided future warming if we do electrification of transport? Now, a couple things to say about this. This is a globally aggregated model. So when we pull a lever here, we're doing this in the form of a globally coordinated action to achieve that, for example, electrification of transport. Now, just to be fair, let's be clear that in the baseline, there is electrification of transport that's going to be happening based on our understanding of the learning curves and batteries and other tailwinds to this industry. But obviously, it's happening quite slow. If we crank this up, we can make this happen much faster through essentially encouraging or subsidizing electrification of transport. So if I do a pretty substantial increase in electrification, form a hypothesis of how big of a change you think that's going to make, and then let's take a look. Okay, so first of all, let's see, did it work? And the answer is yes. We got a much more rapid electrification of transport here. And then what you can see is that affects the mix of the energy system. It affects the greenhouse gas emissions from the energy system, and then ultimately temperature. Raise your hand if that was a smaller change than you thought it was going to be, based on your initial prediction. If it was about what you expected, or if it was bigger than you thought. Okay, nobody. Okay. So what's going on? So the consensus in the room is that, oh, wow, you know what? I thought we were going to get a bigger bang for that change. So what's going on here? Why don't we see a larger change from that intervention? What do we think? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so the source of the electricity. So let's look at that carefully. So when I peel back this change, we're going to see that our oil is decreasing because we're moving away from the burning of fuels, burning of oil in our cars. But look what happens to coal, which is this dark band here on the bottom. Our coal is actually increasing, right? So we haven't done anything about the fuel mix of the grid, and so therefore we're not getting as much of an impact on electrification. So that's a really important point. So we want to think about something in that arena as well. All right, what other suggestions do we have? What else can we try? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, technological carbon removal, awesome. And we just heard a session just before this about various different carbon removal and offset schemes. So under carbon removal, there's a portfolio of technologies. And by the way, I should just say, I'm running off of the development version of the model where some of these land use changes and other things are a little bit more enhanced. When you go and open this up on your own laptop over the web, you'll see very slight differences, but some of these updates are coming to you in the next month or two. All right, so technological carbon removal, what does that include? That includes direct air capture, which is vacuum cleaners sucking carbon out of the sky, enhanced mineralization, spreading rocks on the ground that suck CO2 out of the air, agricultural soil carbon, so regenerative agriculture practices that put carbon into soils, biochar came up in the last session. We don't have blue carbon kind of marine in the model yet, but you can see all these land-based forms of carbon sequestration. We separately have afforestation we manage separately as another lever, but let's see what happens if we do, and we have sort of a measure of technical potential for these, like if you were to scale it the maximum possible level, that's what 100% would mean. How far should we take this carbon removal? Just crank it. Okay, got it, great. So let's crank it and see what happens. And form a hypothesis about what that could do in terms of avoided temperature. And let's take a look. Okay, so we got 0.2 of a degree. You can see what we did here is that we added this negative line here of other carbon dioxide removals. You can see we're doing a total of about 13 gigatons, looks like 13 gigatons a year of removal with this portfolio of technologies. And that helps, right? That gets us 0.2 of a degree of avoided future warming. Now, a couple of comments about this. One is that direct air capture, DAX, is not a proven viable technology. Currently, it's about $1,000 a ton. And we don't have anything on the board yet that's going to pay for that, so let's just sort of flag and notice that. It hasn't been deployed at scale, and you still have to have the right geological formations to put the carbon away. We've got part of our stack here is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, but we'll deal with that separately in the model. But let's just take a look at what are we really doing here. So for mineralization, for example, here's the, actually, wait, let me go to mineralization first. So this is the rocks that we've spread on the ground to suck up the CO2. We're now doing a volume of that that's about twice the size of the current entire coal industry. So that's a pretty substantial amount of rock to be able to produce that, amount. This is land for farming, so, and the land required for that mineralization is about just more than the land mass of India worth of rocks that we're spreading on the ground. So that's what cranking that means. We've put about half of India worth of land under regenerative agriculture practices. Maybe that's not such a bad idea when we're trying to feed everybody. But you can see, and then the biochar, we're about 1/3 of India worth of land dedicated to growing biomass just to pyrolyze it and stick it underground. So we can crank that, but noticing what some of those effects are, maybe we might want to back that off a little bit, right? So just have that sort of caveat in our minds, but we do get ourselves, 1/10 or 2 of avoided warming with that. Okay, what else should we try?
Carbon price.
A carbon price. What is a carbon price?
The price that, I don't know what it is defined here, but the price that it's either
No.
sold on the compliance market or the voluntary market.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So we just had a session about credits and markets, and that's this crowd is certainly thinking a lot about that. Carbon pricing actually can take a lot of different forms. So there are carbon tax, carbon fee, cap and trade systems in a regulatory market where you have to buy permits to be able to emit. We buy and sell those permits. It discovers a price, as well as voluntary participation. So I might say, I'm going to offset all my carbon as some big company, and I go participate in the voluntary carbon markets. I'm effectively imposing a carbon price on myself. So we can play with that carbon price. What level? So in the baseline here in our new model, it's $5 a ton CO2 is the baseline because that's about, on average, what's happening. The European Union is pricing carbons at $80 a ton right now. Switzerland, Sweden are at $130. China's at $9. Here in New England, we're at the $10 to $15 level with the RGGI. So what carbon price do you want to try? Shout out some numbers. 80, okay. Sorry? The European Union has been like kind of, fluctuating a little bit, but we've been at about 80 bucks a ton. Okay, so 80. So, all right, so 150. This isn't an auction, people. All right, so you want to try 80 bucks a ton. So as if the rest of the world essentially catches up to where Europe is at. So I'll put that in, 80 bucks a ton, and when I hit enter, we'll see what happens. Okay, that was 0.6 of a degree of avoided warming. That little whistle sound that came, that's the response that we've gotten from members of the House, Senate, Biden administration, and other government officials in other countries when we do the conversations with them around the En-ROADS, as well as with corporate leaders and investors. Now you want to try 150. Okay, so does it keep going? Yeah. Now, yeah, fine. Let's try that. Let's see what 150 does. That gives us another 0.2. Okay. It doesn't scale linearly, so let's watch the graph. You can kind of see, you can kind of build some intuition. So if we go from the $5 to halfway to where we were, $40 a ton, to keep going there to 80 bucks a ton, and up to, you start to get a little bit of diminishing returns here, but we can get up to 100. Now, there's estimates of what the social cost of carbon is, which is like, what should we collectively be willing to pay for this, which is actually, your 150 is roughly in that ballpark. Okay, so that's pretty cool, right? We just got a lot closer to a safer climate future. Raise your hand if that was a bigger change than you thought it was going to be. Okay, about what you expected? Smaller? Okay, all right, so we're pretty happy about this. Now, just like I did with the carbon removal, I said, okay, great, let's crank it, but then let's keep an eye on the land use implications, right? So what might be some side effects or concerns that you would have about cranking carbon price to this level? Economic issues, right? Economic consequences. So great point. So let's take a look at that. So first of all, what I want to do is, actually, I should have done this at the beginning. I'm going to just open another, at the risk of like more technical complexity here, I'm just going to open up another browser tab where what we'll do is we'll open up kind of a fresh version of the model without any of these policies on it. Then we can try things kind of in a more individual, isolated kind of way. And I can show you like kind of a little bit of a rewind here. So one thing I didn't start with was, since you raised the question about economic impacts, let's take a look at that. So let's look at GDP per capita globally. Sorry, gross world, let's use gross world product, that's probably better. So here we have the economic growth that we would have had in the kind of baseline scenario. And actually, let me just do one quick thing here, which is that I just realized I need to get back to my new cool version. Okay. What we're doing here can be done as an optional setting in the public version. We're making it default in the new version, so you can see this a little bit more clearly. So this is the scenario, our current scenario, and this is the scenario if we had no economic impact from temperature. So what that means is that in our baseline, where we're going to 3.3 degrees, and I showed the heat deaths, the loss of crop yield, and so on, the economic damage function, right, from that, this is, I think this graph is really illustrative because this is COVID and this is climate, right? That's the economic losses under the Burke damage function from what we would see. So when we go to look at the corresponding graph on this model where we were starting to do our experiments, what we can do is we can look at GDP per capita and we can see that actually when we play with this carbon price, we're actually increasing economic growth in part because we're mitigating some of those physical harms. Okay, so that's one thing to say. But that doesn't mean that there aren't economic consequences. And so we would want to understand, for example, what did we just do to the cost of energy, for example? So what we just did was that we created a big spike in the cost of burning coal, a big spike in the cost of burning oil, and if we look at the overall cost of energy, what that entails, sorry, that's our carbon price, and then we look at the average of what that means on the whole. This is a bit more sensitive than I'm used to as a trackpad. Okay. So we just created like a very significant price spike in energy, right? So Yellow Jacket protesters in France probably, understating what would occur in this situation. So we've got, so our carbon price is really helping us on the climate front. It's helping us in terms of long-term economic development, but somehow we have to deal with that economic shock. And we particularly have to deal with the economic shock for low-income people who are paying a lot more money, well, a percentage of their incomes on, so how are we gonna deal with that? What might we do to mitigate some of those? What? Increase renewable energy. Okay, so if we could make sure that we could get some cheaper renewable energy on board, maybe that will help us. So let's give that a try. So we'll try, you want to sort of subsidize renewable energy here globally? Fine, so let's give that a try and see what that does. So that helps us by bringing some of that cost of energy down. If we look at the stack of energy here, we already got a lot of renewables from our carbon price, right? Because we strongly incentivize the transition so there's not that much additional bang for the buck. We're going to use a little bit more energy as a result of that subsidy because we made the energy a little bit cheaper. But we're somewhat mitigating those energy price effects of the carbon price. The other thing that we can do if we want to deal with some of those electricity cost issues is we can just give the economy a little bit more time to adjust. So we ramped this $150 price of carbon in over 10 years. So it's $15, then $30, then $45, and so on. What happens if we give ourselves just a little longer to get to that final carbon price? Actually, we're not losing avoided future temperature, but we're smoothing out that curve a little bit, giving people a little bit more time to economically adapt. So that's oftentimes wisdom on this stuff. The other thing is that the carbon price can be brought in the form of what's called the carbon fee and dividend, where you take in the money and you give checks to people. And then that check, if I'm a low-income person in a small house who doesn't have a car, I get that check. It's a net positive for me. If I'm a rich person with 2 houses and I fly a lot, I'm going to be paying more carbon tax than I get back in my dividend. And you can turn carbon price from something that's regressive to something that's progressive. Okay, but we're still at 2.3 degrees. So I don't want to go into all the impact graphs again, but just recall that that is not a safe enough climate future. So what else do we need to work on? What else should we add? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, reduction of oil and gas production. So we've done some of that with our carbon price, right? But you want to say, let's just phase it out. Okay, got it. So phase out, so let's go into, if we say, all right, there's a few different ways that we can play with what happens in oil, but I think what you're talking about is just kind of stop building new oil infrastructure, phase out the infrastructure, get out of this business, right? So we can crank that up and see what that does. And we can essentially, if we stop building new oil infrastructure, we let the current stuff age out, then we're effectively taking oil down to 0. When we do that, we're getting about another 1/10 of a degree of avoided warming. So a lot of the ability to accomplish that is we sort of did a lot of that with our carbon price, but you're adding that you're kind of adding that to the mix. Exactly. When we're doing it on top of this, you can always kind of on your own time experiment with what this looks like on its own. There are a lot of investors who are saying we don't want to invest in coal plants anymore, so you can imagine a similar kind of phase down of new coal infrastructure and letting coal age out and decreasing that. That's going to get you probably another close to 1/10. I think it's showing up as, no, it's actually not really affecting that much because, again, we've already affected that pretty dramatically through the carbon price. So in a way, the regulatory approach here and the market-based or carbon pricing approach are sort of, alternatives. Yeah, in the back?
About energy efficiency and ability to industry.
Okay, great. Energy efficiency. So let's take a look at that. So right now, we're getting, so there's a baseline level of energy efficiency that is progressing about 1.2% per year. We're getting an improvement in that energy efficiency already because if you recall, when we do carbon price, the overall height of the mountain is decreasing as energy becomes more expensive, so therefore we're incentivized. But we can even further invest in that kind of energy efficiency work and see what that does for us. And that is going to be worth another 1/10 of a degree, even on top of everything else. And in fact, if we go back to the kind of the clean model here, where we're not doing any other interventions, let's take a look at that energy efficiency lever. That's a 3/10 of a degree improvement, right? So the nice thing about energy efficiency is that it works right now. We stop burning stuff right now. It reduces the overall height of the mountain, so we don't have to build as much renewables to be able to get to the greener energy system. So, and it's NPV positive. A lot of companies will have incentives to be able to invest in that. Yeah, in the back?
Can we do population reduction?
Okay, Thanos. So let's see what that, yeah. Soylent Green, Thanos. All right, so we watch too much science fiction in this room, clearly. Some audiences, I don't get a laugh for that one, but this is a younger crowd, so I appreciate that. The baseline here is 10.4 billion people. That's the UN median population forecast. So when we pull this lever down, what we're doing is, it's not a Thanos button. What this is what are some ethical, appropriate ways, human positive ways that we can reduce population growth? Birth control, contraception, access to reproductive health. What else? What was that? Voluntary, social movement, encourage people to have less kids. Turns out one of the most important levers is education and economic empowerment for girls and women. In emerging markets particularly, when you have more opportunities to create value outside the home, when you're getting longer education, family sizes tend to get smaller. That's largely what's happened in the developed world. If we look at, in fact, population by region, you can see that population is already leveling out and declining in US, EU, China, India, but in the emerging markets isn't, so we can reduce that using some of those ethical means that are, SDG positive in a sense, and that gets us down to 2 degrees. That was the objective of the Paris Accord, so let's give ourselves a round of applause. So that helps. Now, but raise your hand if that was a smaller change than you thought it was going to be on the population front. Okay. If it was about what you thought? If it was bigger than you thought? A couple, so this is a bit of a spread, but I would say on the whole, the center of gravity here is that it's a smaller change than people thought. So why doesn't that have more of an impact?
Because as you get wealthier, you consume more. So if you're getting economic growth, but population, it's not a one-to-one.
It's not a one-to-one, right? If that population, relative decrease here is happening in developing countries where they don't burn a lot of carbon, the CO2 per capita isn't that substantial, and so the effects are not going to be as dramatic. So one way to think about that is that we can look at what's called the Kaya identity. So population times GDP per capita times the energy intensity of GDP times the carbon intensity of final energy equals CO2 emissions from energy. And so, you think about that math at the sort of regional level, and when this factor is lower, then this delta doesn't have as much of an impact. Okay. Now, I should say 2 degrees was the objective originally set under the Paris Accord, but the reason that, there's a reason that so many of the scientists have focused on 1.5, and that's largely pictures like this, and there's newer versions of this that are more regionally specific in the latest IPCC report. You can see that 2 degrees still takes us into some pretty dangerous territory, including on what's called permafrost degradation, which is where you start at those levels of temperatures, you start to melt the permafrost in Siberia. Does anybody know what happens when you do that? Methane starts bubbling out, you get reinforcing positive feedbacks. risks of runaway climate change. So that's one of the reasons why people are trying to stay a bit below that level. So let's see if we can keep going. So what else should we try? What else? What haven't we done in the back? Try switching between different carbon removal techniques. Okay, good. So if we, well, first of all, we haven't done anything with afforestation. So we haven't tried just planting trees. Interestingly, when I do this workshop with investors and policymakers and others, that's one that comes up quite often is, can we do a trillion trees initiative? Can we solve climate change that way? So the way that we think about this is that there's some amount of land that we can use for afforestation. It's degraded land, it's available, it's formerly deforested land. And so if we were to use, we can use some percentage of that land to go and plant trees and maybe sell carbon credits and then exchange it all on the blockchain. Let's see what we do. So let's say that a trillion trees initiative is probably somewhere in the zone of like 50 to 70% of that land. So let's see what that does. Okay, so that got us 1/10 of a degree of avoided warming. You can see here that the land use emissions here are starting to become negative by the end of the century. You can see that we're putting away about 3.2 gigatons of CO2 into that afforestation. If we think about the land for growing that biomass, we've got more than an India worth of forest that we've planted, and that got us 1/10 of a degree of avoided warming. Is that a smaller change than you thought it was going to be? Raise your hand. Okay, absolutely. So what's going on there? Why? No, I love trees. Okay, I grew up in Boulder, Colorado. I actually do hug trees. The bark of the lodgepole pine smells like butterscotch. Biodiversity, everything. Local climate effects, amazing. But just from a carbon perspective here, why doesn't this get us a bigger impact? Time delay. Excellent. You're all probably used to thinking about the time value of money. There is a time value of carbon. I have to acquire the land, right? I have to plant the trees. When I plant a seedling, it's a little seedling, right? It's absorbing milligrams to grams of CO2 in a year. It's not until it's a full-fledged tree that it's really significantly absorbing CO2. And that time delay, that whole time where I'm waiting for those trees to get planted and to start having this carbon removal effect, I'm continuing to burn my fossil fuels. And so, so this is also why planting trees is not a valid carbon offset for flying an airplane, right? I fly the airplane, we burn the carbon now, the CO2 goes in the atmosphere now, it lives in the atmosphere for 1,000 years, it keeps warming up that whole time. And then 20 years later, we've got a tree that's absorbing the amount of carbon that's necessary to be able to do that. So it doesn't pass the test of immediacy that's required, and that's one of the reasons here. So again, lots of really good reasons to plant trees, and it's a piece of the puzzle here, but it's not going to get us all the way where we want to go. But we're doing really well. So what else? What? What if you replace it with algae? What if you replace it? Yeah, so farmed algae is interesting. You have to, you mean in the oceans? Yeah, you get it in turn quicker, right? Or on land, yeah, right, because you get the exponential growth of a microorganism. I think that's very interesting that, like I said, we don't have blue carbon technological removal in the tool yet. It's something that's coming up more. Famous people have talked about geoengineering approaches where you put iron filings in the ocean and catalyze some of that growth. The challenge with algae-based biomass sequestration is that you have to keep the carbon in it. And that's the other issue, is that with any of these biological-based carbon sinks, is that gradually they saturate. So for example, if we look at the CO2 removals on the technological side, and we look at the removal area, this picture makes it a little bit hard to see, but this agricultural soil carbon is, it ramps up as you get those practices in place, but then it actually decreases a little bit as the soil is saturated and they start to off-gas. And you can have similar issues as the algae get eaten by microorganisms that respirate and put the CO2 back in. So the permanence of that, depending on how you do it, may or may not be there. What else should we try? What else haven't we played with yet? Okay, slow down. Current deforestation and methane were two things that I just heard. So let's try those. So current deforestation, what you can see, let's come back to kind of the baseline here. This land use change, so this 10 gigatons a year of emissions is from the current pace of deforestation, right? So what we're talking about here is, can we do something to reduce that? So let's see what a pretty significant global effort at avoiding deforestation looks like. That's worth 1/10 of a degree. If you fully stop deforestation entirely, that's worth another 1/10 of a degree. So there's about 2/10 of a degree available to do that. I think that's pretty significant. And again, the tremendous co-benefits in terms of preserving indigenous landscapes, in terms of preserving biodiversity. In this situation, you just have to think about magnitudes, right? So we're talking about 8, 10 gigatons of CO2 from land use at the same time that we're burning 35 gigatons a year in the fossil fuel sector. And then, as you mentioned, methane, there's another 11 gigatons of, so there's more methane going into the atmosphere anthropogenically in terms of CO2 equivalent than deforestation, than land use deforestation. But again, everything helps. It's a piece of the puzzle. If we add it on top of what we're doing here, it's going to speed up the pace at which we start to become carbon negative in forests. And it's definitely going to help us. Let's take a look at methane and other gases. So, methane is short-lived in the atmosphere. It breaks down into CO2 through a variety of atmospheric processes. It also is much stronger than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. So usually what we do is we convert this into CO2 equivalent units. That's what this y-axis is. These are 100-year CO2 equivalents. On that time scale, methane is about 30 times stronger than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. But on short time horizons, it's actually much stronger because it dissipates over time. The gases under the hood here are modeled independently in terms of their lifespan in the atmosphere. They're just consolidated onto the graph for visual purposes. So let's try reducing methane and other gases. We have a couple of different methods that we can do that. We can reduce methane through agricultural best practices, through energy and industry best practices, noting that methane leakage is a problem of people are used to thinking about it in terms of cows, and we're probably reinforcing that here, but it's also very significantly related to industrial sources. So let's reduce methane and other gases and see what that does. So, yeah, he says. The guys are like, I'm a methane man. So that got us to 1.5 degrees. Okay? And again, just to kind of show for a second what, without doing anything else, if we just worked on reducing methane and other gases, it's a 3/10 of a degree that you can get pretty quickly. So a lot of emphasis right now being paid to, in the near term, this is like the fastest move that we should make. Because, again, if you think about the atmosphere is like a bathtub, okay? Our emissions are like the faucet, and then there's a drain. And so when we're putting greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, that's our emissions. You guys have added some drains here in terms of the removals. Methane, because it doesn't have as long time in the atmosphere, the drain is faster in a sense. It clears out of the atmosphere faster when you turn off the faucet. So you get sort of more rapid effect on atmospheric concentrations when you do this. Now, I want everyone to just kind of take a pause for a second. We've just created a simulation with few to no technological miracles. If we back off the direct air capture, for example, which, like I said, is $1,000 a ton, we can sort of more fully make that commitment. There's no technological miracles. Lots of use of technology. We're not going to get this kind of energy efficiency, electrification, improvements, identification of gas leaks all across the natural gas chain, our food system, without technologies like the ones that you're working on. But there's no magic miracles here. if we're a little bit more aggressive on methane, a little bit more aggressive on, let's say, energy efficiency. We didn't even look at energy efficiency in transportation, which is going to make it easier to do some of this stuff. We're going to be able to get to 1.5 without that really severe implementation of the technological carbon removals, and get to 1.5. So I want you to just take a second and ask yourself the question, what would you love about getting to be part of this future? It's one thing to just look at some graphs and to pull some sliders, but I want to just notice that we've created a vision of a future here that is possible, that's reachable. If we look at some of the impacts, air pollution from energy, right? We've just saved millions of lives from respiratory distress. We've significantly mitigated impacts on human health. We've made it much more possible to feed that growing population, and we've educated and empowered people to where it doesn't have to be quite as big. What would you love about getting to be part of this future? For me, I have a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old, and for me, this means I get to look them in the eye and say we did our best. And not just say we did our best, but we all did our best together, because it's going to require my son and daughter as much as it's going to require me and my parents. And I think it's important, there's so much, I started this with like, these are the risks, this is the doom and gloom. There's so much of that we sometimes recoil from this whole challenge. We don't even think it's a possible thing for us to dig into. And what I hope you've seen here is that there's no silver bullet, right? Maybe there's silver buckshot. It's really hard, and it's possible. So what I'm hoping to do here is to create a sense of sort of grounded hope. And a grounded hope that is grounded in the work that you do, right? Context Labs in Kendall Square, right? They are using, they're taking data, IoT sensors across the whole natural gas chain. They're measuring methane leakage at every step of the chain. They're dropping all of that onto a blockchain to keep cryptographically secure records of current and emissions over time, to help with compliance with the methane price, which is in the Inflation Reduction Act, the first time that we've had a national greenhouse gas price of any kind. And they're using the technologies that you're talking about in the room to do that. So this is eminently possible. My point and my purpose of being here is just to make sure that when you dedicate your efforts, when you dedicate your technological innovation and your ingenuity, just focus on the things that matter. Focus on the high leverage solutions, not the low leverage solutions. We don't have enough time to waste time on things that don't have a big impact. We have to work together now on the things that are going to get us to that 1.5 degree future, that I hope that there's something you saw in this that means something to you, and that you'll do your best to try to create that future with us. Thank you. This thing says I have 30 seconds left. Should I take a question, or do you want me to? Oh, OK. Any other comments or questions? Yeah.
So if you didn't put a price on carbon and you pursued it by cutting out gas and oil and coal directly, you didn't have that same effect. Well, what's more powerful, putting like the price on carbon?
Yeah. No, great question. So can you create kind of a massive social movement that just forces everybody to leave it in the ground, right? Cut off the capital flows, regulate it all. Yes, there is a pathway you can do that. You're going to effectively, what we've done here is that we've significantly reduced coal and oil. Natural gas is filling some of the gaps here. We haven't electrified a lot of heating, so there's still a bit of gas on the board. But if I could achieve those same declines through a more kind of muscular regulatory approach, but you'll see an even bigger cost spike and sort of dislocate, kind of disruption of the energy system. The carbon price allows the sort of most efficient actors to be able to try to get there, which is why, more, economists tend to like that better. But you can achieve the reductions through both paths. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like a lot of these are policy solutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is your message here not just talking about people like everyone should be going into policy?
Beautiful, beautiful question. So, first, I have two responses to that. One is, actually, every one of the levers in this picture can be achieved through a government action, a business action, or a civil society action. Okay? Population can be achieved through a one-child policy, through a social movement to educate and empower women, or a corporation in the healthcare space bringing reproductive healthcare access to people in those markets, right? A carbon price can be done by governments. It can be done by a company like Microsoft saying we're committing to net zero, paying for high quality removals, imposing an internal carbon price. So any of these levers can be done by any of those sectors in society. That said, government is the way that we coordinate our collective activity and our collective will, so it's obviously a very powerful way to do that. Companies have, all our businesses have very significant impact on those public policies in ways that we don't acknowledge or recognize, right? The US Chamber of Commerce systematically blocks efforts at trying to create a national carbon price, which is why Apple and others decided to remove themselves from the Chamber of Commerce. Most companies put a lot of attention onto, well, what can we do about our scope 1, 2, 3 emissions? They don't pay attention to what I call their scope 4, which is their corporate political activity. So you don't have to become a lobbyist, but you should be asking of every company that you work for, invest, and purchase from, what are their lobbyists doing? And it does take, I think, grassroots mobilization to get behind some of the policy solutions, as we had behind the groundswell that created the Inflation Reduction Act, which is doing the subsidies on efficiency, renewables, electrification, and a price on methane, which is largely what we've done here. We just need that to happen in every country in the world. No problem. Yeah.
In the impacts you've got here, are there any positive impacts we could point to in this scenario where we're actually better off than we are today, as opposed to, because sometimes...
as opposed to less bad than we would have been? Yeah. No, I really appreciate that comment. That's a really great comment. It's not one that actually has comes up. I would say that this is probably the place where I would look for that. If we can, really significantly phase out coal and like stop building coal infrastructure. My wife's family's in Calcutta. We spend a lot of time in India. I've had my father-in-law has been hospitalized a couple times with respiratory distress. And here the 2100 picture of that, the 2040 picture of that relative to the 2020 is significantly better. So I think this is one area where life gets better fast. That's probably the place I would point to. Yeah. I don't know how I'm on time. One more? Okay, go ahead.
So from your perspective, what are the high leverage points that we should be looking at with this one technology that we're working on?
Oh, with blockchain technology. Well, I think this is exactly what the sort of the point of this exercise is for us to find that together, right? So we saw that methane and other gases is very powerful, right? So and largely, there is absolutely part of this which is about agricultural practices and diets and things like that. We can play with that. But you get very significant improvements from reductions in, in industrial sources of these gases. So how do you help companies tag and track those emissions, those super high global warming potential gases, and reduce them? Context Labs is the company I know that's using your technologies to do that task. Would be like one example, started by Dan Harple, who is a MIT Sloan alum, and they're based in Kendall Square. They're growing. I think the we talked about deforestation, preventing deforestation is, mean, you know, may not feel like a huge thing, but all the ancillary co-benefits in terms of biodiversity and local climate protection, right? Because you have local evaporation of water and so on. Just like, you know, tracking that stuff is important. There may be, you know, the monitoring and the collection of data from a variety of different sources on the ground, satellite, and so on. You got to put that all together. The blockchain could potentially help with that. But you know, energy efficiency is an even more powerful one, and instrumenting everything is sort of a key way that this happens. So there's certainly IT solutions here, smart buildings, smart cities, smart industrial processes, smart factories. Where blockchain is particularly relevant to that, I don't have the expertise in your field to know. I'm just here to sort of present, you know, what the endpoint objectives should be from a climate perspective. It's for this conversation to happen to kind of back out to what can we do on the blockchain front. I think I'm getting the hook here. I'm going to say my goodbyes, but happy to catch up with folks afterwards. Again, thank you so much for engaging with us, and you know, hold this picture in your minds, and this is the future that we're aiming for. Cheers.
Hi everyone, we're going to run right into our next session if that's cool. So over the last 6 weeks, hundreds of hackers and sustainability experts have come together to work on the SBS Hackathon. And finally today we get to see the fruits of their labour and the results. You're here live in person to witness the Hackathon finale. So it gives me great pleasure to hand over to my colleague and friend Oren, our Executive Director of Hackathons.
Do I just click next, or I don't have is there a clicker? Oh, okay. Clicker. Yes, so great. So hi everyone, my name is Ori and I help lead the hackathons at Filecoin Green. And so this year we ran our second hackathon, and we ran it in partnership with Climate Collective, Hyphen, and the HBAR Foundation. So thank you once again for partnering with us for this hackathon. This hackathon, we wanted to focus, as Alan and other people have mentioned, this common theme of bringing together those who are working both in Web3 and sustainability. We wanted those who are sustainability gurus, interested in sustainability, or dipping their toe in the sustainability bucket to partner with those in the Web3 sort of ecosystem who are building out sort of these tools and other projects that we're focusing on. So during the ideation phase, we did different matchmaking sessions, downloaded the participants about some of the tools that we're building at Filecoin Green, such as CO2 storage, HBAR Foundation with Guardian, and Climate Collective working with Hyphen, and then also coming together to understand what their strengths were, what their weaknesses are, and what they could potentially work with. And then after that ideation phase and them getting to know each other, they went into the prototype phase, working on some of the different projects that you will see shortly. And HBAR Foundation and Climate Collective also hosted some of their workshops to talk about their tooling. We had a total of 432 participants throughout this hackathon, so this was about a 100% increase from our hackathon at SBS Paris. We hosted it on DevPost, and you will get to see some of the bounties. So I will introduce Wes from the HBAR Foundation to talk about the HBAR Foundation bounties.
Thanks, Oren, and we're really excited with the hackathon and the participants. That we're able to answer some of the challenges we see in the space. with super creative ideas, really well thought out projects. And so first, I just want to say thank you to all the project participants who took the time to learn about the open source infrastructure that's out there and how it can be applied to different climate solutions. The HBAR Foundation bounty was focused on digitizing and open sourcing methodologies using our technology called the Guardian. And the idea was we wanted to be able to tokenize an ecological asset and understand the different roles, the actors, the data they produce tied to that digitized and open source methodology. One of our key goals as a foundation is taking those methodologies out to the open market, and not just the financial market, but the academic community to better understand, are these methodologies as they're written, in paper format, digitizable, and are they really leading to the ecological outcomes that we want to achieve? And so as part of this hackathon, we wanted to take some of those real world examples and bring them into the digital world from their analog counterparts and make sure that not just the rules are out there, but the data is stored in an immutable way using both the Hedera network and Filecoin's IPFS technology, both CO2.storage and Web3.storage, and make sure that that is totally immutable for each project. All the data and information is discoverable. And ultimately, when we create these assets, they can be liquid with the context of all the information tied to them. And as part of that, we want to have this auditable process that anyone can understand the rule sets that we account for our natural assets with. And so we've looked through a ton of the different methodologies and some of the participants, and we've come up with a few key winners, and we're excited to talk about them. I don't know if we want to do that now or in a little bit. Demos. Okay, first. So we'll get into the demos, and then I'll learn about some of our participants. And I'll pass it back to Ori.
So we are going to showcase one of the participants who used and hacked on the HBAR Foundation bounty.
According to Gold Standard, a leading standard body in carbon markets, 3 billion people lack access to clean cooking, leading to around 4 million premature deaths annually. Improved cook stove projects financed through carbon credits can provide clean cooking access, reduce emissions, and promote sustainable development. By supporting these projects, we can make a meaningful difference in the lives of millions while combating climate change. For this hackathon, I've developed an open source garden policy based on Gold Standard's metered and measured methodology for cook stove projects. I chose Gold Standard's latest methodology because it accurately monitors fuel usage with a connected measuring device to a cook stove, offering a more precise approach than traditional methodologies based on generalized assumptions. Here's a quick walkthrough of the policy. We have 3 personas or roles in the policy. Project proponent, one who executes the project on ground and receives the credits. VVB, an external third party who is responsible for independently verifying and auditing project documents and monitoring reports submitted by proponent. Gold Standard, the standard registry overseeing this entire process and responsible for issuing the credits. A project proponent can submit registry account application to initiate a project, and once approved by registry, they submit project inception documents. It comprises of local stakeholder consultation, project eligibility, additionality criteria, and the methodology selected. Gold Standard can approve or request changes to this project inception document. Once approved, the project is listed on standard website. After that, project proponent has to write a project design document containing critical details like emission calculations and additionality criteria. This is submitted to a VVB for review. And once approved, proponent can execute the project on ground and keep sending regular monitoring reports for the project. A VVB will review the monitoring reports, and once approved, proponent can request the credits from registry for that particular monitoring period. At the end, one can view the trust chain of each step in this process. Since all of it is happening on a public ledger, Hedera, everything is immutable and transparent. A detailed walkthrough of this policy on Guardian platform is available on this link, and here is the GitHub link as well. I'd like to add a final note. Climate change is real, and carbon markets are leading the way to reverse it. Blockchain can help scale them by bringing in the much needed transparency and trust. Thanks to the Protocol Labs, HBR Foundation, and other sponsors for hosting the Sustainability Summit and Hackathon. And also cheers to the Garden Project's open source maintainers as well. Thank you.
And so now I will introduce Nirvan from Climate Collective to talk about their bounties.
Thank you, Ori. Some very interesting projects that, some I'll be focusing on the Climate Collective bounties, but just want to underscore that we got quite a wide range of very interesting projects, including cool Guardian policies and a lot of very innovative responses to our prompts. So here, this is, I would say, the more technical phrasing of the prompt. We had some fairly verbose, real-world context behind each of these. So just walking through the prompts briefly. Number one is, in a way, motivated by mainstream media bashing forestry credits, specifically Guardian and other such articles. Thinking of, is there a way that using weather stations that have been around for a number of years, maybe some of the dmrv tools that I was talking about in the morning don't necessarily exist for the last 5 years, but using existing weather stations that are stationed near carbon offset projects, is there a way that we can use the time series data to verify that, hey, this project has had efficacy in removing and reducing the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmospheric concentration of these greenhouse gases. It is quite a difficult task, especially these weather stations can be very, very sensitive and be, of course, there's wind patterns and a lot of other things to take into consideration. But it's really thinking about the feedback loop of, we have this carbon offset project, is it having the intended effect, at least to the degree that we can measure in the proximate atmosphere. And that was supposed to be based around Hyphen, who I believe is part of the hackathon and part of the sponsorship team of the conference more broadly. The eventual solution didn't necessarily use Hyphen, but we do think there's a way to overlay that in the not very distant future. So prompt 2 was thinking about, well, reporting of emissions, or either over or under reporting. Being able to create a system that can cross-reference data from companies, their accounting versus the sustainability claims. And you'd be surprised that some are over-reporting. I mean, most people are concerned about under-reporting, but there is a fair chunk of over-reporting that is indeed happening. And prompt 3, which was my personal favorite that I briefly talked about this morning, I just love this phrase, geospatially aware financial instruments, or money that knows where it is, in the sense that you're able to have a token that represents a specific plot of land or a polygon represented on Astral Protocol, where that kind of tracks the environmental and ecological state of that area over time, and being able to also implement what the folks call geographical demurrage, so trying to encourage a currency or a token to be used within a localized setting, in the sense that this dollar might be worth, or this token might be worth more closer to the epicenter of a project rather than if I'm sitting in New York and doing something else. So again, here we got some fairly interesting, maybe not using the tooling that was necessarily suggested, but very much tokens that are tied to a specific geospatial area, and that can only be accessed within that vicinity. For example, like being able to geofence funds that are dispersed to participants in a carbon offset project. So these are the 3 high-level prompts that we worked with. And just to note there that Climate Collective, we aren't an L1, we don't have a product of our own. So part of it was trying to build composable hackathon projects on top of the existing members and friends of Climate Collective. Excited for folks to see the winners here. With that, I'll hand it back.
So now we will watch a couple of videos that use either Climate Collective or Hyphen bounties.
The world's forests are disappearing at an alarming rate. Deforestation is responsible for up to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions and threatens the biodiversity and livelihoods of millions of people. But what if we could monitor and protect our forests more effectively? That's where biOrbit comes in. biOrbit is a decentralized platform that uses satellite data and blockchain technology to provide affordable and accessible forest monitoring solutions for any forested area in the world. With biOrbit, forest managers can track changes in forest cover, detect illegal logging activities, and even predict future deforestation risks. biOrbit is user-friendly and intuitive, allowing forest rangers and other stakeholders to access and share data from anywhere in the world. That's why we participate in the Protocol Lab Sustainable Blockchain Hackathon, We believe that technology can help us address some of the biggest environmental challenges we face today. Join us in our mission to protect and restore our forests with bioorbit.
Hey everyone, this is Jimmo with Sylvie, and I'm here today to talk about Open Trees. So Open Trees was created not just to support structured tree data, but really out of the need for 3 projects to collaborate: Ecolabs, PharmOS, and Sylvie. And so let's look at Open Trees through the lens of a case study. Let's say stewards use Sylvie to register new planted trees using Sylvie's MRV process, but now want to originate practice-based agroforestry credits, which, by the way, Ecolabs is developing a methodology that is being published via PharmOS. How can these protocols interrupt data behind these trees? So that's where CO2.storage comes into play. So we've basically used Sylvie's tree model to define an open tree asset schema using CO2.storage template. And we are now able to run Sylvie's tree forward clay model on that. But this is just an example. Really, we can run any clay model, such as Ecolabs' agroforestry methodology. And so the CO2.storage really serves as a point of interoperability for PharmOS to import Sylvie's data, but also for Ecolabs' methodology to utilize that data. Here's a quick demo of some of the MRV process on Sylvie's side, in which case trees are being planted or saplings are being registered as well. That data is then stored via IPFS and pinned to CO2.storage asset. And then PharmOS can also import that data via CIDs to the pin data. Here's a quick demo of what some of that data might look like on PharmOS side between the dashboard as well as the workflows around agriculture. That data is ingestible by PharmOS. So our intentions are to build upon this foundation and introduce additional methodologies, such as ones being built on Guardian. And Ecolab specifically is looking to explore work in adaptive agroforestry credits, and Sylvie is looking to work on the distribution of claim settlement and claim resolution. Thank you.
Can't find the clicker. And finally, I'm here to talk about the Filecoin Green base and bonus statement. For us, we wanted people to either hack on Filecoin or CO2.storage for their environmental projects. We wanted to keep it as open as possible because we wanted our participants to be as creative as possible. But we also had other bonus statements that we wanted the participants to focus on and also work with other projects within the PL network. So for the first one, interoperability in ecological assets, they had the option to upload any sort of Vera gold standard eco-registry product data onto CO2 storage via Bacalao and perform transformations. And then there's also public verifiability and sustainability, tracking deforestation, and open data for sustainability. So you will see some of the final projects that we wanted to highlight as well, but this is definitely not indicative of all the projects that were submitted for our hackathon.
Hi, my name is Alistair. This is a short video on LibPowerM, my project for the Sustainable Blockchain Summit Boston Hackathon. LibPowerM is an embeddable library, CLI app, and daemon for real-time decentralized measuring and reporting on CPU and GPU hard electricity consumption and CO2 emissions by blockchain nodes without requiring specialized hardware power meters. LibPowerM provides software-based continuous monitoring of different hardware power consumption interfaces and automatic reporting of the measurement data and estimated emissions to the CO2 storage data network. This is just a brief demo of LibPowerM showing the CLI daemon running and reporting emissions data and power consumption to CO2 storage. So the motivation for developing this was currently energy consumption and emissions reporting that is collected by Filecoin Green has to be done by a human. A human has to log into the Filecoin Green portal and upload the relevant data. It requires blockchain operators to have to integrate new hardware, things like hardware power meters, and processes, the process for collecting the data into their operations. And of course, this will slow adoption and onboarding of Filecoin Green. Now, this data collection process will always be historical data, and it's always going to lag behind the real-time operations of the blockchain nodes. And this means that if we want to estimate the total blockchain energy consumption, this will always only be based on the model estimates. It's not currently isn't going to be based on real actual measurement data coming from the blockchain nodes. Okay, so of course, Filecoin Green is just the initiative to measure the environmental impacts of Filecoin and try to drive these to zero by having this infrastructure and building these verifiable claims. So the objectives of the PORM are to use modern GPU and CPU power monitoring interfaces, things like RAPL, ACPI, and VML, to retrieve the energy consumption data for blockchain nodes. And we retrieve the what time data gives us the ability to estimate CO2 emissions for node hardware energy usage. And we publish this data to CO2 storage together with identified information like mine ID, geographical location, the hardware and software inventory. And this allows us to give measurement data, to have measurement data on how much energy and the emission that these blockchain nodes are using, and to be able to provide this data as a supplement to what Filecoin has as the model estimates currently. Okay, so for more information, you can check out the GitHub project, or you can get me on Twitter. So thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Olufemi Victor from Team Chef Trucks, and I'll walk you through what we do at Chef Trucks in this quick demo and what we've been able to leverage with the technologies. So at Chef Trucks, we develop clean energy technologies and digital solutions to actually ensure net zero emissions. And we've been able to achieve all this through state-of-the-art technologies like AI, blockchain, and IoT, as well as go further to actually provide a carbon credits platform to offset emissions. So at Chef Trucks, you can always visit our GitHub repo, which of course is open source and available. We've been able to build an IoT device that measures emissions in the atmosphere. So we track several emissions such as carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, as well as even methane in the atmosphere. Then we also track environmental data such as the pressure, the temperature, and the humidity in the atmosphere. We've been able to log all this data leveraging CO2 storage. At CO2.storage, we've created a custom template that suits our needs. So we have streaming data coming down here, and you can see our template as well, which of course collects several data funneled down directly from our IoT device. And of course, our data has been signed and has been stored directly on CO2.storage. To be able to make this possible, we had to build a special service called the CO2 Storage Handler that manages communication from our IoT device directly to CO2.storage. Aside all this, we've also been able to leverage big data exchange.io to make our data available and published such that it is always available to be used by researchers and any party that wants to make use of our data. Now, streaming data is always massive as data is being recorded per time, which in most times is always per second. Now, this data gained a lot of massive traction, are funneled down and stored in the big data exchange platform, leveraging, of course, CO2 storage. Coming back to our platform, we've been able to funnel the data as well down to our platform such that you can view emissions in the usage charts. Now, these charts provide data which are stored on CO2.storage, and we are able to view them in a graphical manner, as well as the direct location of where the IoT device is. Aside all that, we also intend to leverage the Idera token service, the HTS, to be able to manage the transactions that we do on our platform, as well as manage carbon offsets and even a contract that manages the carbon credits transactions. Of course, all this has been possible thanks to tools made available to us, CO2.storage, IDERA, Filecoin, as well as Big Data Exchange. Thank you once again for this demo. Please feel free to check out our platform, try to offset carbon, try to buy carbon, and read more about what we do. Thank you, and goodbye.
Here is an overview of our hackathon submission, Walking Through the Forest. My name is Paul Widener, and I worked with Will Gardner on this project. Together, we have a background building open source tools for farmers and land stewards. We also run the Cambium validator on Regen Network. Our inspiration for the hackathon came from the Climate Summit at ETH Denver. We'd like to continue learning about decentralized and distributed systems in the context of ecological assets. An overview of our project. We have a simple front-end which allows users to select Vera projects that have already been uploaded to CO2.storage. Once a project is selected, a job is sent to our backend to start processing Sentinel-2 satellite imagery and compute an NDVI summary over the entire year. These results are then stored on IPFS and can be displayed in our front end. So a couple screenshots. On the left, we can query projects from CO2.storage. Once a project is selected, we can see its project area on a map. And ultimately, once it's been processed, we get a link to the results. The results can then be inspected on IPFS, and this is what we get with Bacalhau, so we can see logs that were emitted during processing, and of course we can download the NDVI GeoTIFF and render it in other frameworks. We're doing an NDVI summary here, so we're aggregating the NDVI vegetative index across an entire year. This accounts for variations in growth patterns of plants that would otherwise be hidden when only considering NDVI for very specific dates. The year summary should also allow for better comparison of plant activity across multiple years. Next steps, we'd like to continue working on our UI, and we'd also like to create some CO2 storage schemas to actually upload these results back onto CO2.storage.
Hi, we're Levi and Marcy.
And we're gonna present cargo credits today. Cargo credits is an incentive layer for everyone. We want to reward citizens of our planet Earth for green traveling. For example, a dad who bikes to work, or the mother who walks the kids to school, and of course the kids who go outside to play. We reward our environmental heroes with cargo credits. So what is the incentive behind? The incentive should be offered by institutions which emit more carbon than they would like to. For example, airlines or blockchains. For years, Google has been tracking our movement pattern. They know exactly when we walk, bike, when we drive a car, or when we fly a plane. We can access that data via the Google Maps API. So how does cargo credits work? It's a fungible token contract which is deployed on the Filecoin network. All tokens are managed by a paymaster contract. Finally, cargo credits can be redeemed via our web app, which we open sourced. The cargo credit web app first connects to your Filecoin wallet and then to your Google account. A pretty dashboard displays your monthly movement patterns and offers the option to redeem carbon credits for activities such as walking and biking. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention and I hope you earn a lot of cargo credits.
Hi, my name is Bob Hamill and this is a demonstration of Forest Watch, my entry into the hackathon. Forest Watch is a web app that allows users to explore and validate carbon offset projects around the world using satellite imagery. The app includes a menu of carbon projects and a map showing their boundaries. When you want to explore a project, you can simply click on its details and the map will zoom into it. Here you can read details like the project's description, location, and size, and get a link to its registry page. This project in the Amazon says it aims to halt deforestation and its associated greenhouse gas emissions in the area. We can check to see if these goals are being met using satellite imagery. We zoom into the project's boundary and see there's a lot of farming and deforestation happening. The controls along the bottom of the map allow us to overlay imagery from previous years to see how this has changed through time. The app is meant to be intuitive to use. No downloading of imagery is needed. We're just doing a visual check to see any differences we can find. And indeed, we can see that some deforestation has been occurring through the years within these boundaries. There's also controls to view false color or NDVI imagery, which highlight vegetation and make it easier for users to see tree coverage. You can explore more projects by simply clicking on them in the menu. Or if you're interested in a specific part of the world, you can zoom there on the map and click any project boundaries to highlight those project details. This hackathon was a nice challenge to participate in. I have a professional background in remote sensing and satellite imagery and a personal interest in Web3 development, so it was a nice blend of the two. Thank you.
And so I will now announce the winners. So Climate HBAR Foundation will come up first.
So we're very excited about our first and second place prize winners for this hackathon. Each of the winners took a methodology that previously did not exist for the best guardian policy, and they brought it to the public ledger for anyone to use in an open source way. And so those winners are EcoStove and Velda. And I'll start with Velda. Velda took a Vera-based methodology, VM0038, for electric vehicle charging stations, and they augmented it for their own use because they saw a need to provide charging and battery systems within their local communities. They saw that there's an economic opportunity to bring more renewable power to these local ecosystems, and they saw that power as a more sustainable, both in a financial perspective as well as an ecological perspective, using a methodology that's fully open source and transparent, so not just their community that they cared about could use this methodology, but they could better enable other communities to copy this model and grow renewable power in Nigeria. And so we're very excited to award the second place to Velda. Oops. The first place winner is EcoStove. EcoStove, which you saw the video for, is an extremely impressive project that didn't just take a methodology and open source and digitize it, but they took an existing gold standard cookstove methodology for cookstoves to take direct IoT sensor information into a methodology and make it available following a robust set of rules that is a modern set of rules to improve cookstove measurement, which oftentimes is based on samples rather than direct monitoring. And they took the time to diagram out every single step, not just from a digital perspective, but actually diagram it out so it's easy to understand for every single user. And we're so excited about both of these methodologies, which are now open source and available on Hedera, and ready for use by anyone who wants to further improve them or augment them for their own use. And so I just want to say thank you to the participants for all the different submissions on Hedera, and congrats to the winners. And thank you for Orin, the Filecoin Green team, for launching this hackathon and giving our participants the opportunity to compete.
Thank you, Wes. And you can always find these slides at tinyurl.com/SBS Final Ceremony. And if you want to see any of the other projects, you can go to sbsboston.devpost.com and look at the project gallery. And now I will hand it over to Nirvan to announce the Climate Collective winners.
Yes, the moment that, well, these projects have been waiting for, but I'm not sure if they're actually watching or listening in right now. Either way, very excited to announce the 3 winners from the 3 different prompts. So I'll start at the bottom with the third prompt. This was the, hey. Oh, is that you? Oh, fantastic. Hey. So open trees, which you saw the video for earlier. If I had a nickel for every time I heard the word NF tree in the last 2 years, I would be very rich right now, but this is a very unique implementation of an NFT that represents a tree that is very much tied to the geospatial coordinates there and is doing kind of ongoing tracking of that asset. We are hoping to see, at a later stage, incorporate Astral Protocol to be able to kind of geofence the ability to steward a tree, or rather, if I'm sitting in New York, measure a tree that's in Boston. So implementing some sort of geospatial logic like that to bounce certain entries. But for the most part, we are very happy with, and as we said, the collaboration between the three companies, which was fantastic. For the second prompt about the reconciliation, the under and the over reporting, Cyrus, who is quite known by a lot of people in this space, has developed a very cool application that he calls CAP, or Climate Attestation Protocol. As the name suggests, it enables you to both submit claims as well as attestations and allow other people to verify those claims. All of this, of course, is on, backed by CO2.storage. I found it interesting that Cyrus kind of highlighted one of the main things that was over-reported, which is kind of not what I was expecting going into this. But that is the winner of the second prompt about cross-referencing and reconciling data between emissions and sustainability claims. And the winner of our main prize, which was about the feedback loop and measuring the efficacy of carbon offsets, is the carbon data visualizer from the team from Shamba Network. Again, as the name suggests, well, visualizer is part of it. Visualizer only can visualize data that is already there. So I think the data collection system that they've devised is very interesting, again, using a lot of time series data to measure changes over a period of time. And the core, I would say, the geospatial logic and the way they've integrated CO2.storage leaves the door open to incorporating weather stations and atmospheric data, which is what we were hoping to see, but is not quite there yet. Either way, the data is there on CO2.storage through Hyphen, so within the time of the hackathon, we weren't able to get that done, but it's very much poised to go in that direction. We got a lot of other very promising projects. I think we saw the BioOrbit video earlier, which was an honorable mention for the first prize. Several other projects that I hope to follow up with and just, I guess, just continue helping them on their journey to, in some capacity. But these three were standout projects, and congrats to all of the teams and teams of teams who have been working on these. We really appreciate all the time and effort you've put into this. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm here to announce the Filecoin Green base and bonus statements. Spoiler alert, you watched all the videos of the winners of those. And so our first place winner goes to Open Trees. So this was also awarded by Climate Collective, but they were able to incorporate almost all of the tools by Hedera, Climate Collective, and Filecoin Green. And then Cheftrox that you saw, cargo credits, they not only used the Filecoin Green tooling, but they also used FVM. And then we also had BioOrbit, who won interoperability in ecological assets, Forest Watch, Walking Through the Forest, and libpwrm. And beyond just some of the incredible work that they have done, some of these projects have also applied for microgrants or grants or worked with other projects that we work with in sort of the Filecoin Green space. So as we've spoken about today, that these are projects that are very interoperable, that we're able to work not only with them at Filecoin Green, but the other projects, other people that we're working on. And so we are really building this space together. So we are very excited by these winners, what they're working on, and what we hope to continue to see them working on these next couple weeks, months, and years as we all build together. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to all the hackathon participants and Climate Collective and HBAR Foundation again.
Hi, everyone. I hate to say it, but it's the final session of SBS. No, don't make it finish. But as true to form, we've saved the best till last. No, that's not true. All of the speakers were incredible. However, we have an amazing panel to finish off today. Just a quick reminder, if you are excited to come to the next SBS, sbs.tech is the place to go and sign up for updates and to learn all about SBS VC, the hackathons, etc. We would love to see you at the next event. So let's get going. Our closing discussion today is what's next. We've started many conversations, but there's so much more to do. Please help me give a warm welcome to Gajanana from UNFCCC, Simge from Gainforest, Angelo from CELO Foundation, John from Chicken Protocol, and moderating is the wonderful Alan Ransell from Filecoin Green. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you everyone. All right, have you had a good day? It's been a good conference. Nice, learn things new. Woo! Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Yeah, keep the energy really high late in the day. Nice. I actually just had a cup of coffee, so I'm gonna try to do that. Nice. So we have a panel that is has a really wide sort of range of experiences and of expertise. And what we're trying to do here is really just sort of wrap things up and talk about what are interesting directions to go at this intersection, right, of Web3 and sustainability. What are we going to do next? What do we want people to focus on? But I want to start by grounding that in what each of you do, right? And is there something that you learned from the conference today that really sort of stuck with you that you didn't know before, or some comment you heard that sort of changed your perspective on something? So Gaj, can you go first and introduce yourself and say something that you learned at the conference?
Thank you, Alan. My name is Gajanana Hegde. I'm from UN Climate Change. I've been working with carbon markets more than 15 years and started with clean development mechanism. More recently, I've been also involved with developing the rules and modalities for the Article 6 carbon markets, supporting the supervisory body of the Article 6. I'm also involved with the negotiations on carbon markets, but also on climate finance. The other role I play is to work with a lot of MDBs, multilateral development banks, to harmonize their GHG accounting practices. One of the most recent activity where I got involved was also a UN Secretary General has set up a council of engineers with world-class engineers, about 50 members, and we were helping them to get started with their work. So they're also looking into technology options for solving the climate change. So these are some of the set of the things I've been working, but I should say I learned a lot over the last 2 days. And should I go into my learning specific?
Yeah, what's a thing that stuck with you? Maybe not everything, but at least one thing.
Yeah, I was stuck with this, the hackathon on cook stoves, especially. I've been working on that methodology for more than 15 years, from the very beginning. And it's a very, very complex methodology. I mean, although it looks, the cook stove itself is a simple one, but the overall carbon transaction is one of the most complex and also very complex to make it also very reliable in terms of results. But some students taking it up and then coming up with a solution in just 2-3 weeks makes me very optimistic, and then the power of the technology brings me much more hope. That's one of the things. Of course, the Jason's tool was also makes me much more optimistic than what I was before. So those two things stand out for me. Thanks.
And I think a huge shout out right to the Hedera team for really pushing a lot of that methodology development forward and taking something that you worked on for 15 years, right, and giving it sort of new life in an interoperable Web3 standard, which is really cool to see these sorts of things come to life. John?
Yes, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is John. I am one of the co-founders of Toucan Protocol. At Toucan, we are working with technology to help unlock climate action at scale. So for the past 2 years, we've been focused on building digital tools that help get resources to impact creators more efficiently. And my background is a bit meandering, but I've been working in the impact space for many years now. most relevant was I've got a background in spatial data science and visualization. And while I was studying that in a master's course, I was also going really deep on blockchains and smart contracts and the decentralized web, looking at how those two worlds fit together. Honestly, didn't really anticipate at the time that it would link up with environmental assets. I was a bit more interested in supply chain management and international governance, but made my way into the environmental asset space, and here we are on the stage at Sustainable Blockchain Summit. As far as things that stood out to me, it's really interesting to observe how the conversation shifts as the kind of broader market environment shifts. Definitely feels like we're pretty deep into quite a significant down market, both with the carbon markets and with the crypto markets, and just seeing little signals that kind of point to that. But I hope this is a really healthy thing, right? That this kind of creates the conditions where we need to really look inwards, do a bit of belt tightening, and look really closely at some of the assumptions that we made in other market environments, and kind of reassess those. So some comments that stood out. This morning, Ned from Digital Gaia was talking about the importance of addressing the real economy, and I think that's really powerful, right? We can talk about it a bit later, but I think we have a tendency within crypto to kind of think about how, oh, we want to build an alternative financial system, burn it down, forget about it, and I think there's a kind of underappreciated ideal of refi, which is pragmatism and an impact orientation. And that means sometimes recognizing that ideals have trade-offs, and if we bring pragmatism as an ideal in, we need to maybe relax our maximal decentralization or this kind of thing. I also really appreciated Sam's comments on the importance of storytelling. I think we can kind of trip over our own brains sometimes, maybe not me, but people in the room are sometimes too smart for their own good. That's not to say that storytelling doesn't require intelligence. I think actually the opposite, that the smartest people are able to take very complex ideas and convey them in a way that makes sense. And then this last talk that I saw with Jason, the En-ROADS talk, afterwards I was really struck by him kind of saying, look, we don't make recommendations. This is a very complex set of trade-offs that we face, that we need to have a conversation and a discourse as a society about what we value. There's not a kind of like mathematically optimal path. This is a moral conversation as well as it is an economic conversation and a political conversation and a technological conversation.
Lots to dig into there. Awesome. Simge.
Thank you. Very, very nice being here today. I'm Simge, one of the co-founders at Gainforest, where we are focusing on transparency as a service solutions for different regeneration projects. And and my responsibility in there is really focusing on our strategy and the milestones that we are setting for our little project here. And coming back to today and what I've been experiencing here, being at SBS Boston, is really the power of this event and the intersection that it is providing overall, bringing in the blockchain and the sustainability, not only from a perspective of conservation and protecting natural assets, but also looping in the aspect of clean energy and the energy transition that's going on there. And I think that's been very successful. And I feel this energy here in this room that together, knowing, like with this vast amount of knowledge and the willingness to cooperate, we are at a very, very good place to change something. And we are doing this and seeing this, experiencing this, hearing all your stories. It's always just the best reminder to know that we are on the right path.
Awesome. Angelo.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am Angelo Calo. I work for the Cello Foundation. Cello is an ecosystem that believes that we can use the technology to enable conditions for shared prosperity. This mission alignment has been our ethos from day one. At the foundation, I head an initiative called the Social Impact Collective. Our goal is to catalyze the use of Web3 and blockchain technologies to solve the world's most intractable problems, believing that Web3, of course, is a powerful mass coordination tool. So since day one, we've been on the field, like exploring use cases such as humanitarian aid, linking workers to participate more meaningfully in the digital economy, financial inclusion products, access to under-collateralized credit. And what brings us here, of course, is like one of those intractable problems is the climate crisis. And so like Celo wants to be like the home of refi, and what excites us the most is like how the technology can enable like opportunities for community and individual participation and empowerment. And so this is one thing that I'm also personally very excited about in the space. The conversation today, I think, just makes you a little bit more hopeful, right? Like we're in the down market. The bad actors are being weeded out, but I think one of the favorite taglines or quotes I heard today is like show not shill. And I think today is like a powerful reminder that at least like the refi space walks the talk on that. Like we're really proving out the real world utility of this technology. It's not just for speculation. It can really contribute to like, you know, opening new avenues for participation and change to address the crisis. And very excited about that. There was a talk today by Nirvan on like many ways by which the communities are being engaged in climate action. Not just like AI and technologies replacing humans, but actually empowering them and like giving them, you know, tools to not only meaningfully contribute to climate action, but also like them, you know, having new tools towards their prosperity. And I see that we're marching towards the right direction.
100%, and I hope that sense of hope is something that we can really cultivate. And I think it was Gloria who, on the land panel, who brought that in, show not shill, right, which I think is really important. I'll add one, which is related to the show not shill concept, right, which is one of the things that really stuck out with me from today, was that working through the En-ROADS demo and this really sort of comprehensive model of all of these different ways we can tackle the climate crisis globally, that there really was no one silver bullet, right? There's no one thing that if you do it, it solves the climate crisis. It really does take people working together across all the different fields and industries and sectors of the world, right, across for-profit sector, across NGOs and government sectors, to solve these problems that are huge, right? And sort of on that note, I wanted to ask about the global stocktake, Gaj. And I was wondering if you could first tell us what the global stocktake is, because I think this is something that people might not be super deeply familiar with, and just talk about like what is the role of public and publicly verifiable data in what you do?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very important question and also a very timely question. If we look at current architecture of the global response to the climate issue, it's primarily the global community experimented with 3 different experiments. The very initial days, they started in the 90s with UNFCCC, which was very, intention was there, but science at that time was also not very clear. But later on, when science became more clear, there was some attempt by a select number of countries under Kyoto Protocol. It was a legally binding emission reduction target, which some countries took, 32 countries in that instance. And then they created an instrument called Clean Development Mechanism, where projects could be done in another country, particularly developing country, and then one could import the benefits of that for a cost-effective emission reduction in this 32 countries. That was the model of Kyoto Protocol. It was, at the time, it was revolutionary, and it did have a considerable impact. In fact, clean development mechanism projects, they channeled something like 300 billion into clean projects. At some point, there were 3,000 consultants around the world. So it helped a lot of capacity building, but it was not simply sufficient. And meanwhile, the scientific evidence also grew. And the most recent one is the IPCC AR6 report, which is a compilation of 30,000 papers written in the past few years. And what they are saying is, it was already shown in the slide, 1.1 degrees have already increased compared to the past century, and the impacts could be quite severe. But like now, it's not sufficient to, in that instance, to only some countries take actions, but others are not. So the architecture got changed with the advent of Paris Agreement, given that new science has come. So every country has to do something, and but also the countries are not equally responsible for the problem and not equally capable to address take action. So this had to be recognized, but Paris Agreement did it in a very in a very good manner. So the tool which is used by Paris Agreement is called nationally determined contributions. So each country, they include their targets in this NDCs in short form, and they try to achieve. There are two components within this NDCs. One component is conditional component, the other one is unconditional. Unconditional is irrespective of whether it's developing or developed countries. They will achieve with their own means. But the conditional ones, they achieve it if there is finance, technology, and capacity building. These three elements is supposed to help them to achieve this. So that's why the new architecture relies on these elements. And there, again, the data, what has happened, and in terms of finance, what has happened in terms of technology, and what each country has achieved. So that is where the data is key, and this global stock take is the means to get that data. So it is a process, and it collects this data from various means. The national inventories is one source, the civil society through several dialogues, and there are many elements, and it's a continuous process. And the latest one, which is going to happen in the upcoming COP, it has importance in the sense, after this there is a new round of submission of NDCs. So it's expected that the new NDCs will have more ambition. In fact, the NDCs did achieve, they apparently, according to some studies, they reduced 1 degree of temperature increase. But compared to what is required, it's still small. I mean, as per this IPCC AR I mentioned, we have to reduce 43% of the emissions by 2019, if we take the 2019 baseline, and then by 2030 we have to reduce by 43%. But all this NDCs collectively can only reduce 3%. That is the situation. Although the progress is there, we'll have to ratchet up in a very big way. And where the finance, technology, and tech are the key instruments. So the global stock take is the occasion where everybody gets together and see what needs to happen and how it needs to happen and who has to play which role. That's the key moment in which it's being discussed. Yeah.
I think that's maybe pretty disheartening, right? That even if everyone, we have to reduce by 43% by 2030, right? And even if every country stuck to their targets, their nationally determined contributions or NDCs, we would only get to 3% of that 43%. But I think that is where, at least for this community, I think we can focus on one of the things that Jason mentioned, which is that in the NROS demo, which is that all of these levers that we have available to us, any one of those levers could be achieved either by a government or by a business or by some sort of social movement, right? And so whoever you are and whatever tools you have available to you to bend the global decarbonization pathway, there's something you can do and something you can be useful doing. I wanted to throw a question to all three of you who are involved in carbon markets and say, okay, you have the size of Web3 carbon markets right now are pretty tiny compared to the voluntary carbon market as a whole, right? So what's the blocker there? Like, what's the thing that's going to really allow us to scale to have substantial global impact? Right, there's a truism that in order to adopt a new technology, you need to be 10 times better than the existing technology. Is it that we're not 10 times better? Is it that we need better storytelling because we are 10 times better, but people don't know it yet? Do we just need time because things take time to scale? Like, what's the secret sauce that you see going forward that we need to focus on? And any of you who wants to, you can popcorn.
Well, I can just quickly start by saying I think the main barrier right now is the lack of recognition, right? The lack of authorization by the main standards that control the market right now for, at least in the case of Toucan, right? For anyone not familiar, we've built a bridge to the Vera registry a couple of years ago and transferred over 20 million verified carbon units to a registry we built using smart contracts on a blockchain. And it was a little bit cowboy maybe. We tried to kind of work with them ahead of time to get permission, but there's a lot of inbound interest in tokenization, and it was hard for them to judge who to talk to. So we decided to go ahead and kind of work around that, and it meant that we did it in a way that the design we chose was chosen to preserve integrity, but it also meant that in order to tokenize the credits, you had to retire them with a message saying this is getting transferred onto another registry. And that created uncertainty within the market about whether or not the environmental impact claim of these credits had actually been consumed. So just like a little bit of context to say, that kind of opened up this ambiguity of whether or not the credits that we had tokenized were still legitimate impact certificates. And so I think, you know, this is, we really booted up a conversation. Toucan was certainly not the only ones. A lot of people in the room did a huge amount of work. That they had already started the conversation, and that conversation is ongoing. But I'll say I think that is kind of the first major domino to fall, is getting authorization for tokenized credits from the standards bodies. Now, that's not the only thing that needs to happen, right? There are other credits that exist, for example, on Regen Network that are not certified by the big standards. There are, so there's a lot of different kind of levers to pull and doors to knock on, but we spend a lot of our time thinking about how to kind of, to Ned's point, meet the market where it is, meet the economy where it is, meet the carbon market where it is, and that means kind of playing by their rules, and at least to some extent. So that's a big one for me. I think there's also a huge role to play to make this technology 10 times better. That's like a kind of just the minimum threshold, but making it 10 times better then provides the incentive or allows people to create the products that make the friction of switching worth incurring, because, well, we can use, you know, we have so much more access to liquidity or a much better user experience or can tell better stories or whatever it might be. And I think, for example, Gameforce is a great use case for ways in which we can make tokenized carbon 10 times better, along with, you know, coupled up with a bunch of other technologies that are represented in the room, like CO2.storage. So maybe that's a good cue for you, Sunday.
And what can I just, so to make sure I understand the sort of model you're working with there, buy pressure for carbon offsets is created by corporate ESG programs.
Right.
And so the people who decide how to allocate that money look to the largest existing registries for guidance on what's good and what they should buy.
Right.
Right. And I guess to their peers to see, you know, if we get burned, you're gonna get burned too. So like there's sort of distributed, and in order to get the ball rolling on making the existing registries recognize that this is a legitimate way to retire and allocate offsets. That just takes time, and you kind of
takes time.
You kind of poke them, and they're moving on it. But
and I guess just to close the thought, the ball is starting to roll. Toucan's involved with a pilot with Gold Standard, where they've been working on establishing a framework for tokenization that kind of solves this challenge of how do we deal with this from a technological perspective? What updates do we need to make to our registry infrastructure? How do we deal with this from a legal perspective? How do we update our terms and conditions? And so, you know, so it's a thorny question. There's a lot of implications of this, but we're really hopeful that that work with Gold Standard will continue. And I mean, I try to check myself, right? Like we live in super, I don't know, I'm thinking of like Ren and Stimpy, like crypto markets where things move at the pace of a gnat's blinking. And we got to keep in mind that these are international NGOs that move at the pace of big bureaucratic organizations, and in that sense, they're moving quick, right? Like a year to move through this really complex discussion in the context of all of the other inbound demands they have. So we always can kind of chivvy them along and encourage things to move faster, but I also, I guess I just want a hat tip that like there is a sense of urgency here, and all of the signals that we've gotten are that the people that kind of sit within these institutions do recognize a lot of the value of the technologies that we're bringing. So I think the domino is starting to tip, and I think at some point it'll actually fall, and then hopefully we're off to the races. But I think in the meantime, what we want to do is line it up so that we've got really clear reasons why these credits on the blockchain are much better than credits that are not on the blockchain. So again, I'll pass it to Simjay to talk a little bit about DMRV and transparency and accountability.
Thank you, John. So actually, coming back also to the question here, there is a big topic around supply and demand, I think, overall, and triggering the quality of the supply and like offering better solutions out there is a big contribution to also at the same time influence the demand on this side. So this is also the work that we are focusing on at Gainforest, where we are like improving the supply in a sense of giving more transparency, and not only more, but real transparency on the projects that are on site. And by this also creating, of course, more demand for these kind of transparent projects that are going to change the narrative of restoration and conservation in general. And at the same time, and I think this is very, very important to focus on, especially being part of this community, is the communities themselves. So Web3 is also something they need to embrace, they need to understand, they need to feel confident and like embrace to use it and take all the advantages of it that this technology is offering. And I think this is also the part where we come in and play a very crucial role in empowering them and teaching them how to use this technology, in offering different solutions for like having access to it, but also then later on off-ramping the payments they might get through this, and solving all this complex challenge to improve the quality of the demand, to improve the quality of the supply, but then at the same time also improve the quality of the demand on both sides, the demand to provide this supply and also the demand to take advantage of this supply is something very, very crucial. And I think overall with Gainforest, we are just very happy to have very good partners here, Filecoin being one of them, but also the Cello Foundation and Climate Collective. We've been running excellent pilot projects where we've been testing or measure to earn technology that is focusing exactly on this topic of empowering these marginalized communities through the Web3 technology and providing them but with a new source of income and really getting rid of this prisoner's dilemma of either keeping the land and paying taxes for it or selling it off to a farm or any other agriculture project. And by solving this problem, I think we can also contribute and create much better products that are then making the solutions more attractive. And yeah.
Can I ask sort of on that note, right? A crypto skeptic would say, okay, so you should work with the communities who are actually, on the front lines of the climate crisis. Like you worked with communities in the Philippines that I think you were alluding to. And they would say, okay, you should pay them directly and you should let them collect data, and we can have them collect data and put it in a database without Web3, right? And we could pay them without Web3 tools. Like, why is Web3 the secret sauce that makes this work in a better way?
It makes them the owner of the data. And I think that's something that's very, very important for them to understand and take this ownership.
100%.
I'll actually build on what Simge is saying, and I had the privilege to work with Gainforest a lot. And just to your question, Alan, just like stepping back, I think There's a lot to be done in terms of like linking to the current carbon markets now. But I think as an industry and as a community, we can do a better job of telling the story of like why Web3. And right now, maybe most people see it as just like the alternative tech stack for carbon markets, right? But I think what we're bullish about is the possibilities, the combinations that can happen. Just like what Simke was saying, onboarding communities, giving them Web3 tools to participate, they become owners of the data, but also think about the things that it can unleash, right? Like suddenly these communities that are in far-flung areas who have just the, are very traditional, having access to financial products and services through DeFi. And that's because we've onboarded them through Web3 wallets, right? And suddenly, these are unbanked, underbanked populations, finally creating credit histories from themselves, which would hopefully like unlock, credit for them to set up their own businesses. So I think that empowerment piece is something that we can elaborate more for people to understand that this is not just like, we're going to make carbon markets efficient. At the same time, I think the promise of Web3 is also, as we've said, opening new ways of participation, such that these carbon markets are not just limited to institutions that can generate or like would set standards that would, let them basically lead to the inefficiencies right now where only big institutions can take profit, right? What I'm referring to is like now, because of the technology, because of Web3, because of blockchain, we can now imagine a world where individuals can track like, oh, I took a bike instead of like a car. Maybe there's a carbon credit to that. Maybe there's a market to that. Maybe I can exchange that and use that somewhere. And these are things that you cannot imagine in the current carbon market now. But I think we have to tell that story better. And of course, as builders, as ecosystem, supporters, we need to accelerate that innovation and like see that, show that it's really the secret sauce.
Totally. Can I ask a really specific question about how you're approaching this in a lot of these communities, which is about off-ramps, which has come up a bunch of different times sort of in passing today, and you mentioned community currencies also. Celo has built amazing infrastructure for allowing anyone with a smartphone, or I think you said a feature phone too, to accept payments and make payments on the Celo blockchain. But if you go to a community where they predominantly use paper currency, it's hard to get that started, right? They want to be able to, take the phone to an ATM, and like there aren't Celo ATMs in communities that use paper currency, right? So how do you get that started? How do you like bootstrap this new sort of monetary system in that situation?
Right. I think the first one really is trust building. Gainforest did a really good job here, which is like choosing a good community partner who will vouch for you, who will go with you on the ground, because like, I mean, I was a Filipino as well in the Filipino community, but essentially I'm a stranger. But then like having a community partner presenting the technology to them is always the first start, right? Like we're not out here to scam you or to get you. And I think to any technology experiment, that's crucial. But second one, I would say at least even across the different pilots that we've done, not just like refi focused, what's the recurring themes are, one, the product should work. When you say it's a wallet that will transfer value in a matter of seconds, when they point their phone on the QR code in another wallet, in a matter of seconds, it should be transferred. And that builds trust and that builds confidence like, oh, this is true, they're really not scamming me. Or this is not like some random coin that we're doing. But the off-ramp question is a very fair question. I would be transparent to say that, of course, like in different jurisdictions, it depends. Regulation is also becoming tricky. But right now, our approach here is one, of course, like pursuing more partners, having like proactive conversations with regulators on like how to connect well with fiat. Because again, that connection to fiat is the second ingredient. It's a recurring theme. We think of cryptocurrency and blockchain to be like disruptive to financial institutions. But in fact, the path to adoption is to make sure that we have good connection to the fiat economy and to the fiat world. So there's proactive development there. And then at the same time, just creativity, right? Like showing to them that, oh, one, if you want to convert it to fiat, there will be options. But also, again, the possibilities within Web3, you don't need to always convert to fiat. we've seen anecdotal evidence where communities started using the crypto that they receive to exchange among each other, such that it's only the shop that will convert it to fiat and everyone else will just transact the currency. So again, I think this is where it gets exciting. Money being programmable, money essentially being a trust instrument. And so like the off-ramp is like there as like a tactical problem, but also like there's that future where, okay, convincing them to stay within the ecosystem and them seeing the value of like staying in that ecosystem is also like full of potential.
Right. No, that absolutely makes sense. That at least to some extent, as long as the off-ramp works, no one needs to use it, right? People, as long as they're confident that it's going to work when they need it, they're not going to actually have to use it. But you need to build that confidence.
You know, just like a bank, right? Like as long as you have a trust in the bank that anytime that you go there, you'll withdraw, that you can withdraw, then you're okay, you're not going to pull out. But then like,
people always trust banks.
Just like,
That's
you
fine.
know, like,
It's a solved problem.
yeah. But like any rumor that like, oh, this bank is going south, you run.
Exactly. Yeah, so we're trying to highlight, you know, what next, right? Some of the interesting areas to work in. Maybe off-ramps in situations like this are one of those areas. Gaj, I was wondering if you started to say something a bit. Do you have more thoughts on adoption of crypto in this space, or of carbon offsets or other solutions, or also just from your vantage point of seeing many other technologies get adopted or not over time, what advice do you have for us?
Yeah, indeed. I think probably it will not be like explicitly crypto would be used, but increasingly there is demand for more reliability, both in compliance and voluntary market. And as was already mentioned, it was supply-demand issue, but also it was an issue of carrot and sticks. And in the past, even the suppliers could do away with lighter MRV, and then the requirements were also light because it was a market which was just starting, but it has matured in a big way now. And the carbon price on an average basis was just $3 on a global basis, but to make a real impact, it should be $75 according to IMF, but we saw that with 150 it can solve a lot of issues. But once this higher price becomes available, you can also do many things with technology. So there will be in future, the design of the Paris Agreement means that indeed for carbon markets, a lot of requirements have come in. They'll have to show that it is compliant with the Paris temperature goals, and then the MRV is much more robust compared to the past market mechanisms. So to comply with that, it will be imperative for any project to adopt technology. It may not be 100% dmrv technology in the beginning, but at least some parts will already, we see that the people are already going into technology for collecting data, all that. So going forward, I think there will be more and more technology adoption. And one thing what we have seen is these markets like repeatability. Once a few people have done and then it has been accepted by the regulators, many more would like to go in that route. So because most market participants are risk averse and they would like to go with something which has been accepted. So here regulators are expected to play a bigger role, and indeed they will play, because this temperature goals of Paris Agreement, it's a fundamental requirement for them to also be responsible for, and there will be more demand for MRV. So all of that will trigger more action, and then very little time is left now, and that's why these technologies, all of your work will have a very important application, because we have seen that number of countries which want to apply to use carbon markets has doubled in the last NDC cycle. Over the last 2-3 years, nearly 60-70 countries want to use it, and then all of them need some assistance to deal with all these complexities. And the only way that can be done is to use some of this technology. So I'm very optimistic, but there is also a need to do some capacity building, do some demonstration, and show to the regulator that this is how it works. So,
yeah, I think that's a really interesting take, right? It's a complex space where there have been many technologies that fought really hard to get adopted before Web3 came in. And that's a double-edged sword, right? On one hand, we're competing with technologies that are more mature. on the other hand, there are these existing frameworks for funding them that once we can get adoption or acceptance within, they can potentially scale very quickly. So I think that's a great, it's a great sort of set of thoughts to hold. I was wondering, one of the things that stands out about many of these solutions is that they're very interchain. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that and how, you know, you are, like in the Gainforest example, right, you're working with Celo and Solana and Filecoin, Toucan's, you know, bridging between all these different chains, right? Celo clearly has relationships with a ton of different chains and ecosystems, right? What, do you have any thoughts about sort of why the future needs to be interchain and really what that means sort of in this area specifically?
Yeah, I mean, there are many, many advantages that come with interchain, and one can also argue that there are many disadvantages that are coming with it. And our focus is, of course, on the advantages here. I like to see it in a way that we can take the best of all the different chains that are out there and give back this advantage to the communities that we are working with. And this is actually one of the key reasons why we've been doing what we are doing in this way, to also give the transparency layer in the different functionalities that we are doing, so the smart contracts that we are running, but also the dynamic NF trees that we have. So we basically calibrate our solutions and transparency features to the different functionalities of the chains. And what we like really about working together with Celo and the Celo Foundation is their great network in off-ramping. And this is like an advantage that no other chain can offer to us. And we think they are the masters in it. This is the right way moving forward. And this is so crucial to increasing the adaptation of the technology. So we wouldn't want to pay the price of risking that the technology is not being adapted by not going the extra mile in providing this interchain network that we have out there. And of course also with Filecoin, I mean, I showed a picture earlier of an immutable data point that we have. So the immutability is very, very crucial to what we are doing, because that will ultimately give full transparency. And eventually also with science moving forward, the possibility to really backward improve what we've been doing.
100%.
I can make a couple comments. Maybe I'll just start by saying that I'm pretty confused, and the further I go into this, the more confused I get. Because, you know, we've got so many different converging, unbelievably complex things happening here. We've got the global political landscape and the immense complexity of the Paris Agreement, and all of these national, regional, kind of intergovernmental carbon pricing, you know, core carbon border. I mean, it's just kind of, that in and of itself is overwhelming. And then we're talking about the complexity of the global economy, and now we're also bringing, kind of crashing into this whole thing, the complexity of crypto and Web3. So I like to try to break things down in an understandable way, and usually it means I have to wade through this period of like despair and complete confusion, which is kind of where I feel like I am. But
it's verifiable, right? So it must be
totally
straightforward.
I'm verifiably confused, that's for sure. But I guess, like, to me, the vision of where we're going, the metaphor I could think of is like a national rail network, right? Like, different companies build different sections of the rail network, but if they do it in a way that it's compatible, then the freight can seamlessly flow around the country, and it doesn't matter that this one was built by this company and this one was built by that company. This is on Celo, that's on Regen Network. The vision that I think we should be working towards, at least, and this is specifically, you know, I'm pretty biased in that I think about this from the perspective of the voluntary carbon market. But I really like the vision of a Paris or Article 6 compliant global carbon registry And that's where credits flow to where they're needed most, and there's proper accounting of how those credits are applied to the nationally determined contributions. And then the guts of that is kind of up to us to sort out, but from the outside observer, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter if this is retired on regen or on, you know, wherever or whatever, as long as we have kind of a coherent outside face that presents this in as simplified a way as we can. That is where I hope to kind of make sense out of this confusion and form a degree of elegance from all of this complexity. But I think we have a long way to go. I also think we are making progress. In the last month, we've built bridges to Cello, and we've built bridges to Regen Network. So we've already started binding up these different technological infrastructure components with the ability for credits to flow to where different builders are working on different products in each of these respective ecosystems. That's kind of a big step towards that vision I'm saying of seamless, cool, the credit's going where it needs to go and being applied to where it needs to be applied, being accounted for properly. That's my 6-year-old brain is kind of, okay, this is starting to make sense now.
Making sense of confusion. We have like 8 more seconds. I know, Angelo, you had thoughts on interchain solutions. I wanted to ask one rapid fire question and go down the line, but first, Angelo.
Yeah, I can go really quickly, but I personally, as like working in the Web3 space, is very much supportive of a cross-chain future, and that's because of 2 things. One is, as my colleague Isha said in her panel this morning, I hope next year we don't have to explain refi anymore, right? Yeah. And for or like refi is like you know a concept that's easy to grasp, and for us to do that, we need everyone's help, right? And secondly, I think you know, projects really just find different advantages from each of the chain. Like I think Gainforest is a really good example for that. Like some chains are better at like financial liquidity. Some chains are just better at like technology in terms of smart contracts. Some chains like Cello is better at like the last mile solutions. And like we shouldn't stop projects from, you know, realizing that value, because at the end of the day also, like as an industry, we have to work on our reputation. And if the chains cannot talk to each other, if we cannot like model cooperation, like just what we're disrupting essentially at the end of the day to solve the climate crisis, I don't think we will get that confidence from, you know, the broader, you know, other stakeholders that really this solution has, or like this technology can provide a new solution that current solutions cannot provide. So yeah, we're very supportive of that, and we do support projects like Toucan as well as like Gainforest to make that happen. But of course, part of that also is like the technical challenges, right? Like efficient bridges, again, chains talking to each other, and not like, and also again, decentralization and transparency, like making those codes, you know, composable as well as like easy to access for builders.
100%. To end, we're over time. To end on a note of what's next, just a really rapid fire question in 1 sentence. What is something that no one is building as far as you know that you want to be built? For me, I want a mat-based tool built that allows landowners to bid to have transmission infrastructure built across their land and get a dynamic where they're building more.
I will still look, wearing my micro hat, I would say that the focus would be countries now, and from the country perspective, they are looking at climate finance, carbon markets, and also in future, carbon border adjustment. So some tools will be required to handle all the 3 together. That's my wish list, and listening to all of you, I get a sense that you will build it one day. Thank you very much.
I'm going to zig when everybody's zagging, but I'll say I want to see something built that's, it's not that no one's building it, but I just want to double down on it. I think storytelling skills, and I think we need to build storytelling skills because we're ambassadors, and we need to be building relationships and reputation. We don't have the luxury of kind of trying to build this parallel system in ignorance of the rest of the world. This is kind of back to that initial point of the value of pragmatism and an orientation towards impact now.
Yeah, Yeah. Well, we are crazy about biodiversity. So something that I see out there, I'm missing out there is a much more stronger focus on interspecies finance. And I think that's something that would be amazing to see also in the Web3 place.
My wish list would be like perhaps a 3-minute video of like what blockchain and Web3 is. That will be very easy to understand and will explain technology to your grandparent.
Someone's typing that into GPT-4 right now. All right, well, thank you, everyone. That concludes SBS Boston.
It's the end. No. Thank you all so much for coming and joining us on behalf of the Filecoin Green team. Yeah, it's just been an amazing day.
And thank you to Angie. SBS was Angie's idea to begin with. So.
Well, let's continue the conversations. There's so much more work to do. Please head on upstairs. There's 2 elevators. There's lots of fabulous drinks, amazing people. Let's keep working on solutions. SBS.tech. We want to see you at SBS Earth. Please, the CFP will open in a couple of weeks. Submit, come and talk, tell people to come, and yeah, we'll see you there. Thanks.